Afternoon, everyone. My name's Mike Ertel. I am the County Council Chair. We have a loaded agenda today, and I know it's hot outside, but hopefully it'll stay cool in here. Welcome to Legislative Day number 13. We're gonna move around on the agenda a little bit for expediency. So first up, we have an appointment to the Baltimore County Ethics Commission. Mr. Jim Haynes, or James Haynes. Mr. Haynes, how are you, sir? Mr. Haynes, you'll hit the button on the mic there so your light turns green and you're a go. So you can just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Ethics Commission and all that good stuff.
All that good stuff. I will be brief. Chairman Ertel and members of the council, I want to thank you for the opportunity even to be here and to tell you a little bit about why I would like to serve on the Ethics Commission. I think that public trust and respect in government depends a great deal on what the Ethics Commission does and how it does it. The Commission assures a level of transparency. It also aids in the process of accountability, and these are really vital considerations, particularly these days. So the fact that this is a volunteer position, I am very happy to be able to volunteer. I'm retired, I'm an attorney. I've lived in Baltimore County for 40 years. My wife and two sons and I lived in Rogers Forge in the same house for 35 years. I have been on the receiving end, that is filling out ethics forms, disclosure forms, with the federal government, state government, and with county government. So it will be very interesting if the commission confirms me to have a chance to move over to the other side and be a consumer rather than a producer of those forms. I could answer any questions that you have, but I am mindful that the agenda is pretty crowded, so I would probably leave it here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haynes. One second, Councilman Ketch. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Ketch.
Oh, thank you very much. Jim, I certainly thank you for applying for this particular position. I've known Jim for how many years?
Since 1980.
1980, okay. And I thought it was over 40 years. And
you were much younger.
Am I still younger?
Yes, indeed, Councilman.
But anyhow, I appreciate you applying for this position and certainly very enthusiastic about supporting you. Jim is a hard worker, and he is an individual who thinks very clearly and is very fair and equitable, which is important to me. And I can't begin to tell you how happy I am that you've applied for this job, and you have my absolute support.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ketch. Councilman Marks?
Thank you very much. Like Councilman Ketch, I want to commend you, Mr. Haynes, on your credentials and enthusiastically support your nomination. Candidly, you're probably overqualified for this position. I just want to read some of the responsibilities you've held. You've been an appellate administrative judge, the U.S. Department of Labor. You've been an alternate judge with the Employees Compensation Review Board, assistant attorney general, trial counsel with IWIF. The list goes on and on. You've got a splendid legal pedigree, and I've known you for many years and know you will do an outstanding job in this panel. Thank you for serving.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add that, and don't take this personally, but if you want to, it's okay. Jim was smart enough to move out of his previous residence into my district.
I believe he actually lives in my district. West Towson.
I thought you lived in Timonium.
He's a 6th district resident.
I thought you lived in Timonium.
Scenic 6.
We looked in Timonium, Councilman Catch, but in the end, Woodbine Avenue is the place that we chose. And I hope that that does not in any way diminish your zeal.
Oh, that doesn't.
Very
Sorry,
good.
Councilman Ketch.
But I sit corrected. Okay.
Okay. Any other comments from the members? All right, Mr. Haynes, we appreciate you stepping up to serve, and we look forward to your hopeful appointment on Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up, we have Captain Buckingham from the Police Department about a donation from Ms. Ann Louise Allen for DNA testing and analysis. Captain Buckingham, how are you today? Good.
Ready?
Whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Miss Ann Louise Allen has graciously offered to donate $30,000 to the Baltimore County Police Department. Miss Allen's father was a homicide victim from 1981. She called 2 years ago and requested that her father's case be reopened and tests conducted for DNA of a suspect. The police department sent DNA evidence to Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, and got a hit on a suspect who is currently in jail in Delaware. She was so grateful that she would like to help others to have resolutions for their own lost loved ones. Ms. Allen has donated $30,000 to be used specifically for homicide cold case DNA outsourcing in the hopes that other families can also find closure.
That's great. Any questions from the members? Councilman Patoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Captain Buckingham, for bringing this forward. This is a really important initiative. But I want to share with everyone here what I know of Captain Buckingham. He's an outstanding commander. He was commander at Franklin Precinct, and it was really, he took an interesting style of leadership that I think is a breath of fresh air on a Friday night at Music on Main Street in Reisterstown. Be a big crowd on Main Street. And if you tried to find Captain Buckingham, you'd have to look in the middle of the street. He'd be directing traffic on a Friday night. And so I always thought it was somebody that leads by example. And we miss you, and we know that you're doing great things, especially on this initiative. But I know Franklin Precinct and the residents nearby miss you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here. And any other questions? Councilman Jones, you look like you have a question.
No, I just wanted to congratulate Captain Buckingham on his new assignment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, one other thing.
Councilman Patoka.
Captain, be sure to tell Captain Jamerson that he's doing a great job, too.
Will do, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Mr. Jonathan Sachs from Department of Economic and Workforce Development on our grants for arts and sciences grant, sorry. Mr. Sachs, how are you?
Doing well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, we're requesting approval of grants totaling $3.7 million to organizations for arts, sciences, cultural and tourism events, activities, and programs consistent with the adopted 2026 FY 2026 budget. The Commission on Arts and Sciences works to make these grants, and they worked within the guidelines established by the county executive to assure that all grantees provided value to the Baltimore County residents and visitors. The department further advised the commission to make sure that all grant applicants were worthy based on their artistic merit, service to the community, multicultural outreach, and several other several other criteria. We request approval of the Arts and Sciences grants as recommended in your packet.
Did you see the auditor's notes?
I did, yes.
Did you want to address?
Yep, happy to.
And let me just for the record, I'll read the question.
Sure.
Why is council approval being sought for organizations that are still out of compliance with prior fiscal year's reporting requirements as of July 21st, 25?
Yeah, so there are a limited number of groups that in the county that provide these services, and we're working with them to ensure that they get this critical funding. For organizations that have submitted their reports, we are working with them to ensure that the submitted materials meet the requirements. And for the organizations that have not, we're working with them to submit. But I just want to assure everybody that none of the payments for FY26 will be issued until all compliance requirements are fully met. So that includes audited financial documents and all the other materials that they're obligated to share. So we still want to make sure these groups get the funding they need, but we will not disperse any money until they give the necessary documentation to us.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I think we have some questions from the members. Councilman Ketch?
Thank you. Can you tell me, are you working with the Fire Museum, or have they finally turned in their report from 23?
Let me look into that. We are working with them right now. They're on my list, the Fire Museum. We're working with them to get their documentation in. Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you need any help, I'd be more than happy to call them.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman, no other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
Councilman Patoka.
Mr. Jackson, I just want to tell you how pleased I am to see $40,000 to the Pikesville Armory Foundation. Thank you, and thanks to the administration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, next up, we have Nicole Thinifrock from Property Management on a very exciting subject, delipping and refurbishment of baseball diamonds.
Oh, yes, delipping.
Delipping. What's delipping?
Okay, can you guys hear me? Hello, okay. Good evening, Council Chair and Council members. The administration is requesting the approval of contracts for Classic Lawn and Landscaping Incorporated and Rupert Landscaping LLC to provide delipping and refurbishment of ball diamonds at various locations throughout Baltimore County. Projects include refurbishment of ball diamond infields, hauling large quantities of new ball diamond mix, hauling excess ball diamond mix off-site, seeding environmental sensitive areas, and hydro-seeding access paths. This contract has a one-year term with 4 one-year renewals. The estimated total compensation is $7,668,063.53. This contract was chosen based on best qualified, best value, experience, low bid, competitive bid, and negotiated bid. The agreement has a MBE WBE requirement of 25%. I also did get some additional auditor questions I would like to review. Okay, did the successful bidder advise that it was unable to fulfill all the county's needs to this service? If not, why did the county conclude that it needed more than one contractor to perform the services? We need more than one contractor to complete the scope of work within its time frame of the season. The next question, why was the second bidder disqualified? They didn't show enough experience or qualifications. Why didn't Rupert Landscaping respond to the official bid solicitation? They were unaware of the bid and purchasing negotiated it. The next 3 questions I'll read, but I am going to defer those to purchasing as well, and I can get back with you all with the answers. To how many landscaping contracts did the county send the bid solicitation? Did the county educate the local small businesses, communities on delipping refurbishment services to ensure that all potential qualified landscaping companies were aware of the bid? And the third one was, how was the county has the county ever considered allowing rec councils to assist with communicating opportunities to provide these services on a local community level to ensure the highest level of competition? All three of those I'm going to defer and get you all answers on.
Okay, great.
And then the last one was, will property management be soliciting second round pricing quotes from both contractors for each site being assigned? And we definitely intend to make the award to the bidder who is the most responsive and responsible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Crandall, I think.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Ms. Finney Frock. How are you?
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Good. We have a large crowd here tonight, and I'm sure there are some folks out there saying, what in the world is field delipping?
Yes.
And it's something that we have to get contracts on, every 1 or 2 years. It's an ongoing maintenance thing.
Yes,
But you
sir.
might want to explain what delipping is.
Sure.
Because
Yes, yes,
there's
yes.
apparently, I mean, Councilman Hertel was not all that excited about it. But maybe he's never taken a bad hop to the face.
Right.
Correct. There you go. That's why we do it. It's a maintenance program for the infield mix on the diamonds where it meets the grass. If it isn't maintained properly, the balls will create, the diamonds create a lip and the balls go up on the lip, and or the kids can, hurt themselves spraining their ankles or whatnot. So it's very important for us to maintain these ball diamonds.
So now you know the rest of the story.
I would say, too, I drive around the 7th District and sort of take a look at our ball fields, and I think you guys are doing a really good job. I think our fields this season have been in really good shape.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Crandall.
Ms. Finney Frock, thank you. So delipping is really important. My son was a middle infielder, coming up playing on lots of teams in Baltimore County. And for middle infielders, as you say, Councilman Crandall, delipping is really important. But I want to talk about the relationship Baltimore County has with its ball fields, with its baseball fields. It's an interesting relationship. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our elementary school ball fields are managed by property management.
Yes.
Our high school ball fields are managed by the respective high school.
Yes, Board of Education.
Correct. But our middle school ball fields don't have a steward. And so I was wondering if that's something we can consider, because they're the in-betweeners, because the relationship is property management elementary, BCPS high school, and then there's no real stakeholder that values the middle school ball fields. And like I said, my son played on a lot of club teams, and we played a lot of middle schools, and those fields were always in very poor condition. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay, yes, I think that Board of Education also is responsible for the middle schools as well. It dates back to a long agreement.
Okay, and I guess the reason it might be, and I don't know if we have Board of Ed reps here, BCPS, but I think because the middle schools don't have a baseball team, it's not a high priority. So I think you have corrected me.
Understood.
I think it's really an issue of priority for the middle schools. So thank you. Just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Horatio Tablata, Director of DEPS, Department of Environmental Protection and Sustainability, on 2 different items. Welcome, Mr. Tablata, AKA HT.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Members of the council, Horacio Tablada for the record, Director of Environmental Protection and Sustainability. I'm here with 2 items, seeking your support. I don't know which one you may take first, but I can take the USGS agreement. Is
Yes,
that okay?
That'd be great.
For the past 20 years, Baltimore County has had an agreement with United States Geological Survey, USGS, to continue monitoring of stream flow. That's the flow gauges that we have in 19 streams in Baltimore County and 2 tidal ones. This is helps us to provide information for our water quality compliance and help us to know how much water is running in the streams in Baltimore County. So this is a 2-year agreement and with USGS, and where they provide $173,000, and the county provides $612,000 for a total of $785,000. And this is a very important need that we have to maintain our compliance with MS4 permits and TMDLs, and the data that we need to make our loadings calculations for the for TMDLs. So with that, I seek your support for this agreement, 2-year agreement.
Okay. Any questions about this contract? All right. And then we have one more.
Correct. The second one, this is for the amendment to a contract with Pinnacle. As you know, with MS4 permits, the county is required to have education and outreach programs as part of our MS4 permits. MS4 permit includes replacing hard surfaces and other things, but one of the components is an educational component. And so we have in 3 years ago, or in 2021, the council approved a contract for Pinnacle where it was a 3-year plus 2 optional 1-year extensions, and for an amount of $1 million, not to exceed amount for $1 million. Due to 2 years ago, 2 cycles ago, the county provided, the council approved additional funds for education and outreach, where we launched our cigarette butts litter campaign and all other campaigns like that. We resulted in spending a lot of the money ahead of time. So we're running out of monies by this September. There is money that is encumbered or spent. So we would like to ask the extension for 3 additional 1-year extensions to the contract. This will help us and remove the amounts in the grants, the not to exceed amount, because every year the council approves an amount for this program. So it's just whatever the council approves is what we will use. And MS4 permits are expiring 2026, the one with MDE, and that will continue in effect. So education outreach is a very critical component of the MS4 permits. So that would not go away, it will stay there. So with that, I request your support and amending this contract for 3 single years.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions from the members? None? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. Have a great day. Next up, we have Jonathan Herbst from Chief of Real Estate Compliance on 2 parcels on the Windsor Mill Sidewalk Project. Councilman Jones, we're getting there. It's been a long journey.
Yeah, I remember early on in my career in this job, we talked about the Windsor Mill Road project in terms of adding sidewalk, curbs, and gutters. And I remember sitting down with former County Executive Kevin Kamenetz, and we had this binder and all these folks from the Woodlawn community, led by the former delegate Emmett Burns, and we presented it to the county executive, and he said, "This is wonderful, this is great." And when we all got up to walk out of the room, he said, "Councilman Jones, let this be a lesson to you about government. We'll see how fast this happens." And I think it's been 11 years, and we're still working on it.
Okay, well.
But we're making progress.
This is my 4th week as Chief of Real Estate Compliance.
I'm not blaming you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the County Council, thank you for your time. The administration is requesting approval of 2 contracts relative to the larger project that Councilman Jones just referenced. Actually, there are 80 total acquisitions, and these 2 There'll be 3 more that require council approval, and these are 2 of them, so we are getting there. Specifically, the administration is requesting approval of a total of 0.372 acres for a total value of $74,846 for the construction of a sidewalk along Windsor Mill Road and Gwynn Oak Avenue. I have 2 different contracts. Like I said, fiscal matter 6 is a $66,200 contract with Mount Everest Inc., and that's 6712 Windsor Mill Road. This is for easement access, land and easement access. And the second one is fiscal matter 7, which is a $8,646 contract, and that's with Robert Lacey Bush. Property address on that one is 6802 Windsor Mill Road, and that's 0.015 acres of land and 0.012 acres of easement access. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions from the members? Nope. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We'll get there eventually.
On the home stretch.
We're on the home stretch. Good. Next up, Mr. Kevin Reed, is he here? Oh,
Mr. Chair, I'm online.
there you are.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. Apologies. I'm not there in person. I'm a little bit under the weather, but I'm here to present fiscal matter 8 as a request to approve a contract with Bolton Partners Incorporated to provide actuarial services for our employees' retirement system. It's our pension system. And the contract would commence upon council approval and continue through March 28 of 2027 and automatically renew for 2 additional 1-year periods. The estimated compensation is about $1.8 million for the entire 6-year term. The Board of Trustees of the retirement system has been doing a holistic look about performance and as well as efficiencies that we gain and how we operate in the system, as you know, with the council's recent approval of our new investment advisor. So we were asking the question, why do we have all these different actuaries for the OPEB trust fund and then for the retirement system itself? And we realized there was some efficiencies to be gained by looking at one company, and we had the opportunity to piggyback off of a Frederick County contract. It is a competitive procurement, and Bolton Partners actually did the valuation work for our pension system a few years back prior, and they're located right here in Towson, right on Pennsylvania Avenue. That's their national headquarters. So we're able to really find some efficiencies and save about 5% in savings by moving to them, and we'll have one company doing both the OPEB valuation of the Post-Employment Benefits Trust as well as our pension system. So a lot of less sharing of data, a lot more efficiency that we be gained there. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Reed, did you see the auditor's questions?
Yeah, I did. I think we talked about, so, when we looking at one company, the timing was very interesting that Korn Ferry informed us 30 days ago that they were actually getting out of the actuarial services business and we're going to hand our business off to another company. And we were not going to be able to keep our lead actuary because of non-compete issues. So, we're not concerned about a transition that's actually just happened at a very opportune time. And again, the Bolton pricing, the Frederick, we are using Frederick pricing based on our size. And it does technically qualify as a cooperative procurement, and that we have that 902 justification just to justify that we are using a Frederick County competitive procured process.
Okay. Great. Any questions from the members? All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Hope you feel better.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Have a good day. All right. Next up, we have Bill 4325, Councilman Jones, Voluntary Security Camera Registration Program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, this program, what it would do is create a voluntary security camera registry program so that people or community members or citizens or whomever if they have a camera on their property and is facing the street or some part of the community, they can voluntarily register that with the police department. Basically, what happens now, the standard MO is if a crime is committed, normally the police will canvass the area and look for people with security cameras or who may have some camera that could have recorded something important, some important evidence or leads to the crime. So what this bill would do is basically give the citizens an opportunity to help fight crime and protect their communities by registering their cameras with the police in advance so that any event that they need security footage, or if something were to happen in that community, they could pull it up on their cars and they would automatically have the locations of the cameras and who own the cameras, and then they can reach out to those persons without delay. And if you think about something like probably one of the worst things we can think of, if somebody were to come outside their home and perhaps their kid is missing, that's not a time for riding up and down the street looking for who has a camera. That's where a registry will come in play and be extremely important, because then they can look on the map and see where all these cameras are and then know how to get in touch with the owners. This bill is sort of like a repeat. We had this bill before, but this administration wanted to make some tweaks. So basically, this bill is going to make some tweaks because we're going to allow the police department to maintain the registry, and it will be tied into our new info center and the police department. So that's why we are bringing this bill up again. So thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I think we have Major Hartman here from the police department. Is it? Major, did you want to say a few words about this, or did Councilman Jones cover it sufficiently? Do you have more?
I think Councilman Jones covered it.
I mean, if.
No, that's good.
Okay. Any questions from the members?
The only thing I will add is the administration is, in support of this, and the police department is in support of it as well.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Young.
I think you sort of answered I was going to ask about current resources in the police department, what the expectation is for administering under current resources they're going to need to acquire either more personnel or more funding in order to execute this. So.
No, oh, go ahead.
So, so your question was about resources?
Right. Well, he sort of Councilman Jones kind of answered. I was just going to ask about the need for additional resources to execute this, but as he said, it's already supported by the administration, so I'm assuming you can do
Correct. We can support this with our current existing resources. Right. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Major Hartman, I think the Pikesville precinct may have this already, some sort of a semblance of this underway, because in combination with the Shomrim, because in Pikesville precinct, almost everybody has a camera on in certain areas. And when there is a criminal act that occurs, I note that all of the, I note that the video footage, I was going to say film, but that's really outdated, video footage of the streets are forwarded right to the police precinct. And I didn't know I think Councilman Jones has a great idea here. I just didn't know if there was something that we could, if there's something already occurring, is that part of it? Would that be weaved into it? How exactly would that work?
Well, I can tell you I'm aware of the wonderful job that Shomrim is doing in the Pikesville community, and I can tell you that their footage helped catch a murderer. But the point I'm making is they handed that footage over to the police department and said, I have something for you. What this will do was enable every citizen in Baltimore County to be able to become that hero to save someone or help their community out by simply registering your camera with the police. So in the event of a crime occurring in your community, as opposed to riding up and down the street looking for a camera or someone having to call you and say, I have footage, they would automatically look in their cars. On that, there will be a map with everybody has a camera in that community, and they can call them right away from the car and find out if they have anything for the police department. And then if they do have something, they can voluntarily give that footage over to the police department.
Yes, sir. And the addition of, excuse me, request of telephone, we're allowed to do this remotely as well. So it would even be without a person even having to drive to the house. We could make a phone call to the resident and say, hey, like in your example, we have a missing child who left at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Can you check your footage and see if you see someone matching the description on the street? So it would actually be in some ways a force multiplier and a time saver for us by, instead of us driving down the street, we would know where these locations are and have our precinct or our info center make phone calls to residents and have them check it. And then we can get that footage later and kind of work our way through a neighborhood without expending resources, checking footage and checking other areas without footage.
I mean, this would be a tremendous force multiplier for the police department by enabling every citizen who have a Ring doorbell camera or security footage to basically register with the police and be on notice that, you know, they're ready, willing, and able to help.
Sure. All right. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Major Hartman.
Thank you, sir.
We needed you after all.
Well, I'm here.
All right. We're going to move to Bill 4525. That's from Councilman Marks, uses prohibited in the Maryland 43 overlay district. Councilman Marks?
Want to do 45 or 44?
We're doing 45 first.
Okay, 45. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill 4525 clarifies certain prohibited uses in the Maryland 43 overlay district and adds an additional prohibited use. Under current law, a scrap metal processing facility is prohibited in this overlay district. The bill clarifies that this use includes any facility that accepts, processes, or recycles scrap metal, appliances, machinery, or equipment. The bill also prohibits any business that provides for the leasing, storage, or transportation of roll-off dumpsters of any size as a principal use, unless located at least 1,000 feet from residentially used property. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I think we have a speaker on that. Are there any questions from the members first? We have a speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Patsy Malone.
Ms.
Who is
Malone,
online.
welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Patsy Malone with Venable LLP. I'm here to testify in favor of Bill 4525. As Councilman Marks mentioned, this bill proposes some changes to the MD43 overlay district. As I'm sure you all are familiar, the MD43 overlay district was created to facilitate the development of Crossroads at 95 and then later Greenlee at Crossroads. There is some additional land surrounding the development that is also zoned with the MD43 overlay district, in addition to the 1,000+ acres that makes up Crossroads. In an effort to ensure that bordering uses are compatible with the developed and developing land, we are proposing that certain uses be added to the list of prohibited uses. One use in particular has been causing a problem for existing residents, and that's the roll-off storage containers on an adjacent property that is directly adjacent. And next time I can show some photographs of the way the property looks from these residents' windows. So we are proposing that the overlay district be amended to confirm that this use and then the other use that Councilman Marks mentioned would not be permitted. We do appreciate Councilman Marks' willingness to sponsor this bill, and we would ask the council to vote in favor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Malone. Any questions from the members? For the speaker? No? All right.
Thank you.
We're going to move on. Can we, Mr. Secretary, can we do 46 and 47 together?
Most likely,
They're
Mr. Chairman,
the same speakers, same.
you may wish to do 44 and 48 because each one of those bills just has one speaker.
Okay. I was resisting that, but I'll
Okay.
do that for you. So we'll go to 4425, Councilman Marks. Commercial film production.
Yeah, this is an interesting bill. This is a great example of an idea that comes to you because of meetings with constituents. I had some residents from the Hines Road area and Perry Hall who came to me and explained that over Memorial Day weekend, a house across from theirs was the site of a commercial film production. When I spoke to to code enforcement, it was explained to me that this part of our code had not been changed since 1990. So what this bill does is this bill requires that if there's going to be commercial film production in a residential area, they have to get a use permit from the director of permits, and that also the director of permits shall determine the extent to which they will have to notify adjacent property owners.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Marks. I think we have a speaker on this one too. Ms. Belcastro.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sharonda Hoffman, who I believe is here in person.
Welcome, Ms. Hoffman. We haven't seen you in a while.
Good evening. I apologize. I actually wanted to speak on the bill before. I had some questions. I just wanted to know, I completely agree that we don't want residential areas to be around recycling areas, but I didn't know if there was an existing business that the change of zoning would actually put them out of business, or are they currently not in compliance? So that was just my only concern, because I'm neither here nor there regarding that bill, but just was very specific.
Councilman Marks, did you have
As Ms. Malone explained, there is a business that is creating some issues for residents. I discussed with Mr. Bostwick the idea of an amendment that would say that if a business has been in operation for 5 years or more, they should be exempt. Quite frankly, if you were an established business when the Greenlee development was being created, the residents knew moving into that area what those uses were. But if you are these type of very heavy industrial operations that are now relocating to that area, some deference should be given to the residents moving into Greenlee.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Good to see you. Next up, Bill 4625, and do you want to cover both 46 and 47, and then we'll, because it looks like both set.
They're similar.
Speakers are speaking on both, rather than call two.
Thank you very much. So Bill 4625 and Bill 4725 came about thanks to conversations I had with the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County, which advocates for the protection of historic properties throughout Baltimore County. Bill 4625 allows for the appeal of a negative decision by the Landmarks Preservation Commission to the County Board of Appeals. And Bill 4725 stipulates that all meetings and hearings of the Landmarks Preservation Commission be held in person under certain circumstances. So both these bills were recommended by Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County, and I think you will hear testimony from that organization as we move forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilman Ketch.
I'd like to be a co-sponsor of the second bill.
Councilman Jones, did you have a comment too, or no? Your mic's just on. Okay. Ms. Belcastro, we have a set of speakers on these two bills.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Our first, I guess I'll go with the top number bill, go in that order, because they're the same speakers, is Brian Fisher, who is here in person.
Do you want to call who's on deck since we're?
Certainly. Followed
Mr.
by
Fisher, how are you?
John Holman.
Chairman, how are you, sir?
Good. Good to see you.
May I testify for both bills?
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully we get a combined, somewhat condensed 3-minute summary.
Well, I timed myself
Do
earlier,
what you
sir.
can.
I'm under 3 for both,
Do what you can.
bills, so.
All right, good.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Mr. Chairman, by way of introduction, my name is Brian Fisher of 1629 Aberdeen Road in Towson. I'm currently serving as the chairman of the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County, our county's sole countywide historic preservation nonprofit, which has been in operation for over 40 years. I am testifying this evening on its behalf. I hold a degree in historic preservation from Mary Washington College, the nation's premier and oldest academic historic preservation program. In addition to my chairmanship of the Preservation Alliance, I have served on its board for over a decade and am past president of Historic Towson and the Towson Communities Alliance. I'm a native and lifelong resident of Baltimore County and a proud product of Baltimore County Public Schools. I'm here this evening to testify in favor of Councilman Marks's Bill 4625. This bill remedies a significant issue with current Baltimore County historic preservation law. Under the current law, all decisions from the LPC are not appealable at any level. The current statute gives no appeal relief for the nomination process. This bill will allow LPC nomination decisions to be appealable to the Board of Appeals. Our Board of Appeals currently hears a wide range of cases dealing with complex land use, planning, and zoning issues. They are well equipped to conduct a de novo review of a landmark nomination. You will note that this bill makes the decision of the Board of Appeals final, which will prevent drawn-out litigation which could be injurious to all parties. You will also note that this bill preserves the power of the LPC to enforce its technical decisions for landmark properties which may not be appealed. We acknowledge that keeping this part of the current legislation is in the best interest of historic preservation in our county. And I'll move on to the next bill.
Okay.
This evening, I'm here to testify in favor of Councilman Marks's Bill 4725. This bill requires the Landmarks Preservation Commission to meet in person rather than exclusively online. Because the meetings are online only, citizen participants may be muted without any recourse. In several instances of which we have citizens here to testify today and also in writing, meeting participants that had already submitted written testimony were disallowed from speaking despite registering to do so. Some meeting participants are also given virtually unlimited time to speak, while others are disallowed or severely limited. Additionally, applicants are generally not able to rebut testimony. So in effect, the hearings become advantageous to whomever spoke last. There is virtually no ability for discussion during these hearings. It is due to these experiences that we are here today to support legislative relief. During my studies, I prepared nominations and testified before the Preservation Commission meetings in Fredericksburg, Virginia. That commission always allowed for always allowed for equal time and healthy discussion, which should be the standard for our county as well. This bill will allow for greater citizen participation in fairer, more open hearings. Historic preservation enables property owners to keep something that is culturally significant as an economically viable property. A study showed that in Maryland, for every dollar of tax relief granted to historic redevelopment, $8 of revenue was generated. Additionally, since the creation of Maryland's historic tax credit program, $3 billion of economic activity has been generated. Historic preservation makes good economic sense and helps us as a community to keep our sense of self and place. These bills for which I have testified today strengthen historic preservation in Baltimore County, which will drive economic development, protect our historic resources, and allow for greater citizen participation in this important endeavor. I'll take any questions you may have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your testimony. And thank you for meeting with me earlier in the week to discuss some of the things you've provided in your testimony. I agree with you 100%, and Councilman Marks, I also agree with you. Mr. Secretary, if you could add me as a sponsor to both of these bills. You know, our history is so important. We've had buildings that have historical context that date back to the 1800s and 1700s that have been demolished. And once you demolish a historic building, there's no going back. And so I think it's important that we start to respect our history. I think your point was very well taken about the economic benefit of a historic preservation tax credit. I also fear that the buildings we build today will never be historic. The quality of construction is just not there. And so if we allow demolition of historic buildings, we don't have a fair process in front of our Landmarks Preservation Commission. I was shocked to hear that there is no in-person meeting. How is that possible? We can't have our society hasn't moved that far into the future that we can't have a face-to-face meeting. And so I would urge the administrators of that program to understand the importance of face-to-face interaction. You know, if we demolish our historic buildings and new construction will never become historic, we'll have no history, and that would be devastating to our society. Thank you so much, Mr. Fisher. Thank you, Councilman Marks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate you being here. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is John Holman, who is here in person, followed by Jean Leisure, who is also here in person.
Oh, Mr. Holman, how are you?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening to Councilman Marks' bills concerning the Landmarks Preservation Commission. I've served on the commission for 6 years, including a 3-year term as chair, which gives me some insight into the questions the bills address. I should note that while I speak in opposition to the bills, I have great sensitivity toward the frustrations that birthed them. However, a better starting place would be a conversation with the Landmarks leadership to review and perhaps alter our operating procedure. A legislative solution, which often has unintended consequences, potentially aggravates problems that can be solved another way. One of the bills speaks specifically to meeting in person. We considered this as we emerged from COVID, but found that the convenience of a virtual meeting appealed to those who wanted to speak to the commission from all parts of the county. Rather than mandate a change through legislation, let us have a chance to revisit that meeting plan and ask those who have business with us which serves them better. As part of this review, we can also include time limits for speaking as part of the agenda. I do note, incidentally, that our time limits are exactly the same as the County Council's time limits of 3 minutes, which I assume you have found satisfactory. So these are things that are easily corrected in ways other than through legislation. As for the appeals process, I think it's reasonable to think that the John McCrane House may have been in the mix on this bill, so I'll speak specifically to his house for just a moment. Mr. McCrane is well loved by all of us that care about history, but it is worth noting that he never thought of his house as historic enough to nominate himself. And having inspected the house myself, he certainly did not maintain it as one might a historic property. It would be wonderful to memorialize him, and my hope is that we find a way. But changing the appeal process because something was denied through the standards that we follow is probably not the best solution. Our standards for inclusion follow the United States Secretary of the Interior's standards. While I applaud the idea of more landmark buildings, obviously, I think asking for an appeal to a board untrained in these standards creates rather than solves a problem. So I ask the council to turn aside these bills for now, giving us time to ask for input as we review our present operating procedures. Frankly, we're very pleased to see this support for preserving our county landmarks. That is typically we're on the other side. We're fighting folks who want to demolish. So we're so happy to hear about saving bills. saving buildings. And we are confident we can continue this good work evolving to meet Baltimore County's needs. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, of course, as well.
Councilman Jones and
Yes, Mr. Holman, thank you so much for your testimony and your service on the landmarks preservation.
Thank you.
What is your current, you say you were there for 6 years?
I've been on it for 6 years, 3 years of which I was chair.
Okay, are you chair now?
No.
Okay, so I guess the question I would ask is, have you on the board, you and the other members discussed these processes?
Yes. So while I was chair, I think I have to own this. We had this discussion about whether we should go back to in-person meetings. Frankly, being a more congenial guy and liking in-person meetings, I was in favor of that. But we found that those who needed our services, it was far more easy and convenient for them to be online with us. And we rejected the idea of a hybrid meeting. We found that's awkward, and when I've been in hybrid meetings, I feel like that's an awkward thing. But the larger point is, we're happy to rethink that, and maybe it's time for a review of it. But is it time to force us as the only board probably in the whole county that is forced to meet in person? That seems like an odd solution to me.
Well, again, I thank you for your service. I do believe that a hybrid board is, personally, I think that's the way to go.
It may be.
Because it affords people who want to be in person, like all the people here today, to participate in person as they would want. And then at the same time, we give the opportunity to people who, for whatever reason, cannot make it here today or choose not to make it, they still can participate. So to me, that is the way to go, and I would ask my colleague to maybe consider working with the board and maybe coming up with what I would consider a down-the-road approach. Clearly, COVID changed the world for everyone, and we all learned really fast how to do things remotely. So that led to these big TV screens here and a whole new system that enabled us to be hybrid today. So I would ask you to work with the commission and try to work on something.
And that's really our ask. These problems were not brought to us ahead of the introduction of the bills, and Councilman Marks and Councilman Patuka, we'd be so grateful for the opportunity to try and solve those. We could have conversations with Mr. Fisher and others who have a problem. So.
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John. I don't ever recall having a difference of opinion with you. I respect you very much, and we usually are in lockstep on issues. And I wonder if what we're talking about this evening is not just a Landmarks Preservation Commission, but a broader issue where and this, I would bring this up to the administration, Madam CAO and Sam O'Neill, should we have certain standards for all of our boards and commissions? So rather than saying, well, this one meets remotely, this one hybrid, this one in person, this one I don't know, that we all know we have a certain standard that all boards and commissions, because it's an honor to serve on a board and commission. And so at least let's know what the playing field is and what the expectations are. And it's also fair to the volunteers that serve on these boards and commissions to know whether what their time, how to budget their time.
Sure.
And what the time sacrifice will be. And so I would ask Madam CAO that we look at, and if we don't already have some standard for all of our boards and commissions, so we have a reasonable level of expectation for the board members, for people that are testifying, for any applicants to come before our various boards and commissions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
No, the only thing I would add, I'm sure all of these issues can be worked out, but I'm not sure we need a one-size-fit-all.
Could I hear the Madam CAO?
Thank you, Councilman. What I will say is we'll take a look at the standards and see if we should put some standards in there. Typically, what we do is look at the bill that's passed to create the commission or the board. And typically that bill says a recommendation of some sort. Some of them do, some of them don't. And then we go based on the bylaws, based on the charge that you all give the commission or the board. But we're more than welcome to open, to look around at standards for other boards and commissions and see if that's a recommendation.
We're using benchmarks all the time, and I think it's important for everyone to have a good understanding of how to budget their time on all sides.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Councilman Marks?
Thank you. Mr. Holman, I recommended your appointment to the Landmarks Preservation Commission when I represented Towson, and thank you for your service, and we don't always agree. I think there is a larger picture. The larger picture is we just do not have a culture of historic preservation in this county. The country has its 250th birthday next year, and we should be making a very active effort to preserve vulnerable properties. 20 years ago, Carol Allen with Historic Towson was able to get, whatever, 24 properties landmarked in Towson, and it is basically slowed to a trickle. And we are losing more properties than we're preserving. The Perry Hall School, which we just reserved as the 400th landmark, was an aberration. So yeah, if you want to work together and we identify ways to improve the process, I think we'd all welcome that. But I think there is some urgency because a lot of people think the system is broken.
So to speak to that question, I'm not confident that these bills attack that particular problem. What you speak to is we need more applications for historic properties, and we do rely on our network of citizens, our network of historic groups like Mr. Fisher's group and others to forward us applications. But we do not drive around saying we think that's a historic property, but as they are brought to us, which is our charge, we are anxious and aggressive in trying to save them.
Councilman Crandall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, just real quickly, just caution against just offering up a hybrid solution. And if we look at our own history on the county council, it took quite an effort from OIT, from our central staff to enable us to conduct hybrid meetings. And if you kind of remember where we were in COVID, purely WebEx meetings, and then we started to come back, and then the hybrid solution had to be worked out. And if you remember what went into, we used to have work sessions in a lot smaller room, but that room could not be outfitted for video, so we had to move our work sessions in here, which is a lot less of an intimate environment compared to where we were before. And I'm not sure that Landmarks Commission has a Ms. Belcastro to basically run this for us. And then I don't know where the Landmarks Commission would usually meet, tell you the truth. Sir, would it be across the street?
In the Office of Planning, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what resources are there to conduct a hybrid. Are there appropriate cameras? So I think there's a fiscal matter to discuss here and a timeliness matter and how much resource, how many resources need to be applied to it. Just want to caution against the, like, oh, we'll just be hybrid. I don't think it's that easy. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Councilman Jones, did you have another thought? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Holman.
Thank you. I so appreciate it.
Absolutely. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, Jean
Leisure.
Leisure.
Followed by Ed Kilcullen, who is also here in person.
How are you, Mr. Leisure?
Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Leisure is coming up, I want to comment on Councilman Marks' comment about the fact the culture in the county is not sympathetic to historic preservation. You know, you learn from the past, no doubt about that whatsoever. I think of the Samuel Owings house in Owings Mills, which went down in the middle of the night. I represented that area at the time in the state legislature. I think of the IOOF Hall in Cockeysville that was built in 1845, went down in the last 2 years. I think of a Queen Anne Victorian home at the corner of Shawan and York Road that went down literally in the middle of the night. So we do need to make certain that this board is able to operate in a way to get all the public comment that is out there and to take very seriously the fact that we learn from what happened in the past. If you don't learn from what happened in the past, you got problems. Going to have problems. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Mr. Leisure, how are you?
Thank you, Councilman, for allowing me to speak here this evening on behalf of the two bills that Councilman Marks has proposed. I had the opportunity to testify before the Landmarks Commission in September of 2021 and October of 2021. And in September of 2021, in both cases, my testimony was submitted by letters that I submitted to the Landmark Commission. And in the first instance, it was in support of the Dr. Grafton Bosley Mansion being preserved. That was, they had that meeting to determine its preservation status in September of that year, 2021. And in writing that letter, my support for that, for the preservation of the Dr. Grafton Bosley Mansion, which was a part of the Presbyterian Home of Maryland over here on West Chesapeake Avenue. The Presbyterian Home of Maryland moved out. They were there for decades, and they moved out of that property in 2016. And to expand their facilities, I believe they moved up to Carroll County. But there were various projects that were proposed for that 4.1 acre property, including a 25 unit housing project, which apparently is no longer in place. And I understand now that Edenwald has purchased the property. But at any rate, the reason that I was in favor of preservation was Dr. Grafton Bosley's major contributions to Towson becoming the county seat in 1852. He donated the land that this very building stands on. He donated the land for the original jail that's down at Towson Town Boulevard, as well as the Towson Oddfellows Lodge. I am a member of the Towson Oddfellows Lodge, as well as in 2021, I was the head officer for the state-run organization for the Oddfellows. So I wrote a letter, and if I may, I'll read this letter because it's pertinent to what I'm going to say. This letter is dated June 20th, 2021 to the Baltimore County Landmarks Commission. I am writing this letter on behalf of the Towson Oddfellows Lodge number 79 and the Grand Lodge of Maryland Independent Order of Oddfellows in support of the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County's efforts to nominate the Dr. Grafton Bosley Mansion for historic preservation and be placed on the Baltimore County's landmark list. Dr. Grafton Bosley was a major benefactor in the development of Towson and Baltimore County, donating large tracts of land for the public good. The original Towson Circuit Courthouse, Towson Jail, and our own Towson Oddfellows Lodge were built expressly as part of Dr. Bosley's generosity. The mansion in question was built as Dr. Bosley's home in the 1860s. Dr. Bosley's contribution to the growth of the economic well-being of Towson and Baltimore County are monumental. The Bosley Mansion, as well as our own Towson Oddfellows Lodge, are enduring testaments to his historic legacy. Now, I mentioned this letter that I wrote because it was stated, I attended that meeting electronically, and it was stated at that meeting that my letter was put into testimony, but was not read. Ultimately, the decision of the Landmarks Commission was to turn down preservation for the mansion. And one of the members of that commission, which I've been told later was chairman at one point, made the statement during that meeting that Dr. Bosley had absolutely no historic significance to Towson. An absolutely ridiculous comment. And in addition, I sent a letter that Councilman Koch mentioned the Cockeysville Lodge, the Marble Lodge. I sent a letter to them in support of preservation for that Oddfellows building as well. That meeting was held by the Landmarks Commission in October of 2021. They again turned down preservation. And one of the statements made at both of these meetings was that they used the National Registry guidelines to determine whether a building is worthy of historical preservation. Now, the National Registry guidelines, as I understand, require that 75% of the building in question has to be original. Well, both of these buildings, over many, many decades, the Bosley Mansion was built in the 1860s and, of course, was used as a centerpiece for the Presbyterian Home of Maryland. So it understandably went under various renovations over many decades. The Marble Lodge, which was part of what was then called the Marble Heights community, prior to Cockeysville, was built actually in the early 1870s, and again, it went under various renovations over the many decades. I believe the last usage for that building was as an antique store. So to use that type of guideline to make a determination is rather arbitrary.
Mr. Leisure, we're talking about this bill, and you seem to be talking about the Bosley Mansion and some of the trials and tribulations of the LPC. Can you, you're way past 6 minutes here. Can you summarize?
Sure, I'm in support of both of those bills because in the case of appeals, an appeal process should allow discussion of what determination the Landmark Commission made in a particular structure. As in the case of allowing open meetings and meetings in person, I believe that there should be an opportunity for the speaker to discuss their either being for or against the preservation in person, not just having their written testimony being entered. And I think that's very important. In the case of my letter to the commission regarding the Bosley Mansion, it was clear that either they didn't read my letter or they just ignored it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leisure.
Thank you
We
very much.
appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Kilcullen.
Followed
How are
by Ann Grichon, who is also here in person.
Mr. Kilcullen.
Followed by Ann Grichon, after Mr. Kilcullen.
Oh, after Mr.
Yes.
And she's last. Ann. Yeah. Mr. Kilcullen, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman Hertel and members of the council. My name is Ed Kilcullen. I'm here in support of Bill 4625. Except for a 12-year period, I'm a lifelong resident of Baltimore County. When I returned to Baltimore County 24 years ago to the neighborhood where I had grown up, After living in Annapolis for 3 years, I was disheartened to see how many of the historic homes and properties in the area have been demolished. But after getting involved in community issues in my own neighborhood, I quickly learned about some of the contributing factors: poor zoning decisions, overdevelopment, and a lack of commitment to historic preservation. Most recently, I nominated a home in my neighborhood for landmark status, Mr. Holman referenced in his testimony, although I was not involved in drafting the legislation, which he seemed to insinuate. The home was built in 1883 by the grandfather of longtime Baltimore County historian and author John McGrain, who lived in the home from his early childhood until his death in 2022. The house is on the Maryland Inventory of Historic Properties and had few alterations to its original design. At the LPC hearing, the property owner who opposed the nomination was allowed unlimited time to speak, way more than the 3 minutes that Mr. Holman referred to, during which time he spent considerable time making claims about the structural integrity of the house and costs associated with renovating the house versus demolishing it and building new, all of which was irrelevant to the LPC's criteria in considering a landmark nomination. To quote the county's chief of historic preservation, consideration of the structural condition of a property should not be used when making a determination. As a nominator, I was limited to only 3 minutes of testimony, after which I was muted, much of which time I had to scrap my testimony in order to rebut some of the misstatements made by the property owner. When another individual yielded her remaining time to me, the chair denied this request. I've been advised by the LPC staff that the most significant element of my nomination was John McGrain's correct connection to the home. I was understandably shocked to learn during the hearing that the period during which an individual had a significant connection to the property must have been at least 50 years prior, eliminating John McGrain's connection to the home from consideration. And to Mr. Holman's point, why didn't Mr. McGrain not nominate his own property? If what the staff said was true, that it's his connection to the house, it had to have been 50 years prior. He was still living, so he couldn't have nominated it. One of the commission members actually said during the hearing, he stated his opposition to my ability to nominate a property that I did not own. While he was reminded of the commission's duty to follow the code, which allows such nominations, his bias was clear and he voted accordingly. In the end, the majority of commission members voted against the nomination, and my neighbors and I had no recourse to appeal the decision. Bill 4625 will not solve all the problems with the LPC, but will allow applicants the opportunity to appeal the decision of the LPC to the Board of Appeals. So I urge your favorable vote on this bill. As for 4725, I'm in support of that as well. As I mentioned earlier, some of the issues I experienced during LPC hearings, which were exacerbated by the fact that the hearing was virtual, including the disparity in time allotted to the proponents versus the opponents of the nomination. After the hearing, I learned that the chair of the LPC has a great deal of discretion in allowing speakers additional time to testify, as well as other procedures. Again, the county's chief of historic preservation stated that the chair was referring to the LPC's notice of procedures for testifying before the LPC, which she stated, quote, have not been updated since the meetings have gone virtual, and, quote, some of the information isn't as relevant in the virtual meeting format. It's 2025. I think there's been enough time to address those issues. She also stated that the time limit is at the chair's discretion, and it has been a common practice to allow the property owner extra time if they want it. Bill 4725 will provide a more level playing field for proponents and opponents of a landmark nomination, and I urge you to vote in favor of 4725.
Thank you, Mr. Kilcullen. Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kilcullen. Thank you for talking about John McGrain. He's not just a name. John McGrain, I had the fortune of working with Mr. McGrain when I was in the county planning department, and Mr. McGrain may have done more to preserve Baltimore County's history than any other person. He and a name, I know Fred Homan will remember this name, Lenwood Johnson. Lenwood Johnson and John McGrain were a tag team in terms of identifying historic properties. I believe they tag teamed it to locate the Benjamin Banneker presence here in Baltimore County. So when you hear and Amy Mante, I know that you remember John McGrain and Lenwood Johnson. For us planners, they're very special people, both soft-spoken, but both made such an incredible impact to this county. So thank you, Ed, for bringing John up and also thinking about Lenwood as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kilcullen? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good seeing you. Next up, Ms. Belcastro.
Ann Grisham, who is here in person. That's the last speaker for these two bills.
Good evening,
Good
Councilman.
evening. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you so much for letting us speak this evening about historic preservation in Baltimore County. Again, my name is Ann Gertchen. I'm the Director of Historic Preservation Lines of Baltimore County. And I'm very grateful to be here this evening and just want to reiterate some of the things that both Brian Fisher said, Mr. Kilcullen, as well as, of course, Mr. Lasur. Very much appreciate that. And I think that the main point really is that all historic preservation organizations, entities, agencies should really be working together to preserve as many historic properties as possible. I think, again, it was mentioned this evening how many properties have been destroyed in the past few years and past few decades in the county. And it's just so important to have even more protection rather than less protection. We can't have too much. It's a very hard discipline, historic preservation, to sell to many people. A lot of people want new things, they want shiny things. And so it's especially imperative that we do preserve our history. And to one point that was mentioned, I think at least twice this evening, is that the standards in Baltimore County for a landmarks nomination are supposedly based upon the National Register, which is a very good standard. But the criteria is a little bit different as really what should be, in that we're looking at county landmarks. This is not a state agency. This is not a national agency. This is not the federal government standard for landmark preservation. It's really a county standard. So for instance, a property like Mr. McGrain's house, who was the county historian, should really be the decision whether to have it not only nominated, but also to have it preserved should be based upon county standards. The same for a situation like you have with two prominent families in the county, the Bosley family as well as the Cockey family, who again helped found Cockeysville, helped found this building that we're sitting in this evening, and the city of Towson as well. Those are county level nominations. Those are county level historic properties and historic characters. So I think it's really important to consider it on that level as well. And also just to speak to the fact of how hard it's really been to communicate within the meetings since they have all gone viral. I actually was able to attend a few meetings before things were shut down, and we've all been on Zoom and all that. And it was a much different flow of information. Just like this evening, we can go back and forth if someone had a question, if someone had new information to give testimony to, we're able to. We had that flexibility, we had that openness to be able to do so. But as the gentleman had mentioned earlier, a lot of their testimony, not only their testimony as a whole, but also their ability to rebut a certain statement that may be made during a hearing is really non-existent. We have another gentleman who's writing, I think has already written a letter in that he tried to speak a few months ago to a historic property, and the commission had stated that it was from the 1920s. I'm sorry, that they stated that it was from the 1950s, where it was actually from the 1920s, and he was not able to rebut that information. The same situation happened with Mr. Lasur. I know he, had to end his testimony a little earlier, but with the Oddfellows Hall, he was at the time the Grand Master of all of the Oddfellows in Maryland. And he was trying to refute some information stating that it was the statement of the Oddfellows that this was an important historic building, the Oddfellows Hall in Cockeysville, whereas there was some information stating that it was not, so he was not able to refute that at all. So I think just really in closing, it's just so important that we're able to preserve our historic buildings and able to do so in a process that really befits a county level of preservation. Ideal, of course, wonderful to have the state and the federal government as well, but this is really a county process. It's a county government. My first work out of college, I have a master's degree in Parks and Administration with an emphasis in historic preservation from Clemson University. I was very lucky to get a job with the National Trust for Historic Preservation. I worked with communities and also landmark commissions all around Kentucky and Indiana very closely. We were closely together, and it was always the purpose of those commissions to save as many historic buildings as possible, to get those through, to help preserve them and protect them. So again, we just hope to move forward and to be able to work together to preserve as much of our historic fabric as we can, whether it's historic buildings, whether it's historic landscapes, historic cemeteries, and neighborhoods as well. So, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ann. I think that's all for the speakers on this bill. Is that right, Ms. Belcastro?
That is correct.
All right, so we'll move on to Bill 4825. Bill 4825 is from Councilman Ketch, zoning regulations, solar facilities on prime farmland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This piece of legislation is a reintroduction of a bill that was a lot broader than this particular bill. The reason I withdrew the original bill is that the state legislature was in session and, in fact, took over more of the responsibility of the placement of solar panels, which I think was the wrong decision, but that's the way things go. I'm a big believer in openness and transparency, and certainly giving the state jurisdiction over zoning really cuts the public out for the most part, which I think is the wrong thing to do. Well, anyhow, this particular bill will not allow solar panels to be installed over prime and productive land. Only 5 states in this country have prime and productive land. In fact, the areas in those 5 states, they were used to provide the colonial army food. So, I mean, it's very significant, very significant. And northern Baltimore County, if you take a look at a map of northern Baltimore County, you see that much of the soil in northern Baltimore County is prime and productive. It is designated as such by the federal government, mapped. And Mr. Chairman, do you want me to go in more detail or no? I guess that solves that problem, but I'll be more than happy to. So what this would do is if a facility is proposed for more than one, under 1 megawatt of power, then it can't be erected over prime and productive soil. That's because anything over 1 megawatt is now regulated by the state of Maryland, unfortunately. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, and we have a speaker as well.
Oh, good, good.
There's Ms. Belcastro. We have a.
Yes. I thought I lost him, is Brian Alexander. Mr. Alexander, you are online and you may begin your testimony.
Hello, thank you so much for giving me the time to talk. I am a first-generation farmer here in Baltimore County. I grew up in Harford County, but my wife and I farm 25 acres of vegetables off Black Rock Road. And yeah, I wanted to say I'm extremely excited about the prospect of formalizing the Department of Agriculture as a department-level organization in the county. I'm the vegetables person on the County Executive's Agriculture Board, and I think some other members are here as well and we've submitted a letter of additional recommendations on things we would like to see altered in the charter amendment. I wanted to speak personally on some of the ones that are most relevant to my own experience, which mainly has to do with the usage of the farm park and the management thereof. I am strongly in favor of management of the farm park being included in the charter amendment to be under the direction of the Department of Ag rather than Parks and Recreation. In our experience, there have been a lot of issues with the management of the park that have failed to sort of realize the potential of the space. And I question whether it would be in the spirit of the creation of the department to continue to let that excellent resource that the county has continue to maybe not be used to its full potential. Some of the experiences that we had include, I believe 2 years ago, there was a move by Parks and Rec to potentially lease out the 10 acres of very excellent field crop ground that they have there. We submitted an application 2 years ago. We've never heard back in any capacity from Parks and Rec. And in the process, that land is basically just is vacant. I mean, driving past it the other day, there's noxious weeds going to seed in some of the pastures. When we offered to lease it, we secured funding we got $50,000 from the Maryland Department of Agriculture to do some research trials for organic regenerative practices in pumpkin and winter squash growing. And we're planning to do those trials on the county's property and donate the proceeds to Maryland Food Bank. We have given up on doing doing that. We'd be basically, we found money from the state and the federal government to pay to maintain that space, grow food, and teach the public about organic and regenerative agriculture. And it has not been, despite going through exactly Parks and Rec's channels that they created in order to find tenants for that ground, nothing has come of it, which is definitely disappointing and frustrating. It just seems a very poor allocation of resources to then be paying individuals to take care of that space without any of those benefits. And then a second lesser issue we had was there's a great deal of very nice equipment that some people have been able to rent. And speaking to sort of the importance of agricultural knowledge and know-how that needs to be had by the people managing the space, we put an application to rent the potato harvester. We grow about 30,000 pounds of potatoes a year. There's a very nice potato harvester owned by the county. We tried to lease that for a day to do harvest, and when it came time, turned out that literally it's a power cord that controls the hydraulics on the potato harvester. No one could find that. No one who is present at the farm park was authorized to use a Parks and Rec credit card, so we were told it would probably be 60 to 90 days for them to purchase a $100 power cord.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes, sorry, I know I'm over time.
Talking about Bill 4825 about solar panels on prime farmland.
Geez, I'm very sorry. I thought I put in on my application. I just was in favor of that and did not intend to speak on that.
Is this about something else that we're?
Yes, sorry. This was about the charter amendment to create the Department of Agriculture. I'm sorry.
That's great.
Mr. Alexander signed up twice.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I was having
no worries.
this morning.
We're just trying.
I imagine that seems
related to the. Are you close to wrapping up here?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. That was it, as far as my concerns for the support for, but also a support for the changes to the charter amendment. That is what I had intended to speak about today. So and did, but at the wrong time.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. You all have a good evening.
Sorry about that. Yes, Councilman Young.
Question for the sponsor.
Yes.
Councilman Katz, just wanted to clarify, because we've had a couple solar bills in the last year, and I know that this is a reintroduction. In subsection A, line 5, it talks about paragraph B, the solar facility is permitted only under special exception in those particular areas that are listed. Does that include the language we put in the previous bills about agrivoltaics and about solar facilities that can be implemented and installed without disturbing the functional use of a farm?
If my memory serves me right, I think the answer is yes, it does, because of the bill that we passed earlier. Is that right, Mr. Secretary?
I honestly don't know the answer off the top of my head, but
Well, in between now and then, I just wanted, if we need an amendment that recognizes one of those exceptions, I just wanted to bring that up because I didn't see it written. So if we can just entertain it before the next.
those exceptions, I think, including the one that you referenced, Mr. Young, was included in the previous bill that Mr. Marks sponsored. And so we didn't need to redo it in this bill, so we didn't. But it is in the, and it was a different section. As you know, this bill primarily amends and reenacts or repeals and reenacts section 4F102. The other bill that Mr. Marks sponsored earlier this year dealt with other sections.
Yep.
One of which is the one you're.
So in between now and the next work session, we'll just make sure that it's in there, and we don't need an amendment, we don't need an amendment. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Go ahead.
It would be nice to just vote on this bill at some point, because I feel like I just feel like it keeps coming up.
I feel like we're back at the same.
I feel like we've been moving since March on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll make sure, Mr. Young.
All right, next up. Sorry, everyone, this is a challenging night here. We got a lot. Bill 4925, County Charter, Department of Agriculture, the establishment of a Department of Agriculture. Councilman Ketch, do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation would send to the voters the question of whether or not to create a Department of Agriculture in Baltimore County. This is something that the farming community has asked for many, many years. And under the previous administration, progress has been made, but the original problem still exists, and that problem is that the agricultural issue is spread out over various county agencies. There's no Department of Agriculture, so it's spread out. And because it's spread out, it's in the Department of Planning. I don't think it's a priority of the Department of Planning. It's in other departments, and I think that's the problem. They're not focused on this very important issue. Just want to remind everybody, during the COVID period of time, we had to rely on food from other areas of the country. And it got sticky at times. And because northern Baltimore County is there and has the ability to produce crops, meat, et cetera, the problem was really not as bad as it could have been because of northern Baltimore County. We can't afford to jeopardize northern Baltimore County, the agricultural part in northern Baltimore County anymore. There is a tremendous amount of stress on the area for development and other areas. So let me start by saying that as far as the agricultural industry goes, there are 5,000 people in this county that are employed in the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector yields $92 million in sales each year. And I want to bring up the Ag Center, which is probably the saddest situation when it comes to the agricultural community. When Jim Smith was county executive and I was in the legislature, we worked for the Ag Center to purchase the land, and it was a lot of community money that was raised to purchase the land for the Ag Center. And the purpose of the Ag Center was to promote agriculture in Baltimore County and in the country, in essence. And things like, for instance, let's say that there's various kinds of grains that can be grown, and the idea was that the Ag Center would be used as an experimental place where you could have different kinds of grains to see which ones would be most successful in Baltimore County. Let me tell you what happened, though. That experiment did occur until the Department of Recreation and Parks allowed sheep to roam where these grasses were being grown. And it was over. They ate it all. And so the experiment didn't take place. We talk about the farming community raised a lot of money for various projects. And because at the time the county would not work with the agricultural community, the money that they raised, they pulled back. And many of the projects that were proposed that were supported by the farm community never came to fruition. Millions and millions of dollars have been wasted at the Ag Center. And if you go out there today, you'll see greenhouses. They're empty, at least they were last time I was there, not being used. And I'm not talking about, over the last year or so. I'm talking about back to the time when Kevin Kamenetz was county executive. And they still are empty. So we need to have an Ag Center. We need to have a Department of Agriculture that's going to work with the farmers, going to work with the agricultural community. It's imperative that this happen, that we have a department that their main and only function is agriculture. And this is going to be a tremendous advantage to the people of Baltimore County. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
I think we got a lot of speakers on this.
Yeah, I know we do.
Why don't we let them?
Okay.
We let them go.
I think what it demonstrates is the interest that the farmers have in northern Baltimore County that we have a separate Department of Agriculture. I think it's very important.
I think we're going to hear from them. Councilman Jones.
You a farmer?
I am not a farmer. However, I'm a gardener.
I know.
But let me, Mr. Chairman, I would like to be added to the, as a co-sponsor to the bill. I recognize the importance of farming. My district probably represents the second largest area of farms in Baltimore County. And we certainly appreciate everything they do. And I know over the years, we have added a person, a liaison on the staff to help work with farmers. And now I think this is a next step. So I certainly support the department creation.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Councilman Katz has done an excellent job explaining the rationale behind this bill. You're right, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, there are more than 780 farms in Baltimore County, and the market value of agricultural products exceeds $90 million every year. So this is an important industry, and it's also critical to the food security needs of Baltimore County. In fact, I've mentioned to Mr. Bostwick the idea of an amendment that talks about the role of this department in with public health and with our food security needs. So I'm very happy to be a co-sponsor of this bill.
And not to mention that the drinking water for 60% of 2 million people comes from northern Baltimore County. Very important. And so we are obligated to keep that water in the reservoirs clean.
Okay. Ms. Belcastro, got several speakers.
Our first speaker is Michael McGinnis, who is here in person.
Are you on the, I have Jonathan Albright.
I'm going to mention this in the future. The commission that came up with
Okay.
idea has already, these
How are you, Mr. McGinnis?
How are you all?
Good.
I was surprised I wasn't planning on speaking here this evening. So I'll keep it brief as possible. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. The grounds at the Ag Center have...
Mr. McGinnis, can you state your name and an address for the record, just so we have it?
John Michael.
Thank you, sir.
John Michael McGinnis, 19220 Greystone Road, Whitehall, Maryland. So the property in question at the Ag Center, there is a lot of maintenance issues with that. The pastures are not being mowed. There's obnoxious weeds growing, thistle. And then we also have some issues. I sit on the board at Baltimore County Soil Conservation, and there's some issues with inside the building with updates as far as, getting things done in there on the computers and even lighting or anything like that. It's just, there's so many different organizations that we have to go through to get something done. So that's, and then we have to reserve rooms. We were under the impression that when we originally went there that there's 3 meeting rooms that we would be allowed to occupy, one at all times for us to have, when farmers come in to go over plans or whatever, to meet in those rooms. And now we have to reserve those rooms ahead of time. And there's no guarantee that we can have some of those rooms darkened. Other than that, so I'm sure you have plenty of people here who want to speak on this. I'll keep it brief and let them do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Any questions? All right. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Albright, followed by Jesse Albright, who are both here in person.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mr. Albright. How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing okay.
Good.
It's nice to talk to you gentlemen again. I'm here representing Baltimore County Farm Bureau. We are in support of this. We would like to see some things added with the transferring of the Ag Center into the bill under the creation of this department as an amendment. And we would also like to see as an amendment added, language added to integrate current staff and any staff that would be consolidated into the department, as well as the funding or economics surrounded with the positions that they are currently running or doing. So we would also like to also, I would like to bring it up that currently the county has not been sending representatives down to the state to testify on behalf of the county when it comes to being in session. So this would also help alleviate those issues for you guys as far as, one, getting funding and hearing, as well as getting the voice heard by Baltimore County at the state level during session. That's all I have. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Council.
The commission that issued the report of February 7th, 2025.
Yes.
You all have already done the work of, here's a flow chart where you are taking all the agricultural related departments.
Correct.
And grouping them under the new Department of
The
Agriculture.
president of the Ag Advisory Board is actually going to be giving testimony as well, and he's going to be giving you guys documentation as far as our recommendation more in depth in regards to any amendments. But yes, there is a plan that's already set forward as far as staff that already exists to bringing them under a department and how that would be cost savings as well as savings in time as far as having to interagency communication problems.
And the fiscal note is estimated to be between $200,000 and $500,000 for the hiring of a director of agriculture. And I suspect that a future administration, because this wouldn't be on the ballot until 2026. So I would think a future administration may have some ideas where it might not cost $200,000 to $500,000. But of course, that's a small price to pay for the return of a Department of Agriculture.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. And then we have Jesse Albright. Albrights are in well attendance tonight. We have one more after.
Followed by Tom Albright, who is also here in person.
Good evening, Chairperson and the Council. I believe the last time that I spoke, you probably all remember, I was a little fiery and excited, and I promised that I wouldn't be back unless it was necessary for me to be back, in which I heard resounding from all of you that you would like to see me again. So here I sit in front of you again. I would like to bring up the fact that there is a generic lack of communication issue and inefficiency that is currently created by the segmentation of the ag agencies across Baltimore County. The facilities at times are in disrepair and in violation of state regulations when it comes to weeds and maintenance. The county, who previously maintained the facility, currently pays a subcontractor to mow the front of house grass, while there's equipment that sits idly by that could be utilized to maintain the facility that was purchased and approved by you and former county executive. The fiscal note for the creation of Department of Agriculture is rather insignificant in the grand scheme of the future, which I've spoke previously about, and the grants and additional advertising opportunities for our farmers who feed us. This is not an increase in government, and I think the fact that you will see continuing going forward the number of farmers that will come out in support of this bill shows you that this is not an increase in government, but rather a reallocation and a consolidation of the funds that you already spend on a regular basis. We've been underrepresented in this county for the better part of 20 years, to which I think my father will speak to. But the new generation is here, and we want to support you, we want to work with you, and we want to move Baltimore County agriculture forward in a way that hasn't occurred for the last 20 years at the Baltimore County Agricultural Facility. We would like to see that this department is created, funded, and all individuals related to the agricultural industry within the county fall under this, in addition to the creator being supported and the maintenance allowed to be under this department. We feel, and I speak for farmers, young farmers, I think, that this will be a move into the 21st century and a move forward for Baltimore County agriculture that will counter departments across the state that are already being created. That is all, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have pictures of the equipment and of the greenhouse that I'll pass around for everyone to see. Brand new equipment cost a fortune sitting there.
That's always nice.
Isn't that nice?
Yes. I'm being facetious.
Oh, you are?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, and then Ms. Belcastro. Next, Ms. Tom Albright.
Yes. Followed by Brad Croner.
Father Albright.
You got the old man this time. I'm the closer. And you know, Councilman Batoga, I like you when you spoke about history and face to face. And I've been around long enough that I know the history of things. I know the history of the Ag Center. I helped create the Ag Center. I was an advisory board to create that. There's something I want to point out. I was at a meeting yesterday. I sat at a round table with the governor. And he sat with residents of Baltimore County talking in regards to the power lines they're putting in, but also food insecurity. And I can speak to that because I was involved through COVID, and I was one of the, worked with the administration and sourced a lot of the products to put out 5,000 food boxes a week. We in Baltimore County have to remember there's less than 2% of the population in the United States are farmers, 1.8% actually. So the other 98% of you eat every day, have shelter from us, have clean water from us, and food from us. How long would society last without that 2% of the farmers out there? Yet, I read recently that our country is number 13 in sustainability and the amount of food that we import from out overseas. Councilman Koch pointed out very clearly that we have prime and productive soils. Currently, a lot of those prime and productive soils are used for growing grain crops, which are then turned into food. We are food growers. We are not necessarily farmers in grain and growing corn and beans. That corn and beans are used in the poultry industry, the dairy industry, all those industries. But our society forgets about the 2% of society that we have out there that are growing for them every day. Because we go to the grocery stores are always full of food until COVID hit. And then we see a segment of the population that is underserved that doesn't have that. We have an ag center there that we could be utilizing as a teaching center. We could be fostering youth to come in there, learning about where food comes from. I mean, everyone in here in this room has an intimate relationship with agriculture every day because they eat. You know, we have to remember that day in and day out, how important agriculture is. We talk about the ag center, it is so underutilized, but the important part is, when I go to find out something from the county, I have 7 government agencies that I have to deal with to get an issue. I spoke with Rick Bernstein yesterday. Rick has a First Fruits farm. I forget how many million pounds of food they grow and donate back to the community. We also, we work with Rick and with the Maryland Food Bank, the Capital Area Food Bank. That's why I'm dressed the way I am today. I was driving a truck until 4 o'clock and I came back from Washington, D.C. On a regular basis, we take food in. Now, we sell it. We sell it at a cost that is very reasonable for them. But Rick told me he wanted to put an addition on a building, and he has hoops to jump through. It's been a year and a half getting a permit because of sediment control, every other thing that's going through in order to get that. 7 different agencies he has to deal with. We need to consolidate those agencies within the county government. The people are already on the payroll. We don't need all this rigmarole. We want to cut government, not increase government. We already have staff on that are doing the jobs. Now, my time is up, so I'll cut that off. But you thought that Jesse was passionate. I can get really passionate about it because I've seen, and I'm going to make one more point. When Johnny O called during the COVID thing, and he said, can you deliver 700 dozen eggs to the fairgrounds? And this is a Sunday morning, and we were shut down. We couldn't go to the Baltimore Farmers Market because the powers that be in Baltimore City said, we can't have farmers, we can't have those people going out and getting together. But food is something that we need. I couldn't quite understand that. But Johnny O calls and said, can you deliver 700 dozen eggs to fairgrounds up in Timonium? And I said, sure, we'll take that in. And they were going to purchase them at a fair, reasonable rate. I showed up, there's 350 cars waiting in line and people to get food. You know, and I thought, where in Baltimore County do we have need for people to wait in line to get a box of produce and 350, dozen eggs, 700 dozen eggs to spend that out? You know, we have a need in Baltimore County that I was not unaware. I live in an affluent area, the northern end of the county. I don't see that. I don't see hunger. It opened my eyes to the hunger problem that we have within this county. And this Ag Center and this Department of Ag and Food Insecurity and Health Department and all these issues all work hand in hand. And I asked you all for your support to push this program through. Use that Ag Center as a training center to teach young people how to farm. Every student in Baltimore County should be going through there learning where their food comes from. We have people that have no concept of where food comes from any longer. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, citizens of Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Councilman Vitoka has a question too.
Is there anything I can answer for you all?
I'm going to wait because you got a great applause there. I'm not going to kill your applause
Well,
line.
thank you so much. But this is about a legacy that you all can create. You have 80,000 acres of put in preservation currently. You know, you have a state administration, Kevin Addix lives in Baltimore County. The Department of Agriculture wants to work with you. You have people in Baltimore County, farmers that want to work with you. You know, the nature of farming may change. It may change that we're not, you know, when I was growing up, there was 50 dairy farms in an area around us. My family milked cows. Now there's 3. But the nature changed. But now we're having a resilience of people coming back, young people that want to farm. They realize there's production of food. The clean water, you know, we have Pretty Boy, we have Liberty. Nature gave us the ability to filter all the water that comes through these lawns and whatnot. We can't have development, we can't have city water unless we have those farms out there. You know, we do an excellent job. Mike was speaking about soil conservation, you know, and the programming that's out there. And the amount of money that you spend on agriculture is a pittance in regards to anything else. But we can provide safe, good food for the community and help out the health and welfare of the community members within the society. And that's what we really want to do. We're in the food business. We want to give food back. We want to take care of the citizens. My family and my sons are about probably the 6th generation farming. One of the farms we own about 110 years. My family's been farming in the community since they came off a boat from Germany in 1845 in that Jacksonville, Phoenix, Baldwin area. And we still do that, and I'm proud to do it, and it's a passion that I have. And people say, well, you could put solar panels on your property, and the bill that they have in Annapolis, you know, I could put solar panels out there, but it's a calling that I've been given to provide. And when I put a solar panel, it's just like building a house on it, it's going forever, and you can't produce food on it. And that's our most basic need, food and clean water and shelter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Mr.
Is there any questions I have for you all?
I do have a couple of comments.
Yes.
So thank you for what you do, and thank you for mentioning my friend Rick Bernstein.
Rick is a great,
He is.
any people that, I mean, to see the people that go out there and get the exposure, and it is a faith-based organization, I'll tell you that, but that doesn't matter. The people that learn, the learning programs they have, and the amount of food that they give out. He told me they went from 36 partners to 300 partners now. And they supply southern Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia. They're shipping food out. You know, there's no reason a lot of that food can't stay within Baltimore County, but that's another issue that arises. We don't have processing facilities in Baltimore County for processing poultry. We had, my family, my sons and I, we raised turkeys, 8,000 turkeys. We had to build a processing plant on the farm to process turkeys. We employ 45 people, local from churches for 5 days. And all that money goes back into the community. We should have those programs throughout the community. I presented to the governor yesterday a program about giving food back in food boxes, but that's an opportunity to have small farms and localizing and putting food together and having, you know, consolidating. You know, we worked with Priggles, we worked with South Mountain Creamery in Frederick. It's a regional thing. You can't do it all just in Baltimore County, but we need to learn how to do that. And creating a Department of Agriculture is going to help that because we can create the people that we need in that one area. And no offense to the people within Baltimore County government and planning and zoning and every place else, they don't know agriculture. They don't, you know, they're in this department and every 6 months they get an issue. They don't know how to answer that issue. Say, on my farm, I have a lot of people that work for me by the name of I don't know and not me. And we have that in county government too, and they don't, instead of saying I don't know, they pass the buck on to someone else. So we can't have that continue.
We do have a lot of I don't knows and not me. I can tell you from my own experience. And let me just say, Rick was always an overachiever. And so
Yes.
that's why he's doing so well.
Rick wanted to be here tonight, but he had another meeting that he was attending. And, you know, Rick has to look for funding in order, that's all volunteered, and all the bills are paid by donations. And he puts product into the Baltimore Area Food Bank on a regular, he's the largest contributor to there. And he gets paid a pittance of what it costs to produce, so it has to be volunteer labor.
So in 2020, 2021, and even into 22, myself and Ashley Wallington, who was addressing food insecurity at the time.
Well, we worked with Ashley as well.
Yeah, Ashley's outstanding. We were loading up thousands and thousands of pounds of probably your produce, Rick's produce, and others into people that were hungry, didn't have jobs, didn't have foods, into the trunks of their car.
Exactly.
Thousands and thousands.
It is a truly moving moment when you give someone a box of food and they look at you, and these are not, these people were working.
People were making this symbol to me because
You
they
know,
couldn't open their window. because
This is
they're
another
afraid of
point that I will
infection.
make to you. We can give people a check, and that check can be spent wherever. They go to EBTs, they go to SNAP, they this and that. But when you give them the food, they take the food home and they cook with it. Baltimore County had a really good program, and they continued it, and they went through Essex. They worked with faith-based organizations, and it was distributed on a weekly basis. Classic Catering was another one that they put the product together. You know, it was a really good program, and you all should look back at it. And I presented that to the governor as well. If you have funding, you have people within the county, we have a facility, certainly we could be growing things on, you know, and that was the intent of that facility at one time. But we need the management to manage that. We need oversight on that. And all these are things that you have control of.
I'm going to make one more comment because I know the chair is going to give me the hook in just a second.
I really am.
Well, you have people that need to deal with the Inspector General.
Yeah,
and
exactly. But when we were loading cars, I was sharing the experience with a local engineer. His office is over in Woodlawn. And he said, you know, Izzy, you're really underperforming as a council member. You shouldn't be loading cars with produce and thousands of pounds. You should be doing bigger things. And I come to realize that local engineer, he was, what you have said, he's the I don't know and not me.
Well, I will give you one closing comment. I go to the farmer's market every week, and I was talking to someone, and I told him, I said, you know, the problem in society is we pay the wrong people the wrong amount of money. He said, what do you mean? I said, doctors and lawyers. And I don't mean to offend all the lawyers in here, but I said, the problem is they make a whole lot more money. I said, you need a farmer every day. You don't need a doctor, but every so often. You need a lawyer occasionally, but you have to eat every day. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. All right, Ms. Belka, and
Mr. Chairman,
next,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
before we move on, and I know we're moving on, in fact, we only have 57 more speakers left tonight. But before we move on, I just wanted to point out, because I think it bears mentioning for the benefit of everyone here who's listening, the council members, this is really step one, this bill. If passed, it would be step one. And what I mean is, if the bill passes, the council, it would go to the voters, and if the voters approve it, then there would be in the charter, as the bill indicates, a Department of Agriculture, and it would have those functions. But the bill itself is relatively brief, because that is how the charter sets up departments and offices. But it would necessitate in the future, after 2026, if and when this department was established by the voters, it would necessitate further legislation in the county code where other offices and departments are located in Article 3 of the county code under administrative services. That's where more meat is on the bone for all of the departments and offices in county government. So I think it bears mentioning, because people are probably understandably wondering why there isn't more about the Department of Agriculture in this bill, and that's exactly why it is, because this is really just setting it up, teeing it up for further legislation if we get to that point. So I just wanted to point that out.
All right.
Thank you,
sir.
Our next speaker is Brad Croner, followed by Joanna Winkler, who is on virtually.
All All right,
How
Chairman
are you,
Ortel.
sir?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good.
Good. For the record, Brad Croner, Legislative Officer for the administration, proud resident of the 6th District. I'll be brief tonight. I'm joined by Director Jonathan Sachs from Economic and Workforce Development. We wanted to talk tonight about Bill 4925. We appreciate the passion and the contributions shared by farmers in the room tonight. We really appreciate the intent of this legislation, and we look forward to continued conversations about how we support and promote agriculture in Baltimore County. We do have some questions and concerns just on the fiscal and operational side. And I'll let Director Sachs talk about the work we're doing in the Division of Agriculture within his Department of Economic and Workforce Development. As Secretary Bostwick was just discussing, it is important to note, before I get into it, that Bill 4925 does not prescribe any specific duties for a new Department of Agriculture. So currently, agriculture-related functions are currently completed through existing processes and staff. To give a quick preview or a summary of what the county does, the planning department manages agriculture preservation programs that have been recognized at the state and national level, with over 71,000 acres of land preserved in ag easements across the county. A couple months ago, we brought to you a resolution working to expand the Manor Rural Legacy Area and reaffirming our support for that state program. And of course, we created the Division of Agriculture within DOOD just 3 years ago. It did not exist 4 years ago, so it's something that we're continuing to invest in over the past couple years. On the fiscal side, assuming there is some reorganization of employees, transfers, backfills, reclassifications, you're probably looking at an initial hit of $208,000 to the general fund, but likely when it's all said and done, more than $500,000 to stand up a department. And that, of course, is subject to what duties and responsibilities are eventually added to this department. Say, for example, also positions are transferred from planning for like a agriculture preservation planner. Well, that person may also have responsibilities in the Department of Planning, so there would be a need to backfill that position in that department. And of course, this is a minimum bare bones estimate. And as you know, this would present constraints under the Spending Affordability Committee for the county's operating budget in the future. For all these, and as you know, the state and county face mounting fiscal challenges, so just be aware of the cost of this as we continue discussing. I can take any questions and talk more about that, but also want to give Director Sachs a moment to talk about his work.
Good evening again, Councilman. Thank you again for letting me share a little bit about this. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background and discuss our support for the agriculture industry in our department. We're really proud that we host the Division of Agriculture in our department. I get to work with many of the leaders you're hearing from tonight in the agriculture community. They've taught me a lot about the industry and its importance to Baltimore County. As Brad mentioned, in the FY24 budget, the county created a dedicated agriculture team that lives within DOOD. That team did not exist prior to 2023. And it has grown to a full-on division, and we treat it like a full-on division, led by our Chief of Agriculture and supported by 2 additional staff. The division is charged with serving as a resource for the agriculture industry, including providing support services for the agriculture community, promoting the future sustainability of the agriculture industry, providing regulatory, marketing, and technical assistance to farmers, which includes the interagency work group that we lead, serving as a liaison between the agriculture community and the county, and supporting agriculture, education, and outreach. And our team works hand in hand with the agriculture industry to support them and help them navigate county government. We meet regularly to talk about exactly the issues that these gentlemen were describing around different approvals living in different departments. And frankly, we do that for all industries. And the agriculture industry has some specialization, and we're able to support them. I wanted to just share a couple of success stories we've had as a division since its inception just over the last couple of years. We host a Buyer-Grower Connect event that connects farmers with wholesale buyers from local restaurants, hotels, and educational institutions. The inaugural event resulted in excess of $200,000 in pending contracts for local farms, and we plan to continue this great event each year. The division also launched the Greenhouse Incubator Program. So Councilman Ketch, if you go back, you'll see work happening in the greenhouse. This is a program that revitalized the Ag Center greenhouse for business incubation in greenhouse and horticulture sectors. The program prioritizes USDA recognized new and beginning, as well as historically underserved farmers looking to start a business in Baltimore County. This year, the Division of Agriculture also hosted a farmer fair at the Baltimore County Agricultural Center. This one-day event brought together county, state, and federal agricultural service providers and organizations. The fair served as a one-stop shop for farmers to update certifications and learn about local, state, and federal resources. Lastly, we are excited to share that the Division of Agriculture, as of about 6 weeks ago, is now fully staffed, and I have to just brag for a second. The staff we have are wonderful subject matter experts in the industry, and that with a full team we can keep up the momentum and build on the success that I've mentioned already. So thank you again for the opportunity to discuss our support for the agriculture community. We're very proud of our agriculture industry here in the county, and happy to answer any questions you might have about our current work.
Councilman Ketch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly am not criticizing what any of the county agencies have done. But, if you think about it, common sense tells you that economic and community development, that rec and parks, that other county agencies, their main emphasis is not agriculture. It just isn't. And I think that we've gotten to the point where agriculture is extremely important. You heard Mr. Albright talking about during the time of COVID, the organized effort to feed the people in Baltimore County. I was elected to the council in 2014, and I saw a ag center that wasn't being utilized as it was intended. And in fact, up until about a year ago, things continue to get worse and worse and worse. At one time, there was a group called the Mark Board, which was a group of farmers. What they did was they offered and promoted programs at the Ag Center for young people for the experiments of growing crops and things like that. They got so frustrated, they disbanded. The Mark Board is gone. And what a blow to Baltimore County, what a blow to the ag community. And I understand the concerns about the financial situation of the county. However, any administration can be creative. You don't need, you're talking about transferring positions from one agency to another. And if you have a situation where one person is in charge of something related to agriculture and then something related to, I don't know, training, workforce training, you can be creative and divide those jobs up accordingly. We're not talking about small county agencies. If we were talking about a county agency with one person or two, that's a whole different story. We're not talking about that. And I've been in government a long time. And to be honest with you, when I hear you're not here opposed, you're here undecided. I mean, that's how you've signed up, is undecided on this particular bill. And I challenge you to work with me to make this piece of legislation so you can support it. Now, as Tom said, all this bill does is creates a Department of Agriculture. That's it. It can't be in our county charter. It's like the Constitution of the United States. You don't have detailed directions in the Constitution or in the county charter. So you're not going to say in the county charter, well, the Soil Conservation District should be moved from here to there and all that kind. You don't do that. That is for future legislation. So, I think that we can do this. We have to do it. We have to do this. Besides the fact that northern Baltimore County and the crops and the food it provides, the water, important. We need to have an advocate for agriculture whose only job is agriculture, representing all the aspects of that department. And for instance, when we as a council go through the rezoning issue, it'd be great to have somebody from the Department of Agriculture who's well-versed on that issue to work with us. It just would be so beneficial. If we have something about, let's say, you shouldn't build this within so many feet of this building and that building on a farm, it'd be beneficial to have someone who's an expert in that area to advise us as to what to do. And, I'm sorry,
Councilman Ketch, we have
sorry.
a lot of speakers.
We do.
Councilman?
We really do. We really need to
So
move. We're hearing a lot of the same
yeah.
stuff over and over again here. I think everybody gets it.
If I may just be brief in closing, I know we've got a lot to do tonight. We're receptive to all the questions and the concerns raised tonight. Councilman Ketch, I'd be happy to meet with you to talk about the questions you've raised, including the Ag Center. We continue to have internal and external conversations about the use of that space. I think we have some updates that we can talk to you about coming up soon. But again, I just want to thank you all for bringing the legislation forward. We look forward to having a conversation. We do have those fiscal concerns about it. And also, I just want to thank everyone, the advocates who came out in support of this. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, as Councilman Ketch mentioned, you all aren't signed up in opposition. You did mention your concerns from a fiscal standpoint. It seems like a natural progression from 2021 all the way to now about the expansion of services for agriculture. So this is right in line with, I think, the organic nature of how this is compiled. So could you present for us before, after this hearing, what we're currently spending on all of these services related to agriculture? Because right now the fiscal note is $200,000 to $500,000 because of the hiring of one particular person or director to run it. But as the executive branch will execute this role, I mean, it's a consolidation. One, we're establishing it, but it's also consolidation of services under one department to serve our entire agricultural needs and community. So if you could provide that for us, because then we get a better look at what your concerns are related to the fiscal implications of.
Sure, I can share more information about the methodology we use to get to that point and to explain more about the fiscal impact going forward. But what is in the fiscal impact I sent to the council, it references transfers of positions, reclassifications, new positions.
Right.
If a new department is created, it will grow.
Yep, absolutely. I appreciate you all sending that. If you could just sort of, instead of me just adding it up, and missing something, if you could send us as the executive side, what you're currently spending related to all of these services that we're providing that will be consolidated or potentially consolidated under this new agency.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Anybody else before can we get to the next speaker, please? You guys, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chairman.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, council members.
Our next speaker is Joanna Winkler. Ms. Winkler?
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. My name's Joanna Winkler. Just so you know, I have a baby with me, so if you hear some funny sounds, that is why. She's also a big supporter of Baltimore County agriculture. I'm the co-owner of Good Dog Farm with my husband, Brian, who you heard speaking about this bill. We are a 25-acre certified naturally grown vegetable farm in Upper Co. I'm also a member of the Ag Land Preservation Advisory Board for the county. And additionally, I'm here today wearing my Future Harvest hat. I'm the director of the Beginner Farmer Training Program. Future Harvest is a nonprofit organization that offers educational programming for sustainable farmers. And my focus is, again, on beginning farmers. And we've collaborated with the Ag Center for many years and look forward to the possibility of increasing that collaboration once again. We have also faced difficulties with the current management of the facility not being able to schedule meetings or hold events. So yeah, you know, there's just so much potential with the farmland that could be, you know, it could serve as an incubator farm for new farmers seeking land access. The greenhouse incubation program, and then additionally, I don't think it's been mentioned yet, but there is a commercial kitchen space that is not, you know, currently, I think it's just not licensed properly. So that is another tremendous resource that is underutilized that people could use to launch their small food businesses in the county. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, but we are very much in support of the establishment of a division of agriculture, as well as an amendment that would transfer management of the facilities over to the Division of Agriculture. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Winkler. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is George Mayo, who is here in person, followed by Stephen Lafferty, who is also here in person.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayo. Thanks for hanging in here with us. There you go.
My name is George Mayo. I am an agriculturist in Baltimore County in the Glencoe area, but I've retired and had my fingers in a lot of pies. So as it goes, I really want to thank you all. I thank Councilman Koch and Marks for introducing this legislation. The initial recommendation from the Economic and Workforce Development Board was to establish a Department of Agriculture in Baltimore County, and with a lot of support from Councilman Koch and County Executive Olszewski. I personally was really excited that we had a foot in the door and had the Office of Agriculture proposed and see that start to grow and develop. And it's developed within the Economic and Workforce Development, an organization that really wasn't prepared. They didn't know how to deal with it, but we've been really lucky. The director, the deputy director, and the staff that they've put together have been incredibly supportive. But they just don't have the mechanisms to really follow through with a lot of the work that needs to be done to really make the division, what's now called the Division of Agriculture, really as functional as it should be, could be, and we'd like it to be. We really, well, I've got a few notes here, just as far as all of the delegate or all the folks that you represent. Every council district has agriculture production and people employed in agriculture in their districts. I think there are a lot of folks that think it's only District 3, and that's entirely false. Everybody has a role in this and have citizens that are employed there. Also, every citizen in the county should be understanding where their food's coming from, so the educational component is really important as well. when we made that first recommendation through the Economic Workforce Development Board, we really understood that there was this need for a Department of Agriculture, but we didn't really have the data. But now, with 2 years under their belt, the Office of Agriculture has really come up with an understanding that there are no fewer than 7 divisions within, 7 departments within the government agencies that are affecting and working with agriculture on a regular basis. And you can see how without putting all of that under one roof, there are a lot of inefficiencies. There's a lot of misinformation. The vocabulary in each of those agencies is very different, and they might be trying to say the same thing, but they're actually not saying the same thing. And from what I understand, it's actually been refreshing to have a representative join these other agencies in their meetings to really clarify and make this information relevant to them. So the establishment of a Department of Agriculture certainly will make that very important, make that transition, and I think everybody work much more effectively, efficiently, and your citizens will be much happier and better served. And that's it. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It's tough to follow the Albrights, I have to say.
Ms. Belcastro, your next speaker, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Christy Ottinger, who is online. Ms. Ottinger, you may begin your testimony.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss this today and chime in. My name is Christy Ottinger. I am a county resident and a farmer. My husband and I own and operate Kitchen Girl Farm in Parkton, Maryland. We've been farming in the county for 12 years now. I'm in great support of Bill 4925, which, as we know, establishes the Department of Agriculture in the county. As a county with a lot of farms and farmers, it is imperative that we have the resources and support that we need from within the county government. I'm also in support of the Baltimore County Agricultural Advisory Board's proposed recommendation that the Department of Ag serve as the stewards and directors of the County Ag Center. Again, talking about that. It's currently under the administration of Parks and Recs, which in my experience has not served the county's agricultural needs to the extent as it could. As a first-generation farmer in the county, starting from scratch here, not inheriting land or equipment, getting access to certain things to start a business and start a farm business in particular has been really challenging for us. And for many years, it was very frustrating to see the resources sitting there at the Ag Center that we weren't able to access, not for lack of trying and asking. I am actually one of the few farmers who utilizes the greenhouse at the site. If you see any plants in those photos you're passing around, they're probably mine. So that's through the current incubator program that does exist now. And just that single small program has saved my small farm tens of thousands of dollars in building a greenhouse on land that we only purchased a few years ago, or contract growing costs, which we used to do before we were able to actually use the greenhouse. So this is just one small success that has had a huge impact on our small business. The Ag Center has so many more resources that could be utilized by county farmers, many of which are incredibly difficult to access or obtain for young, beginner, and first-generation farmers. The cropland that's there that people have mentioned, the pasture, the barns, the equipment, the greenhouse, the commercial kitchen, they're all currently underutilized or not utilized at all for the benefit of sustaining our agricultural community in Baltimore County. The potential to offer the kind of support that's desperately needed for our county's farmers is sitting right under our noses, and we just need the will and support to make it happen. I believe that with the management of the Ag Center by the Department of Ag, our county could shine even more as an example and hub of thriving agriculture of many kinds. I believe there's a way forward in utilizing the Ag Center for the benefit of the farming community simultaneously with the wider public in collaboration with Parks and Rec. And thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Belcastro. I'm dying up here. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Willie White, who is here in person, followed by Megan Benjamin, who is also here in person.
Polluted water. Mr. White, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Good. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me. My name is Willie White, and I am the chairman of the Baltimore County Agricultural Advisory Board. And I have sent a letter to all of you, but some of the points I'll just summarize here tonight. The advisory board supports the creation of the Baltimore County Department of Agriculture. However, we recommend that the following provisions be added to ensure the department is launched with clarity, sustainability, and continuity. The first point being would be the transfer of the Baltimore County Center for Maryland Agriculture. The Center for Maryland Agriculture, including its property, farming operations, building management, staff, budgets, and programs, should be explicitly transferred under the new Department of Agriculture. This facility was established to serve as a hub for agricultural education, innovation, and stewardship, and its continued operation must reflect that original purpose as outlined in the Agricultural Center Master Plan. Second point would be staff integration and job security. We recommend that the bill include clear language to protect and fully integrate current staff from agencies such as the Division of Agriculture, Recreation and Parks, Planning, and any other county agency with oversight or operational responsibilities at the Ag Center. For over 15 years, staff assigned to the center have been spread across multiple departments, operating under different chains of command with separate budgets and often without a unified strategic vision. A number of agencies and organizations have managed the site in overlapping or disconnected ways, resulting in inefficiencies, gaps in coordination, and missed opportunities for growth and innovation. It's time to consolidate and realign those positions with a single mission-driven department that is purpose-built to manage agricultural operations. The third point is operational continuity. To ensure a seamless transition, a clearly defined strategy with stakeholder input should be outlined to preserve operational effectiveness and job security for affected personnel. A fourth point is the facility lease oversight and revenue allocation. As property management currently oversees the facility leases for co-located agencies within the center, we request clarification on how lease revenue will be managed and whether those funds will be allocated to support the new department's operations. And the final point is the contracted services. The current model of county managed contracts for landscaping and cleaning services has served the center well, and we support continuing this approach under the new department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bell, I think we have one speaker.
Final speaker is Megan Benjamin, who is here in person.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Evening.
Chairman and members of the council. I believe Director Lafferty was scheduled to speak, but he had to leave, so he did leave me his notes in the interest of time. I'll just say that a lot of what he had to speak on is very similar to what we heard from Mr. Croner and Director Sachs as far as the agency's responsibilities and fiscal matters as far as staffing and that kind of thing. So we will continue to work with them to provide you with what you need to look at this from that side of things. But I just wanted to, kind of throw out that as you look at this administration or at this legislation, I wanted you to just remind you how our department supports the agricultural community and agricultural preservation. Baltimore County has historically been a strong leader in agricultural preservation. We've been recognized state and nationally for our efforts. Baltimore County consistently ranks in the top 10 counties for nationally nationally for land preservation. The successful effort is built upon the county's growth management program, heavily tied to land use and our purpose as the Department of Planning, and support for agriculture industry and collaboration with the land preservation community. So I'll let Megan speak a little bit more, very briefly, about the land preservation program at our department.
So I will just add, Brad mentioned, but we've protected so far 72,000 acres of land perpetually through the different voluntary easement programs that are available to landowners. We do work closely with the ag community and our land preservation community, and our program has been certified with the state since the inception of the certification. We've been very efficient and successful in our land preservation efforts so far.
Thank you. All right. Any other that's it for 4925. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're going to move on to the appointment of Ms. Khadijah Walker to Baltimore County Inspector General. I know many of you are here for that. I think we have Ms. Pam Casemeyer to tee this up, or are you both coming up together? Okay, great, thank you.
Be okay on that side.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Pam Casemeyer. I'm the newly appointed Director of Government Affairs for Baltimore County. I've recently taken on this role, and aside from the issue tonight, I'm really looking forward to working with you going forward as we all strive to make Baltimore County government make sure the government is serving the needs of its residents and is in an open, honest, and very accountable manner. So I look forward to working with you. But I'm here today on behalf of the county executive to introduce her nominee for Inspector General to you, which is Ms. Khadijah Walker. Since your appointment of County Executive Klaus Meyer, she's been actively working to try to be sure that Baltimore County has the most qualified and competent people serving the county residents, not just as IG, but in general. And that's really why we're here tonight. As you all know, the role and responsibilities of the Inspector General are very critical to maintaining government integrity and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. So the county executive is committed to trying to bring before the council for your consideration the most qualified candidate to fill the role of Inspector General. Throughout this process, which you have been aware of, Ms. Khadijah Walker has really stood out as the most qualified candidate to elevate the Office of Inspector General and its activities. Ms. Walker has served more than 22 years in the federal Inspector General offices, including the EPA and USID. Her roles at EPA and USID included leading teams on both very high level and community-based, both audits and investigations, all with the goal of identifying and preventing fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. Her leadership, particularly in holding the federal government accountable in the wake of the Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi water crisis is particularly notable, we believe. So on behalf of the county executive, I'm pleased to be able to introduce you to Ms. Walker. We have full confidence in her abilities, her knowledge, her character, and her experience, and that she is the right candidate at the right time to elevate this office and enhance the culture of accountability and transparency through local government. We hope that as you learn more about her career, her character, and her credentials, you will agree that Ms. Walker is the right person to lead this critical role if she is given the chance. Thank you very much for your consideration, and at this point, I will turn it over to Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Casemeyer. Welcome, Ms. Walker. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Sorry to have you sit through such a long meeting. We're abbreviated in the summer, so often we get a pile of bills all at once.
I understand.
Can't spread them out as much in the summertime.
I understand.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me on the
Floor is
agenda
yours.
tonight. I appreciate it. Chairman, council members, and members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Khadija Walker, and I am honored to appear before you as a candidate for Inspector General of Baltimore County. This opportunity aligns closely with my career-long commitment to government integrity, accountability, and public service. My experience spans over 2 decades in federal oversight, including senior leadership roles at U.S. Agency for International Development, Office of Inspector General, and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Office of Inspector General. Throughout my career, I have led teams in conducting high-stakes audits and investigations to detect and prevent fraud, waste, and abuse and mismanagement, protecting taxpayer dollars, and restoring trust in government programs. I have led over 70 complex audits and investigations covering high-risk areas such as infrastructure, environmental safety, foreign assistance, cybersecurity, and international operations. At USAID OIG, I oversaw foreign aid oversight efforts across Africa, Asia, and conflict-affected regions, working closely with local communities and partners organizations to ensure U.S. assistance was being used appropriately and reaching intended recipients. This work included audits of financial and IT systems and resources, ensuring strong internal controls were in place to prevent mismanagement and cyber vulnerabilities. I helped design and assess these controls, uncover and recover misused funds, and enforced accountability in challenging operating environments. In this role, I oversaw millions of dollars in aid portfolios, ensuring transparency, compliance, and effectiveness across a wide range of international development programs. At EPA OIG, I led complex performance audits and investigations in communities across the U.S., including the high-profile cases of Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi, where I directed joint audits and coordinated investigations into systemic breakdowns in water quality oversight. I also conducted oversight of all environmental media, including Superfund cleanups, water systems, air quality enforcement, and earmark-funded infrastructure projects. In each of these areas and in countless other communities, I have worked directly with local governments, utilities, agency officials, and residents to ensure that findings were rooted in both regulatory fact and lived experience. These efforts shaped actionable recommendations and, in many cases, prompted operational policy reforms. In the course of my work, I have advised senior officials at all levels, including members of Congress, agency heads, governors, mayors, and local council members. I bring not only technical expertise, but the leadership and judgment needed to communicate clearly and credibly with decision makers. I have had the opportunity to speak with several Baltimore County council members. Thank you for your time, and I am grateful for your insights. Based on those discussions, I recognize the importance of oversight in areas such as permitting, code enforcement, housing, water quality, public contracting, and the broader process improvements to enhance your government efficiency. These are areas with real impact on constituents' daily lives, and I am ready to help strengthen oversight in all of them. I have a proven ability to identify risk, evaluate evidence, and reach conclusions based on facts. I believe that the role of the Inspector General is not only about detecting problems, but offering solutions rooted in evidence, driven by objectivity, and aimed at institutional improvement. If confirmed, I intend to set high standards for quality, objectivity, and professionalism across every aspect of the office's work. I fully meet and exceed the qualifications of this role. I hold a bachelor's degree in global policy studies and a master's in international development with a focus on economic and environmental sustainability. I have more than 20 years of experience in the Inspector General profession with a strong record of leading audits and investigations to identify fraud, waste, and abuse. I've managed large teams, shaped audit policy, and led oversight strategies that resulted in meaningful cost recoveries and operational improvements. I have led and managed teams ranging from 2 to 20 professionals and have supervised audit and investigation divisions from 5 to 120 staff. My work has spanned performance audits, financial reviews, inspections, real-time assessments, and emergency response. I am a proud member of the Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency, the Association of Government Accountants, and the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. As a testament to the quality of the impact of my work, I have been honored with 2 SIGI Audit Awards for Excellence over the course of my career. This is an annual award that is selected from nearly 400 submissions across more than 70 federal offices of Inspector General annually, recognizing the most outstanding and impactful audit work across the federal oversight community. Baltimore County's decision to establish its own Inspector General is both admirable and forward-looking. It reflects a bold commitment to transparency, good governance, and public trust. I see this as a powerful opportunity to bring my extensive IG experience from international foreign aid oversight to domestic environmental infrastructure to help build, strengthen, and advance this office for long-term success. If confirmed, my vision of the Inspector General is to institutionalize transparency, enforce high professional standards, and foster a culture of ethics in which staff are beyond reproach. The public deserves an office that is fair, fact-driven, and fearless in its pursuit of accountability, and I am ready to deliver on that promise. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Thank you so much for stepping forward to participate in the process. The Inspector General is an important position here in Baltimore County, one that provides a safeguard for the public interest. I, like my colleagues here, have always supported this office. We here in Baltimore County run a $5.2 billion government, serving nearly 856,000 residents, and it would be naive to think that the government of this size is free of waste or fraud. The public deserves an independent office that can promote accountability and improve government efficiency. Now more than ever, we have safeguarded the resources of our community, of our county. Now more than ever, we must be good stewards of every single dollar that taxpayers contribute to making this county a good place to live, work, and raise a family. I understand a lot of people have strong feelings about politics around this position. But let me remind everyone that Ms. Khadijah Walker is not a politician. She is a public servant. What we cannot do is allow politics to lead us to eclipse the responsibility we have to give this nominee before us a fair hearing. Khadijah Walker has had a distinguished career, including serving in the Office of the Inspector General for the EPA,
where her work included an examination of the EPA's response to the drinking water crisis in Flint, Michigan. Now, I understand some members of this council have other preferred candidates. Regardless of who you consider preordained for this role, all I ask is that we put politics aside for this hearing, give Ms. Khadijah Walker the respect she deserves, and allow her full consideration for the role. For those who say the employees with federal experience can't possibly know what it's like to work inside a county government, well, I think we can and should give Ms. Walker a chance to address that question. And I think we all know of officials who have moved from one level of government to another and are doing a great job, including some of our most recent county executives. The role of the county council is clear. As I have stated on numerous occasions, our job is to evaluate the candidate before us based on her strengths and background. I intend to do that, and I hope my colleagues will join me. Thank you very much, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Ms. Walker, it looks like you have some family here. You want to tell us who you have?
I do, actually. My husband is here, Cornelius Williams, and my sister, Dr. Kelly Ishmael, is here.
Great.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the members before we have, I know we have a lot of speakers, and Councilman Marks.
Thank you. Like you, I served in the federal government and appreciate your background. Can you elaborate again on how you think your federal experience would help you deal with local issues?
Sure. So even though my seat was on the federal level, most of my projects, evaluations focused on local level issues. As you know, federal dollars flow down to the local community. So like my experience with Flint, Michigan and Jackson, Mississippi, in Indian country, and various other local communities, I had to quickly come in and assess issues at the local level that impacted that community, as well as the issues that may trickle up to the federal government where they needed to solve problems that interacted with that community and interfaced with that community. So working in local communities is part and parcel of being part of a federal inspector general, and I feel I have extensive experience in that area that can be applied here.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ketch?
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having the opportunity to speak with you yesterday.
Likewise.
And I understand that your experience in the federal government, you've been the team leader frequently. Is that a true statement?
That's a true statement.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you ever been the head IG of a office?
No.
No. Okay. Will you then compare being a team leader to being in charge of the entire office, and how you would approach that?
So team leads generally are overseeing the day-to-day operations of a investigation or an evaluation or an audit. They usually supervise the teams that go out in the field, and they are responsible for collecting the information and amalgamating whatever evidence is collected to produce whatever the intended product is, a report or to hand over evidence to the investigations. That is very different from an IG themselves in several layers of difference in terms of supervision. An IG has the responsibility of culminating all of the projects and investigations and evaluations that are conducted into a cohesive plan of oversight. And the IG tends to coordinate with division heads to do this, set benchmarks on an annual basis to meet, and is also the spokesperson for the organization and talking about issues that were identified of mismanagement, abuse, or fraud during the course of any given period.
Do you, with being a team leader, were you ever in a position to evaluate a fellow IG?
Do you mean like a peer review?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I have participated in peer reviews on both ends. At the federal level, peer reviews are required every 3 years. And also peer reviews are required for all evaluations and investigations ongoing with an internal office. So on many occasions, I have had the opportunity to peer review or be a part of a peer review to ensure that work is conducted in accordance with standards, either auditing standards or investigative standards.
Now, who signs the evaluations? Is it the IG who signs them, the head IG, or would it be you as a team leader?
So it depends on the agency in whatever policy they decide, but it can be signed by the IG. Reports and investigations can be assigned by the IG. But in many instances, division heads can also sign.
Now, when you were in this position as leading a audit, did you work with the leader of the office when requests for audits came in, or calls about there's something wrong here and you should come in and take a look at it? Did you meet with your boss and to divide up the work with your other individuals who were team leaders?
Yeah, so if you're talking about hotlines, there usually is a process for that is set up internally by each individual IG outfit. So when hotlines come in, there's an assessment of whether there needs to be follow-up by discussing with the complainant what the concern is. And then there's a determination of whether we need to go further and corroborate the statement of the complainant and get more information, compile more evidence, maybe talk with community groups, or if that complaint needs to be handed over to investigations and further legal matters need to be addressed.
In the federal government, once a report is complete, I assume it's not released to the public right away. Is that would be a true statement or not?
There's an extensive review process to ensure standards are met and that no facts can be disputed. People can dispute about conclusions coming from those facts and whether they feel a different way, but the facts themselves cannot be disputed. And that's why we run through a rigorous peer review process internally, as well as a triannual peer review process conducted by outside and fellow OIGs.
Would you ever have a situation where you completed a report and that report ended up in somebody's drawer and just stayed there?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I would hope that the reports that I published were read. A lot of times reports also have a summation in the front, and we find that a lot of congressional staffers tend to use that summation to inform them about the issue. And then if they want to meet with us further, we can get into more detail.
So you are, you mentioned openness and transparency, which of course are key words for me.
Yes.
So, but Can you come up with a circumstance where you might not release the report?
If it's under investigation, we're talking about investigations, that information needs to be kept from, the public, for the protections of whomever is involved in the investigation, but also to ensure that the evidence is substantiated and the burden of proof is met. And then we would move into legal proceedings.
Well, sometimes you end up turning it over to the authorities.
Exactly.
And then they proceed, and you don't actually know what has happened.
Correct. There's a process after it turns over to the authorities, but our investigators would work hand in hand with them too.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Walker, welcome
Thank you.
to the chamber. And thank you for your 22 years of public service in the federal government. An extensive career by any measure. So I appreciate having the opportunity to talk with you today. And I know that we discussed a little bit about your past experience, and I know that Councilman Ketch also brought up some of your listed experience related to leading 5 audit divisions.
Yes.
And you had mentioned in your testimony what was the number of folks within those 5 divisions that you?
They ranged, at EPA, they ranged from 5 to about 30, and at USAID, it's up to 120.
And the things that you ended up investigating, or the team was investigating from those 5 divisions too, came from outside the department, inside the department, or from also leaders that were over top of you, asking you to investigate certain things?
All of the above. Yes. Inspector General work can be self-initiated. It can be initiated by outside complaints through a hotline. They can be requests coming from the oversight bodies. In my instance, it would have been Congress. So there's many avenues by which an inspectors general work can be generated. But I think it's important to expose to the public how those come about when we publish our products.
Right. And for a timeline, because we've obviously gotten the bio, and also it's been referenced about the Flint, Michigan response, or forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, EPA's response related to Flint, Michigan.
Correct.
Crisis in Jackson.
Correct.
You weren't in leading a division during that period, though, but you were in charge of investigating.
I was the project manager on that. So I was in charge of the day-to-day operations of that review and culminating the information from my teams, both audit and investigative teams regarding that review.
And then you were also deposed in?
I was deposed twice for the Flint trials, but by that time I was a division director.
Gotcha. Obviously, it's gotten national attention. I'm just interested in your experience related to finding out what was investigated, what then led to not just information, but also the mismanagement of that crisis.
Yeah.
What did you find in your experience with the other folks that you're working with? How did that influence your decision to move on, but also your experience in the federal government to then move up to another position to then?
Well, I'm passionate about improving government oversight, and the Flint, Michigan crisis was pivotal because we identified a number of issues related to the breakdown of communication between the 3 levels of government, and how that ultimately devastatingly impacted an entire community and contaminated their water. So it only put more vigor behind my already passionate goal of improving government. We ended up issuing 11 recommendations related to that crisis, all of which EPA has implemented. And a lot of those recommendations include having a system of elevation where citizen complaints would come in, but at the time of the Flint water crisis, there was no real action taken around complaints. So EPA instituted, per our recommendation, instituted a plan to address complaints, to increase communication between the state when it comes to compliance with water quality. There was a miscommunication And so having clear understanding of what the compliance requirements are and having frank conversations between the federal and state level was another recommendation that we put forward. All of these recommendations are publicly available.
Right. Thank you. And in your current role, and it mentioned in terms of the focus that the 5 divisions that you've been in charge of, one that concern financial oversight, which I think we're all familiar with, especially of late, but also mentioned information technology.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on the information technology aspect of the focus of the 5 departments?
Yeah. So currently I'm over 5 departments at USAID that include, the mandatory requirements of information technology reviews that are conducted annually, as well as financial statements. But for the Information Technology Division, we expanded our portfolio this year at my direction to look at vulnerabilities of overseas missions and the potentialities for bad actors to infiltrate IT systems in those missions. So we issued a series of reports relating to those vulnerabilities, which we're very proud of, actually.
Last question, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You studied abroad in Cairo, the University.
Yes, I did.
When was that, in your undergrad or your master's?
That was in my undergrad, yes.
Not to study abroad is an amazing opportunity. I got a chance to study abroad in Italy under the
Oh,
GI Bill.
lovely.
How, and eye-opening experience, one, because I've done it myself. For you, before leading into your career, what'd you take away from that experience?
That's a good question. I took away a lot. I think I took away my passion for working with local communities. And my focus in Cairo was in understanding political thought and international development. And a lot of my teachers were focused on those areas. So understanding the importance of understanding the local community and their issues, and also understanding how difficult it is to work in development, because there's all of these facets of society that go into developing a community, from water treatment to housing to education. There's a lot of factors involved, and it's important to take into consideration what the community needs and wants versus coming down and dictating to them what they should have.
Thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Walker. I appreciate you spending the time to meet with me this afternoon.
Thank you.
And I think Baltimore County's in a good position where we have women, very talented women that have been discussed about the Inspector General job. And I had a question that I wanted to ask you when we met earlier today, and I forgot to ask, but I'm going to ask you now. So in terms of the investigations you've done, and this goes beyond communication or poor performance, have you ever had to investigate an elected official for something like misuse of power, unethical practices, misuse of funding, any of that? Because that's some of the issues that we've come up with where they're really hardcore and it's local level. So we're really close to each other on that. And I'm just wondering if you've had that experience. Have you ever had to tackle that? I know you talked about Flint, Michigan, but
yeah,
was there any kind of, you mentioned the communication piece, but I was just trying to get a grasp on, because there's only 7 of us, and I guess in terms of the elected officials that are here, it's the county executive and us, right? And the rest are state electeds, right, Tom, Mr. Secretary?
I believe so, pretty much, yes.
So I guess the question is, have you had that experience of that kind of investigations?
Yeah. So at the federal IG level, we would not have investigated elected officials, but we would have definitely looked at senior executives that were appointed. So it's important that the facts are gathered delicately and behind the scenes before any of the evidence is exposed to the public when it comes to those types of things. Integrity is what the IG stands on, and if information is leaked out to the public before evidence is corroborated, it completely compromises the integrity of the entire investigation or allegation, for that matter. So evidence gathering should be meticulous. And my team of investigators, have established protocols to establish the burden of proof. If it needs to move into legal proceedings, either criminal or civil. So I have participated on those types of delicate matters, but never with elected officials per se.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Crandall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Ms. Walker.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here with us this evening. I've not had an opportunity to meet with you yet, and we'll be able to make that happen.
Sure.
But I did want to, maybe it's an elephant in the room, or I don't know, but you've stepped into a charged atmosphere.
Yes.
I'm sure you realize that, right?
Yes.
So we have 33 speakers tonight.
Okay.
12 support your nomination, 18 are against, and 3 undecided.
Okay.
Just so you know, I have no idea what any of these speakers are going to say or ask, but I don't imagine the chair is going to want a back and forth between you and one of our constituents that may raise some criticism, or unfounded or not, that has been in the press. I'm sure you're aware of some of those things. There's any number of articles, some I think more studied than others. But I wanted to give you the opportunity, so I don't know what anyone's going to say this evening, but I wanted to give you the opportunity, if you would like to take it, to address something that you'd like to address that has been said about you in the press.
I don't have anything I'd like to address. I actually have not been following the press as closely, just for peace of mind. But I've been told about some rumors, and most of them are not factual. So if you have a particular question, I'm happy to answer it.
I really don't want to bring up things that would be conjecture on my part. I don't think that's fair to you. I mean, there's one thing, okay, residency. Right, I think one or more of my colleagues have asked you about residency and living so far away from Baltimore County. So do you want to address that one? I mean, that one is factual.
That one is factual. Yes, I live in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Residency wasn't a requirement for the job. And I don't think it will interfere at all with me getting to work every day to work for the citizens of Baltimore County.
Rough commute.
It is.
Okay. Okay, well, I really don't have anything further. Like I said, I just wanted to give you the opportunity, if you wanted to address something that you were aware of, the microphone is yours. But I think, Chair, we've all spoken, so if Ms. Walker doesn't have anything, I guess I'll yield, turn it back to you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jones, it looks like you've got.
Yes, I want to help my good friend, Councilman Crandall out. So I want to make sure we get these things out. So, number one, is it required to be an attorney to be an IG?
No. IGs come from 3 different camps: audits, attorneys, or investigations. So whenever one is setting up an IG shop, if one of them come from a particular camp, you staff out accordingly. So these relationships are symbiotic in terms of investigations and audits and evaluations, and we all work together. So one of those three camps is suitable for IG.
Okay. Can you expand on how you interacted with local governments throughout your course as IG or team leader or any other capacity you've had?
So in the Flint, Michigan crisis, I particularly spoke with citizens that submitted hotline complaints that were unaddressed by the agency. We spoke with local officials that were involved in the decisions behind the water switch from into the using the Flint River. Spoke with the governor, the mayor, council members regarding the water crisis and how things unfolded. Also worked with state authorities in determining their decision-making role with Flint, Michigan. And I can even give more example of Jackson, Mississippi, where we had extensive conversations during our reviews and investigations with council members, the mayor, regarding the deterioration of the water facilities there in Jackson over time and the chronic implications that that had in terms from their budget and from the state legislature's budget.
Okay, do you know approximately how many people are in our Office of Inspector General?
It's my understanding there's about 12 FTE.
Okay, and you've supervised upward of how many?
120.
Okay, so I guess on a personal level, what would it mean for you personally to be appointed to this role?
This role gives me the opportunity to bring my extensive federal experience to a community that seems to have issues that I'm very passionate about as well. And as an appointed official, I think it's my duty to find out what is plaguing the community in terms of how the government is running and how we can make it better. The purpose of an IG is to improve government and to enhance accountability and to suss out fraud, waste, and abuse. And I can bring that experience from the federal level, and it's also something I'm very aligned and passionate about in working in communities. So I would bring passion, I would bring integrity, I would bring openness, communication, honesty, but most importantly, ideas that can improve Baltimore County.
Okay, that said, what would you do, say, within your first 90 days if you were confirmed? Or somewhere around there, 90 days, 60 days, I don't know.
I would do what I do whenever I come into a new role. I would conduct a climate assessment for myself, establish relationships with my staff, as well as all the division heads here in the department. And also talk to constituents to find out what issues are plaguing them and make determinations on possibilities for improvement. Then decide to conduct reviews, investigations, or audits, depending on what comes out of that. But climate assessment is important because from my experience in Cairo, I know the importance of understanding what the community needs and identifying that before one commences into any changes in governance.
Okay, and lastly, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, can you expand on the two awards you received for integrity and efficiency? Is that correct?
Yes, from the SIGI Council, I received 2 awards over the course of my career in audit excellence.
What is the SIGI Council?
SIGI is the Inspectors General Council on Integrity and Efficiency. That is the federal level IG oversight body. So over 70 federal inspectors general belong to that oversight body. And that oversight body also conducts the peer reviews for each Inspector General on the triannual basis. So the first award I received was in 2009, and that was related to the America Reinvestment and Recovery Act, reviews that I did of wastewater and drinking water facilities to ensure compliance with the new regulations that were coming out with that act, including the Davis-Bacon and the Buy America provisions. And I also received the award again in 2019 relating to my Flint, Michigan investigations and audits.
Okay, and so the name of that oversight body was?
The Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency.
So I know we've heard from, I'm trying to think of I don't know if it's an oversight body or a trade group, I'm not sure. We've heard from, do you know the different levels of organizations that the Inspector General respond to or work with or sign up to be members of?
Yes. So the three that I'm a member of, SIGI, as well as the Association of Government Accountants and the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. There's also the Association of Inspectors General. All of these associations are optional and for those who work in the IG community. And depending on your preference and whom you want to claim allegiance to, that's who you choose.
Okay, so does one of them operate off of best practices and another one has like regulations that people follow?
Yeah, so because inspectors general are required at the federal level and not required necessarily at the local level, we're established by law. So there are certain regulations that come from that law that the inspectors general at the federal level must follow. In terms of the state and local level, the state level would have, if they have an established IG, there would be a law and regulations associated. At the local level, that would have to be decided with the presiding bodies on the particulars of the Inspectors General office and the duties therein.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Everyone, any other questions before we move to the speakers? Okay. All right, so we're going to move to the speakers, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go past when you're ready.
Certainly. Our first speaker is Delegate Scott Phillips, who is here in person, followed by Senator Benjamin Brooks, who is on virtually.
Senator Brooks is on virtually. That's it. Good evening, delegate.
Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this really important issue. I must begin with a personal truth. I was initially hesitant to speak on this matter. As a matter of fact, many of my colleagues have opted not to speak for fear of political implications. But I'm convicted to speak truth to power. Oversight, in my view, should be quiet but powerful, a force for fairness, not fodder for public feuds. But after observing the continued controversy surrounding the Baltimore County Inspector General's office since its very creation, I now feel deeply compelled, both as a resident, as a professional, and as an elected official, to offer my perspective. Many members of the council announced how you would vote on this nominee even before speaking with her. This is disappointing that as my representatives, you would discount a recommendation before a fair hearing. As a matter of fact, one of your colleagues called this whole thing a mess. I ask you to consider my testimony and for some of you to reconsider your position. The recent discourse has been disheartening. What began as a mission to build integrity into our local government has morphed into a narrative of personalities over principles. The headlines are no longer about audits, accountability, or abuse of power. They're about who said what and to whom. That is not what this office was built for. I speak to you not just as one of your constituents, but someone who holds degrees in both accounting and law. Two fields central to the work of an inspector general. I've personally performed audits, managed investigations, and advised on matters requiring confidentiality, courage, and clarity. And from this background, I can confidently say the most effective inspector generals are those who are measured, methodical, and mission-driven, not those who seek a microphone. The public must be able to trust that the IG is working for the facts, not the flash. Unfortunately, in recent years, the focus has drifted. The office, rather than the outcomes, has become the story. That imbalance has damaged not only the reputation of the office, but the integrity of the oversight process itself. That is why I fully support what I call the reset. The reset proposed by the county executive through the nomination of Khadijah Walker. This nomination wasn't rushed. It wasn't reactive. It was the product of a more transparent, objective, and inclusive process than the one that was used to seat the office's first leader. It included a broader review of finalists, deeper engagement from professionals across disciplines, and a real effort to align the nominee's experience with the actual demands of the role. Let's not forget what those demands are. An IG is not a prosecutor. An IG does not seek convictions in court. The IG seeks truth in context, builds findings on evidence, and helps government agencies function more ethically, more efficiently, and more equitably. When criminal activity is suspected, it is referred because the IG's job is to inform, not indict. And in this role, qualifications like Khadijah Walker's matter. Over 2 decades of experience in federal IG offices, a career marked by nonpartisan oversight, not partisan entanglements, a record of conducting complex financial audits, compliance reviews, and evaluations in agencies responsible for billions of public dollars. And perhaps most importantly, distance from local political dynamics, which allows her to bring a fresh perspective and a neutral stance. These are not theoretical strengths. They are practical tools that can help restore public confidence in a role that was designed to serve, not star. We are not debating whether the office should exist. We all agree it must. What we are not debating is what kind of office we want to be. And in that discussion, I urge this body to look at the national standards that have governed IGs in federal service for decades. I think we can be informed. As the former DOJ and DOD Inspector General Glenn Flynn once wrote, an IG's work must rest on 7 principles: independence without isolation, fairness without favoritism, balance without bias, solutions without spectacle, timeliness without shortcuts, disciplines without drama, and above all else, service without seeking the spotlight. When those principles are applied with consistency and care, the office becomes what it was always meant to be, a quiet champion for good government. So today, I urge you to support this nominee, not because of politics, not because of preference, but because this is the moment to reset, refocus, and recommit to what this office should be. Let us restore the office of the Inspector General to one defined not by the drama it generates, but by the dignity it delivers. Let the IG be known for impartiality, not popularity, for purpose, not personality. Baltimore County deserves oversight that works in the background while protecting the public interest in the foreground. That is what this reset can bring. And for that reason, I'd really like you to seriously consider the nominee, Khadijah Walker. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, Delegate Phillips, thank you so much for taking the time to come here today. We certainly appreciate your very thoughtful comments. And I want to also thank you so much for your years of public service. So thank you so much to Baltimore County as well as the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And gentlemen, I'm about good government. Several pieces of legislation in my short time in Annapolis have all been about good government. So I understand your considerations and your concerns, but I really do believe we've kind of gotten off track. And you do have a mess on your hands, but you've got to figure out how to get us back on track.
Thank you, sir. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. Welcome, Delegate Phillips. Thank you for supporting good government. In 2021, there was an attempt to bring the Baltimore County Public Schools system under the Inspector General. It had bipartisan support, yet it failed. Would you support a similar type measure?
I would definitely review it and consider it. In some respects, I almost think that the school system should have its own IG. But that's another conversation. So how to get there, I am more than open to consider.
I hope you will support that because half of our budget goes to the school system. And that legislation had strong bipartisan support and it failed. And I think we would all agree that the state legislature could help us by passing a measure like that.
So Councilman, I don't disagree. What I will say, though, is one of the things that I think is missing, and I believe Ms. Walker kind of commented on it, the feds have a certain set of standards and requirements, almost a code of conduct. What we did not do in our office in setting this up is create a code of conduct, if you will, on how we would have our IGs engage. As you think about this, I would encourage you to consider that.
Of course. Thank you.
Any others? Okay. Thank you, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you.
Good seeing you. Thank you. All right, next up, Senator Brooks.
Senator Benjamin Brooks, who is on virtually. Senator Brooks, you may begin when you're ready.
Hey, hello, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I testify this evening not only as a state senator representing the 10th Legislative District here in Baltimore County, but also as someone who has long advocated for government accountability, transparency, and integrity. That's why I support County Executive Kathy Klossmar's appointment of Khadijah Walker as Inspector General. The IG role is vital. It ensures that public resources are used properly, that misconduct is investigated fairly, and that public trust in government is preserved. This isn't just about rooting out wrongdoing, it's about building systems to prevent it. County Executive Klossmar followed an open, competitive, and transparent process. She formed an independent selection panel that reviewed applications, interviewed candidates, and presented their recommendation. This was not a backroom deal. It was a good government process. What people of Baltimore County deserve. Ms. Walker brings with her decades of legal experience, ethical clarity, and public service. She has served as a prosecutor, a senior legal advisor, and a watchdog. She understands the responsibility and the weight of this office. She knows the importance of conducting investigations that are impartial, thorough, and insulated from politics. I also want to acknowledge the service of outgoing Inspector General Kelly Madigan. She helped stand up the office and showed the importance of independent oversight. But the end of a term is also a time for renewal. Appointing a new IG through an open process is not an attack on oversight. It's a reaffirmation of it. Let us not politicize this appointment. Let us instead affirm that the IG's role must continue with strength, independence, and professionalism. Ms. Walker is fully capable of carrying that torch forward. I urge Council to confirm her appointment. Baltimore County deserves an IG who is qualified, prepared, and committed to justice. In Ms. Walker, I believe the county executive has made a strong and credible choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Councilman Green.
Thank you so much, Senator Brooks. Again, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments and your service to the country and the service, as well as your service to the citizens of the state of Maryland and our community. And let me just also say that you have tremendous experience running your own accounting firm for many, many years. So I'm sure you can appreciate audits.
Indeed, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Brooks, thank you also for testifying. The same question I posed to Delegate Phillips. You were in the legislature when this bill came up in 2021. That would have allowed the Inspector General to look at the books of Baltimore County Public Schools. What are your thoughts on this now?
Well, what I'll do, I have to go back and look at the bill and see the reason why it failed and see what if those particular concerns can be addressed, and and see what type of support it got from both sides, and here again look and see why what was the main reason that the bill failed.
I think you're going to be a very key vote on the Senate delegation, and I would strongly encourage you to consider supporting the bill. So thank you very much.
You're quite welcomed.
Okay. Any others? Bill Castro, next speaker, please.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Jonathan Schwartz, who is here in person, followed by Stacy Rogers, who is on virtually.
How are you, Mr. Schwartz?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
Good seeing you.
Good to see you. So it's fun following my state senator and one of my state delegates. Members of the Baltimore County Council, my name is Jonathan Schwartz, and I'm a resident of the 2nd District, and I'm speaking tonight as a county resident. I have come to praise County Executive Klausmeier and her team for the professional way in which they have handled a personnel matter involving a Baltimore County employee. The county executive has appropriately engaged in a private process to fulfill her responsibility to name the person she believes would be the best Inspector General. She conducted it with dignity and in a manner that the whole council should be proud of. This position is not a lifetime appointment. I support proposed legislation to make this a one-term position. The council has the opportunity to set that precedent now and then codify it later. I want to praise the county executive for her choice of the highly qualified Khadijah Walker as her nominee for Inspector General. We've been incredibly impressed with what she's had to say tonight. The Association of Inspectors Generals recognizes the importance of someone with highly trained audit skills. If you go to their website, in order to become a certified Inspector General, the curriculum has a whole section titled Audit, Inspections, and Reviews. The various approaches to audits, the skills required to manage the audit function, the standards applicable to audits, the importance of internal and management controls to audits, the audit process and quality control. Clearly, these are all skills that Ms. Walker has demonstrated that she possesses. We do not need a persecutor or a prosecutor as Inspector General. I want an Inspector General who reads contracts, not phone transcripts and emails. If we need an investigator or a prosecutor, the state's attorney's office is right over there. They should handle any criminal complaints, not the Inspector General. The greatest gift that this county executive has given the council and this county is that she did not raise taxes in her budget. The fact that she is appointing someone with Ms. Walker's credentials shows that this administration shares this citizen's priority to focus on the finances of the county. That should be the #1 priority of this council, to ensure that our tax dollars are well spent and well protected. This council correctly and unanimously appointed Kathy Klausmeyer as county executive. This council praised the county executive for balancing a budget without tax increases. I call upon the county council to again support the county executive when she nominates a fiscal watchdog to be our Inspector General. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Mr. Schwartz, how are you? No, you're not going to want to respond to what I have to say anyway, because I already know the answer. You do realize that we have a county auditor.
But the county auditor, I worked with the county auditor for many years. Liz
I know
Irwin,
you did. That's
Liz
why
is
I knew
right
you
there,
had the
but
answer.
The county auditor is a different role than an Inspector General. And as you know, she serves the county council, Liz serves the county council, and is not in a completely different role in a completely different manner. I had the privilege of working with Lauren Smelkinson, her predecessor, for 7 years when I served as Councilwoman McGowan's chair of the council.
I kind of take umbrage with how you've characterized the current IG as a prosecutor. She's never prosecuted anyone. She's never prosecuted anyone. She's not a prosecutor.
Personnel cases that cannot be commented on that people who might differ with your opinion on that, but that's all HR matters that should not be discussed.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Councilman Crandall. IG don't prosecute anyone.
IG is not a prosecutor. If there's something criminal, it goes to the state attorney or to law enforcement.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Exactly.
If there is other malfeasance found that is not criminal, then they write a report.
Mr. Schwartz said that.
Yes.
Intimated that our current IG is acting as a.
Right. So
I prefer to have an IG who's an auditor, who's looking at and saving us tax dollars and protecting our budget. That's my personal preference. And you have the right as a council to make any decision you want.
Mr. Schwartz, this has nothing to do with the IG, but there are a couple people here, Delegate Phillips, Senator Brooks is on the phone. Councilman Marks brought up the IG IG for the school system. We talk about raising taxes. We are that close to raising taxes because we cannot continue to go down this road where our state legislature is not asking for enough money from the state, where we continue to have situations where we're wasting money or not know where money goes or spending money on things like the Ag Center where equipment's sitting there that we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for. And one of the reasons why we have the IG's office is to look at those things. And again, but I just wanted to take the personal privilege of warning the populace, since everyone's here that Baltimore County is very close to, we are at our budget limit. We don't have pools of money to spend on pools and all the other things we've been accused of over the last couple months. We need to get our house in order. We need to, and it's not that we're wasting and abusing the money, but we have we have more poverty than we've ever had in this county. We have a lot of infrastructure issues that need to be dealt with. And some of our electeds are living in the past where Baltimore County is not a rich jurisdiction, and we need to go to the state and ask for our fair share of the money. So I feel a little bit lectured sometimes by the legislature, but we all need to get to work. So that's all I'm saying.
Good news is the Speaker of the House is from Baltimore County. You should start with her.
I get it, but we need some more money. That's what I'm telling everyone.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, next up.
Our next speaker is Stacy Rogers, who is online. Ms. Rogers, whenever you're ready to begin.
She used to sit. She used to work here.
Bear with me one moment, Mr. Chair. Here's a funny thing. Ms. Rogers.
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Rogers. There were two people with the same phone number, and I happened to select the wrong one. Whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Chris? Okay. Good evening, Chairman and members of the council. I regret that I'm unable to be there in person because, you know, I would, but I am actually in Italy where it is 2 a.m. But I thought it important that I come forward to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak this evening in support of Ms. Khadijah Walker, nominee for the position of Baltimore County Inspector General. I want to speak briefly from an operational perspective regarding Ms. Walker's nomination and the work of an Inspector General. During my 30-year career as a public servant, I have had the honor of serving in executive leadership positions at the local, state, and federal levels and working with a number of inspectors general. And I was honored to spend 5 years working with the Office of the Inspector General in Baltimore County as it began to develop and was stood up. I strongly believe in this important work, and I believe I demonstrated that during my tenure. And also, I believe in the need for a professional working relationship between an administration and the Office of the Inspector General to complete its critical work in an effective manner. I acknowledge that there are times when parties may not always agree. Nonetheless, working cooperatively and professionally as possible to address the investigative findings and recommendations for improved operations and accountability, and to meet the expectations of the citizens that we serve, or you serve at this point. Throughout my career, I've had excellent working relationships with multiple inspectors general. Key components of those successful working relationships were developed and maintained with mutual respect, trust, and professionalism. These core interpersonal ingredients are essential to the work of an Inspector General's operation and the good of the organization. Key characteristics, if you look up the characteristics of an Inspector General, you will find these as well. It's integrity. An IG must demonstrate high ethical standards and honesty, ensuring actions and decisions are transparent and trustworthy. objectivity, the ability to remain unbiased and fair. The IG must evaluate processes and outcomes without personal or external influence. Communication and interpersonal skills. Professional, verbal, and written communications is critical to report and discuss findings without bias. An effective inspector general must blend technical, legal, operational, and interpersonal skills which are undergirded by ethical principles and integrity, which of course are the foundation of this work. I am confident that Ms. Walker will work in a professional and ethical manner, given her rich history in this field over the past 22 years. I would briefly like to talk about Ms. Walker's experience. We talked about the skills that and experiences that an inspector general should have. In my opinion, Ms. Walker is absolutely qualified for the position of inspector general. Reading Ms. Walker's background carefully, portions of her work, while initiated from a federal level, were local level issues. These investigations were complex matters. These experiences give Ms. Walker a level of expertise to be able to investigate and easily understand complex business processes in Baltimore County. As reflected in the qualifications for the IG position, experience or education in auditing, law, ethics, compliance, government operations, or financial management are all acceptable backgrounds for the position. Auditing, investigative, and analytical skills are core skill sets are used across these disciplines, and inspectors general come from these various disciplines. As Ms. Walker mentioned, she has been a member of the Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency for 22 years. She has led teams, worked with employees, and diverse communities. She is well prepared. Much has been done over the past 5 years with the Office of the Inspector General, and more work is needed. Based on my numerous professional experiences, I am confident that Ms. Walker is the Inspector General that Baltimore County needs to move forward at this point in time. Gentlemen, I urge you to carefully consider the needs of Baltimore County going forward and the skills, expertise, and integrity that Ms. Walker brings to the table. I have faith that you will, being the men of integrity that I know you to be, to consider Ms. Walker's skills, expertise, and experience as you move forward in the process. I thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in at 2 o'clock in the morning in Italy. So obviously you're certainly dedicated. And I also want to thank you so much for your dedicated service. I was just sitting here thinking you served on the federal level, the state level, and here with us on the local level. So thank you so much for your dedicated service, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Have fun in Italy.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Robin Campbell, who is here in person, followed by Cindy Sexton, who is also here in person.
Good. Is Sexton still here? Oh, there she is. Good evening, Mr. Campbell.
How you doing?
Good.
Gentlemen, thank you all for having this hearing. Councilman Koch, my councilman, nice to see you again. And hello to my neighbors, my fellow Baltimore County residents and voters. So I just want to say it's really disappointing that an interim county executive appointed as a placeholder suddenly takes action to replace a trusted public servant, widely respected, who successfully demonstrated her capacity to do her job well and fearlessly. It is also disturbing that the interim county executive has been unable to persuasively explain her action or to justify her ever-evolving process for choosing a nominee. Moving the goalposts again and again has cast doubt on her judgment and her honesty, and by extension, the honest operation of county government under her leadership. The media has reported that 3 Republicans on the council and Councilman Patoka have all vowed to support only the incumbent, Kelly Madigan. I thank you all for your principled commitment. To the remaining Democrats whose votes are undecided, in this time when our national government is in such turmoil, one longs for a democratic opposition that can demonstrate core competency, a local government that can deliver basic services with integrity. The county executive's failure to nominate Kelly Madigan, who has performed so superbly, undermines faith in our local government and will surely have consequences in the next election. I implore you to reject the interim county executive's nominee and vote only to reappoint Kelly Madigan. A final note, I just heard Ms. Walker, who seems like a lovely person, commit to a 3-hour daily commute. I worry about her work-life balance. I worry about her commitment to our county, which is a beautiful place to live. And maybe I worry about her judgment, but I also worry about her ability to do her job. She claims to want to know more about what matters to folks in Baltimore County. That will be hard to do, spending 3 hours every day in her car or by working remotely from another state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Sexton, how are you?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Cindy Sexton, TABCO President, here speaking on behalf of the TABCO Board of Directors, and whoever is the IG must have oversight into the Baltimore County school budget. The TABCO Board has grave concerns over the process that was used to bring forth Ms. Walker for the role of IG, as well as concerns that the current IG was not selected due to her investigations and findings. Anyone who serves in this or any similar role must be able to not only stand on the quality of their work, but the pillars of transparency and accountability. The process was not transparent. Our citizens and voters deserve better. In this time of fiscal uncertainty, accountability is paramount. You've heard me speak many times about budgets and what our educators and students deserve. This, of course, includes them as Baltimore County residents, but it's so much bigger. Make it transparent and open. Make it beyond reproach. Make it so no one needs to question how it was done or why. The process reeks of political and partisan meddling. It needs to stop. Instead of actions that make voters question the integrity of the council, show them by your actions that we can trust you, that you do represent what we want. We deserve nothing less. And because I won't be able to stay and speak on Bill 5025, the TABCO Board also supports that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton. Next speaker, Ms. Bell.
Our next speaker is Amy Adams, who is here in person, followed by Mary Taylor, who is also here in person.
Yes, Councilman Mark.
Hey, Ms. Sexton, I believe your term is ending, right? Thank you for your service.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Ms. Adams, how are you?
Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here as president of the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, which the IG does not have authority over the school system yet, but we are very much interested in legislation around that. I'm testifying this evening to call on each of the county council members to vote to uphold good governance, the law written in the current county charter, and best practices. I am sure that you will hear many similar statements, so I will keep mine short and to the point, and I will not lecture you. There has not been sufficient evidence provided to the public to explain why the current Inspector General has not been reappointed by the county executive for a second term. Even after the statement yesterday that was released, once again, not a live interview, just a statement, county executive is digging in this process. Our question, my question, why didn't County Executive Klossmeyer choose to reappoint an award-winning, seasoned lawyer who has 4 years of experience as our Inspector General, someone who built this office up and investigated? The previous county executive did not address this issue prior to his resignation to take a higher office in January. The newly anointed county executive reportedly did not respond to emails from the current IG in January prior to her term ending, or the follow-up emails in February. And despite being informed of the current IG's award in April, Ms. Klossmeyer notified her in May that her term was done and she would need to reapply to keep her job. Many watchdog groups have raised concerns about these circumstances of this appointment, including, and importantly, the National Association of Inspector Generals. Although the candidate under consideration for the position has a very impressive resume, I do not understand the county executive's repeated characterization that she is the most qualified candidate. The current Inspector General has 4 years in this very office, a law degree, experience as a prosecutor, although that's not her role in her current office. She was a deputy state prosecutor and was awarded the Crime Fighter of the Year award. She has written 37 reports and identified millions of dollars in savings for the taxpayers and residents of Baltimore County. I am here to encourage each of you to vote against the appointment of the county executive's candidate, not because the candidate is not qualified, but because of the process that got us to this point. Many of you acknowledge your support for Ms. Madigan, and I do appreciate that. We appreciate Mr. Patolka's proposed legislation for refining this process in the future, but actions speak louder than words, and the upcoming vote will show your commitment to transparent, legal, and trustworthy procedure as outlined in the Baltimore County Charter. The voters of Baltimore County are watching very closely. Thank you.
Next is Mary Taylor, who is here in person, followed by Sean McIntosh, who is also here in person.
Ms. Taylor, how are you?
Thank you. It's nice to be recognized. Good evening, council members. For the record, my name is Mary A. Taylor, and I serve as Executive Board Secretary for the League of Women Voters of Baltimore County. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of our organization this evening. The League strongly opposes the process recently used to reappoint the Baltimore County Inspector General. We urge this council to uphold a transparent, lawful, and trustworthy process as outlined in subsection 314-103 of the County Code. This comment reflects our response to the recent and controversial reappointment procedure initiated by the county executive, which has drawn concern for its lack of transparency, questionable adherence to legal requirements, and the troubling use of political influence over an office meant to operate independently. The League is a nonpartisan organization committed to promoting civic engagement and good governance. The Inspector General's role, identifying fraud, waste, and abuse, must remain free of outside influence and grounded in public trust. Let me be clear. This comment does not support or oppose any individual. It challenges a flawed process requiring a current eligible Inspector General to reapply as if it was a new appointment, is inconsistent with the law and undermines the office's independence. The county code states clearly that a qualified incumbent may be nominated by the executive and confirmed by this council without a new search process. Introducing unnecessary hurdles into the reappointment undermines trust and creates the appearance of political interference. The council has both the authority and the responsibility to ensure this process complies with the law and maintains public confidence. We urge you to consider legislation that will eliminate any ambiguity and protect the Inspector General's critical oversight function going forward. For these reasons, the League of Women Voters of Baltimore County firmly opposes the recent reappointment process for the Inspector General. We believe it lacked transparency, did not align with the legal framework outlined in the county code, and introduced unnecessary political influence into an office meant to function impartially. We respectfully urge the council to reject this flawed process and to take steps to protect and clarify future procedures to uphold public trust. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Todd. Councilman Crandall.
Ms. McIntosh, how are you?
Good evening, Council Chair Ertel and council members. My name is Sean McIntosh, and I'm a resident of Baltimore County, and I come before you today to express my deep concern over the proposed appointment of Khadijah Walker as the next Inspector General, and to strongly urge the council to reappoint Kelly Madigan, who has demonstrated unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and the public interest. If you cannot reappoint her, hold off on affirming anyone else until the end of her second term. The role of the Inspector General is not ceremonial. It is foundational to the health of our county government. The IG must be an independent voice with the courage and integrity to investigate wrongdoing, even when it is politically uncomfortable. Kelly Madigan has done exactly that. Under her leadership, the Office of Inspector General has opened more than 100 investigations into fraud, waste, and abuse, returned real value to taxpayers through uncovering inefficiencies and unethical practices, and most importantly, built public trust through fearless, apolitical oversight. Her work has been commended not just by residents, but by good governance experts throughout the country. Removing her now, when she has proven her effectiveness, sends a dangerous message that political interests outweigh performance and independence. The process that led to the nomination of Khadijah Walker has raised questions about transparency and motivation. The appointment appears to be a political maneuver rather than a merit-based decision. The public deserves an explanation as to why a qualified, effective incumbent IG would be replaced without cause, especially when the timing and context suggest retaliation or discomfort with the results of her work. This is not a critique of Ms. Walker's character or career. She seems amazing, frankly. But changing leadership in the absence of wrongdoing or performance concerns undermines the very independence the IG role is supposed to protect. It invites the perception that the Office of Inspector General is being politicized, something this council should be working to prevent, not facilitate. I'm actually frankly shocked that people accused the supporters of this as politicizing things, because we're not politicizing it. We are concerned that it has become politicized because of the lack of transparency in this process. We, the public, want an Inspector General who is not only qualified, but battle-tested and independent. Kelly Madigan has earned that trust. Removing her without clear justification risks eroding confidence in this office and sends a chilling message to voters that any oversight official who dares to hold power accountable. I respectfully urge the council to reconsider this appointment and reappoint Kelly Madigan to a second term as Inspector General. Her record speaks for itself. Let's not set a precedent that punishes competence and integrity. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh.
Our next
Next
speaker
up.
is Janet Anderson, who is here in person, followed by Jerry Withers, who is also here in person.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chairman Ortel and councilmen.
Ms. Anderson, sorry.
I'm Janet Anderson. I'm from Windsor Mill in District 1, and I speak in support of Khadijah Walker as the next Inspector General for Baltimore County. I believe Ms. Walker's hiring would bring stability to the office and a fresh perspective and an objective approach to get rid of county waste, fraud, and abuse. From her resume, she seems quite qualified and capable with the right mix of skills and experience to be impactful. And from her presentation, I'm even more convinced she would do an excellent job. To those who are picking apart her credentials and comparing her resume to others, I say shame on you. It's a strategic move, but it's very petty, and we don't need that. I wonder if the IG were someone that wasn't likable, who wasn't doing a great job, would we be in the same situation that's really devolving into divisiveness? In my opinion, this debate is rooted in fear of the unknown, a perceived loss of control and uncertainty about what might come to light under a new IG, possibly. I admit I don't quite understand all the nuances of the county code and charter and the process and all that, and it probably could have been a lot cleaner. It was a little messy, but I think it's time to move forward in the spirit and intent of the law. Why should County Executive Klaus Meyer have the right to nominate her own Inspector General? After all, every CEO, president, senior executive of an organization or business does so. They bring in their own team, they hire their own people. And in the process, some exceptional people are let go, sometimes at the peak of their careers, at the peak of their performance, and sometimes, quite frankly, there are collateral damage. That's how it is. Nothing is promised, no position is eternal, except those guys on the Supreme Court, maybe. Most folks go gracefully, and this doesn't seem to be the case. There's a lot of drama. At this point, with all the media interviews, commentary, social media posts, it's difficult for me to see how Kelly Madigan can move forward in an objective way. Will she not be influenced or swayed by the actions of those standing up for her, or feel a certain way about those who aren't? I don't agree with everything that the county exec has done. Some things I outright disagree with, but she is the county exec. You all selected her. Ms. Madigan has solid skills and has achieved some success during her 5-year tenure, and I think with her award-winning fraud-fighting skills, she'll do well in another organization. So in closing, I really urge you all to confirm Ms. Walker's nomination. We all had bosses that we felt we couldn't do without, and the grass was greener on the other side. The sun came out. So please be objective, be open-minded, and give Ms. Walker a chance to do good for county citizens. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, I guess want to take an up first, thank you for testifying, and more importantly, thank you so much for your years of service to your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Next is Jerry Withers, who is here in person, followed by Julie Henn, who is also here in person.
Mr. Withers, how are you?
Very good, Councilman. I want to thank you, Councilman, for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight on this subject matter. My name is Jerry Withers, and I've been a lifelong resident of Baltimore County my entire life. I live in Kingsville. I just want to express my views on the current Inspector General, Kelly Madigan. I support her 100%. As our Inspector General. She's done a fantastic job and will be very hard to find someone to fill her shoes. Catherine Klausmeier has made this very political and should have reappointed her on the spot. This is a no-brainer. The pushback to not reappoint her could be coming from several areas. A, Kathy Klausmeier's lack of understanding or care of the matter. B, former Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski and his current in-house retreads. Or C, from a councilman who was investigated twice by her. Kathy Klausmeier is not worthy of the title county executive because she has certainly not earned it. I am in favor of amending the Baltimore County Charter to establish an Inspector General Appointment Board. Thank you, Mr. Patoka. This is a phenomenal idea. Next year is an election year, and I will be analyzing how all of you councilmen vote on this issue. For heaven's sakes, do the right thing for your constituents and vote for Kelly Madigan, because Baltimore County needs her badly. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the matter this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Withers.
Okay.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Next speaker is Julie Henn, who is here in person, followed by John Knight, who is on virtually.
Ms. Henn, how are you?
Good evening, Chair Ertel, honorable council members. My name is Julie Henn. I'm speaking to you as an individual member of the Board of Education and not on behalf of the Board of Education. Thank you for your patience and persistence, not only this evening, but this past month, as you have faced enormous pressure and scrutiny from the public and administration regarding the future of the Office of the Inspector General. You did not ask to be thrust into the midst of such a contentious issue, and yet here we are. The questions I ask you to consider as we deliberate the future of the Inspector General appointment are these. What problem are we trying to solve? What pressing need is so urgent that Baltimore County must upend the newly created Office of the Inspector General, disrupting its ongoing investigative operations and dismissing its award-winning fraud fighter? What public interest is served by disposing the unique knowledge, skills, and abilities acquired by the current Inspector General through 5 years of stellar service to Baltimore County citizens? While it's a pleasure to speak before you this evening, perhaps not so late this evening, we did not need to be here. This is a process no one needed to undertake, a distraction from the real work of the council, and ironically, a waste of taxpayer resources. There are plenty of problems in need of solutions in Baltimore County. Council Chair Ertel mentioned several of those this evening. The current leadership of the Office of the Inspector General is not one of those. I ask you to respect the work of the office and the continuity of its operations by not considering a change in leadership at this time. Baltimore County is well positioned to expand the role of the office with its current leadership, and continuity is essential to move forward. In conclusion, I'd like to thank Councilman Marks for his support of expanding the role of the office to include Baltimore County Public Schools. While the board has not taken a position on that matter, I strongly support doing so and thank him for his leadership in that. I also like to thank Councilman Patoka for your introduction of Bill 5025. I signed up to speak on that this evening, but I'd like to make my remark now, if I may, given the hour, and if that's okay with you, Council Chair. And I strongly support that measure as well so that we don't find ourselves back in this position again. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Catch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ann. Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight, you are online and you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm not going to be on video. Okay, I wanted to, my name is John Knight and I'm from Parkville. I wanted to speak to the need to maintain Kelly Madigan as Inspector General. Ms. Madigan has performed with expertise and integrity. As has been noted in the public discourse, opening the process to other candidates when Madigan has been doing an outstanding job undercuts the process. We can point to the county voters who approved a charter amendment in 2024 to strengthen the IG's autonomy. This amendment was approved by voters who saw the possibilities for the IG under Madigan's leadership. The county has failed to provide a coherent explanation as to why her ouster grew to a top priority. None of the explanations seem reasonable, as has been noted by those with more legal expertise than I have. Elected officials and community advocates alike have described efforts to replace Madigan as creating unnecessary chaos. Continuity and structure fail to surface in government far too often. Kelly Madigan has continued to demonstrate these qualities through her tenure. I agree with the council's endorsement of her. The vote of the people needs to stand. We have the talent here. Let's nurture it and let it continue to flourish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Thomas Glancy, who is here in person, followed by Tuyoa Aldridge. I'm sorry if I mispronounced their name, who is on virtually.
Who? The other guy? He didn't say.
Good evening.
Mr. Glancy, how are you?
Good to be here. And thank you. I'm a retired attorney whose privilege it was to serve on the Blue Ribbon Commission on Ethics and Accountability in Government, which was tasked with making recommendations for legislative changes to more closely align the operations of the Office of Inspector General with national best practices. I come here tonight to urge the council to reject the appointment of Khadijah Walker to replace Kelly Madigan as IG. The Blue Ribbon Commission was afforded the opportunity to conduct extensive interviews with Ms. Madigan, as well as numerous other county representatives and employees, inspectors generals, and national experts. That process left me impressed with Ms. Madigan's efforts during the worst days of COVID to create and lead a watchdog agency where none had previously existed. I certainly learned nothing during those extensive hearings and the deliberations which followed that led me to question whether Ms. Madigan deserved reappointment at the conclusion of her term. And I note that since our work ended, Ms. Madigan has been named Fraud Fighter of the Year by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. And yet we find ourselves on the precipice of throwing away the invaluable institutional knowledge that Ms. Madigan has accumulated during her 5.5 years of service on the job. I also fear for the independence of the Office of Inspector General if Ms. Madigan is replaced, particularly through a process that the National Association of Inspectors General has rightly decried as deeply flawed. In the absence of any alternative explanation as to why Ms. Klausmauer found it advisable to replace Ms. Madigan, the most plausible one appears to be that in the course of her work, our Inspector General must have stepped on the wrong toes and made some powerful political enemies. Frankly, I would question how seriously an IG takes her mandate to root out fraud, waste, and abuse wherever she finds it without fear or favor if she failed to ruffle the feathers of powerful interests along the way. It is fair to ask what lessons Ms. Walker or any other candidate for the position will draw should Ms. Madigan be replaced, other than that there are certain investigations that must be avoided or issues that must be swept under the rug if the next IG wants to keep her job. And that is nothing more or less than a recipe for a weak and ineffectual office of Inspector General. Kelly Madigan has done excellent work, and she deserves to be reappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galancy.
Mr. Chair, I cannot find Ms. Aldridge. They were on earlier, but I'm not sure. Maybe they could not stay on for the entirety of the
Maybe she'll
meeting.
come back. She's in Hyattsville.
I'll keep on looking on the list. In the meantime, the next speaker is Danita Tolson, who is here in person, followed by Kim Stansberry, who is also here in person.
Ms. Tolson, how are you? Long night.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Tolson. I am the Baltimore County NAACP Unit 7010. I am before you to speak as the Baltimore County NAACP President and an individual. As I stated, I'm the Baltimore County NAACP President, and I'm representing the Baltimore County NAACP 7010 unit. We are in support of the county following an equitable, fair process that was put in place for the Inspector Generals previously. We are in support of justice, consistency, equality, and fairness. The IG qualification states that the individual must have at least a minimal bachelor's degree, 10 years of relevant experience in auditing, law, ethics, and compliance, or government operations. The qualification states experience in law, but does not state a law degree, which I already discussed. I also want to speak as an individual. I want to speak not as the Baltimore County NAACP president now, but as Dr. Danita Tolson, as a Black female. I understand what it feels like not to be given a fair process and share the story of so many Black, strong women who are not looked at to be qualified, but who are qualified. However, but wasn't given a fair process. It is clear Ms. Walker is highly qualified and has evidence of endless experience. I ask that you give her the opportunity that so many Black women were not given when they were highly qualified, overqualified, and worked over so many hours required than their counterparts, and were not recognized. She has met the qualifications that I stated for the role of the IG. Ms. Walker has a master's in international development, economic and environmental sustainability, a bachelor's in global policy, and she oversaw the audits of financial statements and information of the U.S. aid, and was an awardee of the Federal Council of Federal Council Inspectors, to name some of her accomplishments. She is well-rounded on conducting audits. I am deeply troubled that we are sitting here having discussions in 2025 about an African-American young lady who was highly qualified. Would we have the same discussions if she was Caucasian or a man? Her resume and experience speaks volumes. Our community needs to hold our officials accountable to follow the process. I strongly urge the council to follow the process. Ms. Walker applied, interviewed, and was chosen or nominated. We are asking for consistency and fairness in this process. Please look deep in your souls and uphold what is right and fair, and not sell your souls to injustice. Thank you.
Dr. Tolson, are you saying that we don't appoint African Americans in this county? I'd like you to tell me that, because
I'm going to answer that.
okay.
I'm saying to be fair, and I'm saying to follow the process.
I mean, do you know
That's
who
what
our
I'm
department
asking.
heads are?
That's what I'm asking as an individual, to follow the process. She was nominated, and that's what I'm asking, to follow the process.
Okay, but you just basically accused us of some kind of racism.
I asked you to follow the process because it doesn't look like the process is being followed now.
This is the process.
I'm just asking to follow the process. Because
Councilman Young.
was she not nominated?
She was nominated.
She was nominated. This is her hearing. I didn't hear myself or any of our colleagues say anything disparaging about her experience or character or anything like that. So she is going through the process. This is the nomination and vetting process.
Okay, well, I expect it to be fair, and I think other people or individual speakers has asked for the same thing. We are seeing the same thing out here. And I would say some of the questions, and I'm speaking as an individual, not as the NAACP president right now, but even some of the questions that was asked. If I was sitting in the chair as Ms. Walker, I would be kind of offended. She composed herself very well. I commend her. I really commend her very well.
Councilman Young.
So I
just don't like being accused of racism when
I didn't say
we
any
have
racism. You can take it
multiple African-American department heads and people in power, including our CAO, our superintendent, our HR director, our police chief, our fire chief, and then we're following a process, and you come in here blasting us, and it's obviously.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I never said racism.
Mr. Chairman,
I said follow the process.
You implied.
I never said racism. You said racism.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
said follow the process.
If I could just.
And be equitable. That's all I said.
Ms. Tolson, thank you for your perspective.
Thank you.
I just wanted to.
I appreciate you.
We all have different opinions. I personally didn't hear an accusation, but I heard a explanation of lived experience that has culminated to a point that this is my interpretation, is just expressing what she has seen and lived, while other folks that have been on the other side of this have done the same thing, expressed their lived experience through this entire process they don't agree with. I didn't hear an accusation. I know we can disagree on that. I heard her explaining her experience that has been present here, that other folks of color have not as someone that can say that, but just all I hear is an explanation of what she's experienced, just as I've heard from the folks on the other side of this. I just wanted to point that out and thank her for her perspective and what she's brought to this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Jones.
Dr. Tolson, again, I'll just thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service to our community as the NAACP president.
Mr. Chair.
Please, sorry.
Our next speaker is Kim Stansberry, followed by Kay Branch, who is on virtually.
I'm worked up too.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to ask that you do not confirm Khadijah Walker as the next Baltimore County Inspector General and that you support Kelly Madigan. Ms. Walker does not have the expertise or experience that Ms. Kelly Madigan does in regard to Baltimore County issues. Also, not being a resident of Baltimore County, those of you who know me know that I am very supportive of Baltimore County hiring people from Baltimore County. Also, the fact that Ms. Walker's former boss was involved in the selection process, it just reeks of a conflict of interest. Transparency, fairness, honesty, and integrity should be what Baltimore County is striving for. Ms. Madigan has done an exemplary job as IG. We owe her our continued support. We should consider ourselves very lucky to have an IG with Ms. Madigan's knowledge and skill set. She has proven herself not only to this council, but to the people of Baltimore County to be fair and independent. Baltimore County is in an unusual position right now. We have an interim county executive who was appointed but not elected by the people, and many residents feel that their say in the process has been diminished. Now is not the right time to make such large changes, like appointing a new inspector general. The number of people who rallied here today in support of Ms. Madigan should tell you that many of them want the same thing. I ask you again to do the right thing. Do not confirm Khadijah Walker, but continue to support Kelly Madigan. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Belfast.
Next speaker is Kay Branch, who is on virtually. Ms. Branch, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yep, I'm here. Give me 1 second. There we go. Gonna be able to see somewhat.
Oh, Miss.
I'll explain.
Okay.
It sure is. There we go. Good evening, council and everyone. I just first of all state that Ms. Tolson does not speak for me as an African-American woman. I did find that offensive, and if she knew Ms. Madigan, she would not have even brought up race. I do oppose appointment of Khadijah Walker. My issues with Baltimore County noncompliance has been with staff, not based on race. My name is Kentria Branch. I'm a current resident of District 2 and worked as Chief of Operations for Prevailing Wage and Local Hire Law, which investigated capital construction violations of prevailing wage and benefits to workers on capital construction contracts. Ms. Madigan and I worked on investigations in separate capacities for Baltimore County together. A reset is not necessary, but enforcement of the law by county leadership is needed now. To hear a lawmaker say they're hesitant to give their opinion is indicative of the fear most workers endure in Maryland, particularly Baltimore County, and it's a culture that has to stop. So why are we here doing this? Well, let me help you understand. Prior to my hiring in 2022, no compliance measures existed in Baltimore County, except for Ms. Madigan, who was not appointed until 2018. She has created what we have up to this point. So for decades, the county has operated as do as thou will. As IG, Ms. Madigan accepted several of my reports to investigate and set meetings to discuss reportings at the conclusion of my compliance investigations for prevailing wage and local hire. As a new role, Ms. Madigan has put in the work to establish the IG unit and has a full understanding of county needs. Ms. Madigan was always professional and listened to each detail I provided regarding my investigative findings to assess if further investigations were required. Ms. Madigan had several meetings concerning a couple of contracts that were potentially committing fraud in the county under the law I manage, which was prevailing wage, and both of those contractors have been disbarred in other jurisdictions. When Budget Director Kevin Reed and Rosetta Butler, his procurement chief, found out that I was reporting my findings to the IG as required by law and the county executive executive order, I was prohibited from attending an important meeting with the IG intake and restricted from speaking to the IG without permission. And I do have that in writing. This was a meeting to address a contract that was issued to a New Jersey contractor that was disbarred in Baltimore City. However, given a contract by DPW Director DeAndrea Walker, who is now the county CAO. CAO Walker ignored me for my emails for several emails in 2023 to reconsider giving a county contract to this contractor. Unfortunately, the restrictions placed on me to meet with the IG late last year caused the case to go cold. Ms. Madigan was very thorough in her approach and skills assessing reports submitted to her office. In many of my investigations for prevailing wage, I would also find contractors violations of MBE law. For the record, I am listed in the exhibits of Ms. Madigan's report as a reputable source regarding the budget office's county property management contract of a roofing company, report number 24-011. The county budget director allowed funding to this roofing company after my warnings not to do so and after knowing the company was disbarred in Baltimore City. The former CE's executive order was for all staff, including myself, to report fraud, waste, and abuse to the IG. In an abrupt meeting with the CAO, DeAndrea Walker, and OBF Director Kevin Reed, my unit was scolded to prevent any further compliance measures and reporting of these types to the IG. It was clear that CAO Walker, as former Director of Public Works, wanted to hide that she knew full disclosure about non-compliance issues, to include fraud by this particular roofer when I emailed the issue to Ms. Walker 2 years prior. She also wanted to cover up exposures by silencing me and ultimately targeting Ms. Madigan. The IG investigations were pulling back curtains inadvertently. However, I stand on the law and I'm not sorry for doing so. Ms. Madigan did everything in her authority to protect me for my reportings to her office so she could know more. I had to file the illegal order of my supervisor, who was Director Reed, and my boss, Rosetta Butler. As an experienced manager of government compliance, Ms. Madigan took my complaints of fraud, waste, and abuse very seriously, and she tried to protect my job and my mental health as the law required. The case, we never got an opportunity to meet again. And the DPWT contract that was assigned to do business and signed off on by Director Reed and DeAndrea Walker, who was the DPW director at that time, sent me an email titled KKK in an effort to intimidate my investigations of noncompliance. Instead of the county doing the right thing, the senior leadership scrambled to cover up that they had given another contract to this company, and they were in fact disbarred with Baltimore City. Ms. Madigan was the only one who showed concern and immediately intervened to ensure the contractor was not attempting to defraud the county. Councilman Jones, you were also investigated by Kelly Madigan for abuse of power, and it concerns me that Ms. Khadijah Walker has no experience on investigating elected officials. In Maryland, this is very important historically. The actions to remove Ms. Madigan is severely based on her doing an impeccable job with investigating fraud, waste, and abuse. That unfortunately exposed some that are sitting right here in this room. Ms. Madigan is not politically driven and does not seek personal attention. She submits a report visible to the community to expose unethical matters that the residents of Baltimore County and surrounding counties should be aware of so that they don't do business with them. This is what the county residents pay our taxes for, a watch person to protect our interests and expose corruption. The entire IG staff should be independent. Although Khadijah Walker, if you're still in the room, I'm sure you are an excellent person, an auditor with an excellent resume. I am so sorry that you have been drugged into this mess. Ms. Madigan does know what is going on right here in this county today and does not need 90 days to figure it out. There is no reason to release Ms. Madigan from her duties as county IG, and this process reeks of retaliation that I too have endured, and I'm sorry again that Ms. Walker has to be involved in this. Regardless of Ms. Walker's background, Baltimore County administration does not like compliance, and they will do anything to prevent it from being exposed. The county has to stop firing people to avoid exposure instead of just doing the right thing, which is following the law. At no time has there been a reason given for replacing Ms. Madigan, and I strongly oppose this new appointment and support to keep Ms. Madigan along with a new oversight board for appointment. And the only question that is literally something that she does not have to answer, Ms. Khadijah Walker, would you appreciate being removed as IG for no reason at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branch. Next speaker, Ms. Bel Castro.
Our next speaker is Dorothy Townsley, followed by Sarah Matthews, who is here in person.
Good evening, members of the County Council. Many believe we have had chaos in Washington created by the failure of Congress to use their power to deny unqualified appointments. A number of voters here in Baltimore County are afraid that we have a similar crisis with the county executive's selection of an inspector general. You, the county council, have the power to check the county executive to deny her recent choice of a new inspector general. You need to use this, and here's why. As we have heard many times this evening, the current and first Inspector General, Kelly Madigan, has done a superb job. She has shown integrity and a fearless approach to uncovering wrongdoing and fraud, even winning an award for her performance. She could and should be appointed to a second term. The interim Baltimore County Executive, Kathy Klausmeier, has bungled this IG selection process for several months before announcing an unacceptable nominee for Inspector General on July 24th. When I say unacceptable, I do not mean that Ms. Walker is not a magnificent candidate. She just doesn't fit what we need here, nor at this time is it appropriate to change the Inspector General. This would be like saying during World War II that we needed Winston Churchill instead of Franklin Roosevelt. Well, would Winston Churchill have had the qualifications to be an American president? Yes, he was magnificent, but it doesn't fit. And that's what we have here. The county executive appointed a selection panel to interview and recommend a choice from IG applicants that included Madigan. The panel appeared to have some folks with personal and/or backdoor connections to Walker, who was their final choice. Walker is touted to have, as we've heard, we know she's had a lot of experience, but most of her experience has been in auditing, and it's been at the federal level. She does not have strong experience to do the job in Baltimore County. For weeks, we have had many voters rallying and protesting the Klausmeier decision to deny Madigan a second term. And you know, there have been some speakers tonight who have implied that Madigan has stirred up the public outcry and made this political. That is false. It has been the voters, and the press has followed what the voters have been trying to do, which is write letters, protest, create rallies, because they are appalled at removing someone who is a proven fraud-fighting and trustworthy as Madigan has been. So you, the members of the County Council, need to stand up for democracy, to restore the people's faith in the integrity of Baltimore County government. And please vote no for Ms. Walker, even though she is a magnificently qualified person, just not what we need right now in this position as Inspector General. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Our next speaker is Sarah Matthews, followed by Dr. Takemia Dorsey, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Miss Matthews. Are you there?
Sarah Matthews.
Okay, if we can. Why don't we move on?
Ms. Matthews, are you there?
We can come back.
I want to comment, Mr. Chair. It is important when you register to speak that you put your last name on when you sign into the WebEx, because using just your first name makes it very difficult for me to find you. I'm going to move on to Dr. Dr. Dorsey.
Dr. Dorsey.
Oh, she's here. Okay. I thought she had originally signed up in person, but she is online. I'm watching the attendee list. Dr. Dorsey?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay. Councilman, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the Baltimore County Council, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Takemia Dorsey, and I appear before you today in capacity as President of the Randallstown Branch NAACP 7032B, speaking in unity with our Executive Committee and the communities we represent throughout Baltimore County. We submit this statement in firm support of the principles of due process, transparency, and ethical governance as outlined in 314-103 of the Baltimore County Code, which governs the appointment and oversight of the Inspector General. As one of the nation's oldest and most respected civil rights organizations, the NAACP, quote, is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic quality of rights of all people and to eliminate race-based discrimination. Our vision is to ensure a society in which all individuals have equal rights without discrimination based on race. These guiding principles shape our positions on this matter and compel us to defend the institutional structures that protect fairness, impartiality, and good governance. The role of the Inspector General is central to ensuring ethical conduct, independent oversight, and accountability within Baltimore County government. It is a role that demands personal integrity, professional competency, and political neutrality. And as such, the process by which the individual is appointed and overseen must have the same standards. Specifically, we support the following: an open and competitive appointment process. We call on the county executive and county council to conduct an open, inclusive, and rigorous search process, potentially involving recognized natural search firms to guarantee the best qualified individuals as identified and considered. This transparent approach would promote fairness, credibility, and public trust, especially among communities that have historically experienced marginalization and exclusion from such decision-making processes. Protection of civil liberties and candidate rights. All candidates under consideration for Inspector General must be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect, without regard to political affiliation or other bias. We categorically reject any form of retaliation, discrimination, or undue influence that compromises the liberty and civil rights of individuals seeking to serve the public in this critical oversight. We strongly fully support the existing statutory safeguards that ensure the Inspector General may only be removed for cause with a public hearing and supermajority approval of the County Council. These are not optional technicalities. They are structural protections that guard against political interference and ensure the office remains truly independent, objective, and committed to justice. After conducting a deep dive research request on due process for the Office of Inspector General, it has been founded and confirmed today that the current process for the appointment for the OG is based on a law years ago, supposedly changed, never made public, and goes against the current county charter. With that being discovered, the due process of the OG's office has been violated in comparison to the current county charter. That is a concern. We wish the clarification was made known earlier of the process following an old law supposedly changed but was never made public. However, that clarification would not provide justification of the current process in violation of one's due process, which is why we're here. Let us be clear. The integrity for the Office of the Inspector General is only as strong as the process that protects it. We do not advocate on behalf of any individual, any party, or agenda. We advocate for the enduring principles of justice, accountability, and transparency that uphold our democracy and empower our communities. In closing, the Randallstown NAACP Branch 7032 reaffirms its unwavering commitment to good governance and civil rights and urges the Baltimore County Council to ensure that no corner is cut, no process is diluted, and no voice is silenced in this matter of great public significance. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this statement on behalf of our branch and the constituents we proudly serve. And I yield back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorsey. Always good seeing you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Dorsey, for your service to our community. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Linda Semeski, who is on virtually. Ms. Semeski, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
My name is Linda Semeski, and I live in District 4. I have my MBA from Duke, and I have significant experience in planning, financial audits, and organizational design. I've reviewed the credentials of Ms. Walker and IG Madigan for the position of IG, and I cannot believe that a reasonable person would consider Ms. Walker to be the more qualified applicant, even though she has significantly amazing credentials. Based upon their LinkedIn profiles, I have summarized their credentials as follows. Ms. Madigan's credentials: 5 years, 7 months as IG since 2020, Executive Director of the Ethics Commission, 3 years, 7 months, Acting State Prosecutor, Deputy State Prosecutor, and Senior Assistant State Prosecutor, Assistant State's Attorney for Baltimore City, 10 years, 11 months, Education, University of Baltimore School of Law, Michigan, Bachelor's in History. Ms. Walker's credentials: 20 years with a federal agency, the EPA, the highest position as a program analyst. Education: 20 hours, the American University in Cairo, irrelevant coursework, African development, cultural anthropology, Arabic, international development, Arabic political thought. 120 semester hours in global policy studies, political science, international politics, micro and macroeconomics, statistics, econometrics, women and gender, topics in African American literature. Master's in international development, 48 hours, micro and macroeconomics, development economics, quantitative methods, policy analysis, GIS, women in development, Middle East studies, Arab-Israeli conflict, proposal writing, non-governmental organizations, and civil society. Not one course in law, but many in Arabic and international development, federal experience with one agency as an analyst, none of them relevant to local governments and the diverse community that is Baltimore County. It is my understanding that not one involves work with law enforcement, nor was she an IG in any of her job capacities. We heard, and then when we go to the description on LinkedIn of her experience, it states program analyst, July 2003 to present, 22 years, 1 month. Conduct performance audits of national environmental programs administered and funded by the EPA. Develop audit objectives, designed audit methodology, and conducted analysis and fieldwork to assess the costs and impact of national environmental programs and issues. Conduct and ensured that work was performed in compliance with professional audit standards and Inspector General audit policies and procedures, specifically by reviewing, analyzing, and extracting pertinent data from files and reports for the purpose of developing findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Routinely present assignment, progress, and results to internal and external stakeholders. Produce reports in response to congressional requests concerning the efficiency and effectiveness of EPA programs and their usage of taxpayer dollars, highlighting EPA challenges and suggestions for improvement in public management. I believe there is confusion. Ms. Walker was not an IG, and though she was part of the Council of the Inspector General on Integrity Efficiency, you do not have to be an IG to be part of that committee. And I kind of feel personally that it's the equivalent of saying, I'm a really great detective, now I'm qualified to be chief of police. Yes, she's a good investigator. Yes, she was a good program analyst, but I do not believe she's qualified to be an IG in charge of Baltimore County, especially since it's not just 3.5 hours. I Googled it and it's 4 hours each way to Fredericksburg, 2 hours each way, a total of 4 hours a day to go to Fredericksburg, Virginia. And why someone who isn't at least from Maryland, let alone Baltimore County, is being selected is offensive. I consider Ms. Klausmeyer's selection process to be the perfect example of waste and abuse of power that the IG position was created to prevent. Ms. Klausmeyer has wasted valuable Baltimore County resources looking for a better IG nationwide when she already had the best in that position with the right to reappointment. Instead of reappointing IG Madigan, Ms. Klausmeyer has embroiled the county government in controversy and wasted time and monies conducting searches and interviews that were completely unnecessary and politically motivated. Quite simply, IG Madigan is the most qualified. We need someone familiar with Baltimore County, its people, and the laws and regulations of both Baltimore County and the state. Someone who has an experienced working relationship with law enforcement and other agencies within the county, and who has a vested interest in our community. Someone that we want IG Madigan to continue her award-winning protection of Baltimore County residents against government abuses of Baltimore County Code and state and federal law, an advocate for the people of Baltimore County who will stop the overreach of government and any legal fraud and abuse. We request that the Baltimore County Council stand firm and follow its directive to represent the people of Baltimore County. Do not allow one person who was not elected, who was appointed for 1 year and is possibly motivated by her own self-interest to undermine the position of Inspector General of Baltimore County. Vote no for Ms. Klausmeyer's attempt to hijack IG Madigan's right to be Inspector General by substituting a lesser qualified candidate. Vote no for any nominee except IG Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Next
Our next
speaker.
speaker is, registered speaker was Brendan Mulder. Mr. Mulder does not seem to be on the meeting any longer. Okay. After that was Rhonda Vincent. Ms. Vincent does not appear to be on the meeting virtually either. So I'm going to go on to Sharonda Hoffman, who is online.
Ms. Hoffman.
Ms. Hoffman?
Okay, figured it out. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I had to leave you, but have to cook. But good evening again, council members. I want the best for this county. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I want the best for this county. I want the best for the county executive, IG Madigan and Walker. Over the past few weeks, I've been engaged with a range of perspectives regarding this issue. This helped shape and change some of my remarks tonight. I'm asking the council to actually hold a public hearing with participation from the administration and human resources so the public can understand this nomination process and the conflicting information that has been shared. The council has subpoena power and can procure the necessary records to make an informed decision. Ms. Branch made some allegations that can be easily confirmed confidentially. Both of us have faced retaliation when exposing bad actors in government. If there is uneasiness about Ms. Walker replacing Ms. Madigan or continuing Ms. Madigan as a holdover, you do have the opportunity to table this appointment until you get more answers from the administration. In moments like this, the stakes aren't just about one appointment. As a constituent, I'm concerned about the public confidence in the integrity and fairness. First, we have the redistricting map, not on the ballot, the county executive appointment process, and now this. I urge this council to lead with transparency and courage, even if the county executive is not. I find myself asking, what changed with our county executive? Senator Klotzmauer was once a responsible and well-informed legislator. Today, I worry that poor advice has brought us into another avoidable controversy. Still, I come with humility. I always ask for grace when I make a mistake, and I want to extend that same grace to others. I have deep respect for IG Cummings. She supported me and my coworkers through one of the most difficult periods in my career. I've consistently advocated for stronger independence for both the city and county IG offices. That being said, I do understand that the county executive has the legal authority to nominate a new inspector general. After speaking with someone at USAID, I heard only positive things about Ms. Walker. Though she would be new to the county oversight work, I do thank Ms. Walker for her willingness to serve Baltimore County. I understand what it means to be in a role where your title doesn't always capture all of the responsibilities you carry. I'm not a lawyer, but I manage legal obligations daily with seriousness and integrity. So this isn't about Ms. Walker's qualifications. It's about truth and process. The public hasn't been clear on what the explanation is, why there is going to be a change. If the change is a personnel matter, then say it plainly. But the administration should not obscure the facts or mislead the council. Council members, I urge you to ask the administration directly, why is this change being made? The Office of Inspector General cannot investigate this decision. It's up to you. I only have one concern about the IG's office. I am concerned about the SBA Office of Inspector General reports that were generated in which it appears that the county led the investigation of the police, fire, and corrections personnel regarding PPP loans. As a former union steward, I believe we must strike a balance between honoring federal oversight and protecting the due process rights of county employees. Bottom line, there's always room for improvement, including this process, and I urge you to have another hearing, and if necessary, delay the vote.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next registered speaker was Joanne Antoine, and I just wanted to note that Ms. Antoine reached out to me during the meeting. She could not stay on, but wanted to let you know that she will be emailing in her comments, and I will forward those to the council members.
Great.
Our next speaker is Peter Richkis, who is here in person.
Ms. Richkis. You needed that hat earlier. Now it's not so sunny.
It's a moonlit.
We started in the light. Now we're in the dark.
Good evening. And before I start my remarks, I would like to just say a couple of things logistically wise. And that is, it's really a disservice to people who testify virtually that you are losing a part of their testimony when the buzzer goes off and no one can understand what people are saying. So I'm sure there's a technology fix for that.
I think it's keeping your comments within 3 minutes.
And I have not been a good steward of cutting people off. And I feel guilty because everybody's been here so long. I feel like they should get their 2 cents.
I can appreciate all that. And according to my word count, mine is less than 3 minutes. And you have let people go on longer. So the fairness aspect is to treat everybody fairly, however that works out. Good evening again, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, my name is Peter Richkus, and I live in Towson. And most people have already heard that I worked in state government for a number of years. I ran a state agency with 800 people, blah, blah, blah. And that I had a 20-plus year career in the private sector. At the end, I was a senior vice president of a mid-sized international planning and design and construction management firm. But what I don't always bring up, but I am this evening, is that I also served on the Baltimore County Blue Ribbon Procurement Reform Commission. So I had plenty of opportunity over a year working with some wonderful fellow members to take a deep dive into Baltimore County and to identify problem areas that were open to and or rife with waste, fraud, and abuse. Our Blue Ribbon Commission made a number of recommendations. Some of them were implemented, but not all. So there is plenty of room for improvement. The people that we talked to included many county employees, and we took a survey as a Blue Ribbon Commission. But what I know from talking with county employees and what I saw in that survey were two different things, and that's because Baltimore County has intimidated its employees, just as the county executive has tried to intimidate the Inspector General. The message, I'm very sorry to say, of how this matter has been handled is don't cross the powers that be, or we will retaliate. That's why people across the political spectrum have come together. It's not just Democrats, it's not just Republicans, but it's a bipartisan coalition. The outrage is real, and it's somewhat disturbing to hear elected officials want to discount the voice of the public. The public is even more frustrated that we cannot appeal to the county executive. She's not beholden to us. She wasn't elected. We did vote for you all, and the cry of the public, the cry of good governance organizations like Common Cause and others, the League of Women Voters of Baltimore County, these are not biased organizations. These are people who dedicate themselves on a nonpartisan basis to improving government and protecting people's rights. I urge the council to do whatever you need to do to bypass this nomination. The statements and the changing goalposts, as one of the previous speakers said, has totally undermined the credibility of the process. And it's further underscored by the claim of the county executive that Ms. Walker, her stellar resume notwithstanding, is a better candidate and more suited to this position here and now than the award-winning Inspector General that we have, Kelly Madigan. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Richkus. Thank you, sir.
One comment. There are trendsetters and there's followers. And Ms. Richkus, with that hat, we know you're a trendsetter. You hear that, Mr. Boswick? Mr. Boswick?
The last thing I need is to be investigated by the Inspector General.
Okay, next speaker, Ms. Beltran.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Sarah Matthews.
She's on here twice.
I know I called her once, but apparently she's been waiting, but there's only one person with the name Sarah on the list with no last name, so I'm going to call again. Ms. Matthews, are you there?
Start the clock, and then if we can't get her in 3 minutes.
Ms. Matthews?
You're muted. Matthew.
No, she's not muted. Okay. Yeah, no. Maybe she needs to log off and log back on. I will, in the meantime, I will leave her on the panelist list, but I will mute her, and I will go to the next speaker, who is Brooks Morales, who is here in person.
There's a Jennifer Bialock.
Nope, she emailed and said that she had to leave.
Okay.
Oh, she didn't have to leave. She declined to testify on this item, but she's testifying on Bill 50. My apologies.
Okay.
No, we're not to that item yet, sorry. Brooks Morales isn't here. So I will move on to, bear with me one moment. Norris Burrell, who is also not online, but they registered to be online. And the next speaker after that is Claire Landers, who is here in person. Is Ms. Landers still here?
Ms. Landers. Thank you for hanging in there.
Hello, council members. My name is Claire Landers. I'm a steadfast, patient Baltimore County resident. I do not know nor have ever met Inspector Kelly Madigan. But over recent years, I've become very familiar with her work product through her results, and just wow. She has clawed back and saved this county millions of dollars. And we've talked a lot about not having enough money today. And that's money that comes from our taxpayer pockets. Frankly, this dedicated, hardworking public servant should be receiving a commendation from the council today. Instead, she is on the verge of being pushed out of her position without cause or explanation. To comply with that outcome undermines the confidence county residents have in their political leaders to ensure that you all believe good government is a priority. Inspector Madigan has demonstrated she is supremely qualified and highly effective in bringing accountability and transparency we have long needed within Baltimore County government. Her credentials are unassailable. She has received the highest accolades and affirmation from professionals in her field. And her background and experience have provided exemplary preparation to achieve results. Until she came on board, our county employees had no other safe, confidential, effective recourse to report their on-the-job concerns without fear of exposure and or job retaliation. I have spoken with one who described the relief they had when first stepping into the IG's office and the subsequent care, discretion, and professionalism with which IG Madigan processed that report. And we heard directly from another employee tonight, Ms. Kay Branch. Her testimony alone should seal the deal for reappointing IG Madigan. In short, Madigan's done not just a good job, but a great job, and is ready tomorrow to continue moving forward in that work. Refreshingly, in this era of bitter, hyperpartisan politics, several of you, both Republicans and Democrats, have declared that they favor reappointing I.G. Madigan. That's so heartening because it demonstrates a commitment to greater public transparency and accountability can be bipartisan and strong. And also, at a time when Americans' faith that their political leaders will make good on their word is at an all-time low. Please show the county voters that close to home at least, they can count on you. As you deliberate in the days ahead, I urge you to stay firm, follow through, and do right by the taxpayers of this county and vote to reappoint Kelly Madigan as Inspector General. The people of this county will and are indeed watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landers.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to give Sarah Matthews one more chance. We also have someone on here with the initials SM. Let me see if I can, it won't even let me pull it up.
Is Janet Miller here?
I've searched her, and apparently she is online, but I only have an SM and a Sarah, and both of them I've tried to bring, and there's nobody there. So let me go on to the next speaker, Janet Miller, who is here in person, followed by Linda Dorsey Walker, who I believe is here in person as well.
There we go. Ms. Miller, the floor is yours.
Wow, I didn't expect to get up here. Gentlemen, I appreciate your time being here this evening, and I would like to discuss the bill 5025, if I may, first, because I have a question about some of the language that's in it. I know that you're doing a change to the Baltimore County Charter, and I applaud you for that. And I noticed in paragraph 13, you're requiring that anyone that wants to be on the board for appointment of the Inspector General is required to be a Baltimore County resident. I thought it's rather ironic because I remember a report 22005, and that was when a council person had a residency problem. And one of the recommendations was that the county council should consider updating the language in the county charter to be consistent with other jurisdictions. And I'm questioning, has that been done, particularly if we're expanding the council?
Nope.
Is that going to be done?
It has not been done.
I think it should be. I'm just raising that as an issue. And perhaps we should also consider that anyone that is going to be named to a board be residing in Baltimore County. We do get resident again coming up because I think we've had issues that is not taking place in a timely fashion. They're not moving within 30 days. A year later, they're still not within the area. And I know that a number of you have been cited by Inspector General Madigan. And I know that you are also, this is your legacy tonight, because you are not going to hold any of that against the individual. It's the position that was doing it, and it's all gone by. There's been many millions of dollars that were saved in securities and fees from improperly waived developers' fees. And I believe a lot of that was exposed because now you've got county employees that have faith in their security. They have an inspector general that doesn't care who is being reported. And Madigan is the one. She's the one that takes everyone to task if it's deserved. And those fees, while the report on that was 2013, it looks like it wasn't addressed until the bill was enacted and effective August 29th of 2022, which was 2 years later. So while accountability is the position, she doesn't have the guidelines to enforce it or, as they send people to jail. But you gentlemen sitting here tonight do have that accountability. You do have that legacy. And I believe that you should confirm. The candidate Walker is very qualified. Oh, and I apologize. One other thing you do need to have an advisory position, not just 7 board members. And the advisory position should be either the prior inspector general or someone with an inspector general position. And the reason for that is there are many different fine lines between different position titles and names. And only by asking very specific questions and hearing the actual answers are you going to know whether or not someone is qualified. I recall in a position, I was an examiner and I was in a class and everyone else was a vice president. They were auditors, they were this, they were that. And I was the only examiner. And the instructor of the class said, there's only one person in this class that has the right title. And it was me.
The examiner.
Examiner, because that's what I did. I examined, I didn't audit. An inspector general should be an inspector general, and only someone that is in that position and qualified knows the proper questions to ask when they are being interviewed, when they're interviewing a candidate for that position. Some of you came close. Some of you came close, but not quite. And I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We appreciate you.
And I didn't
Now to
call,
the end.
and I have to apologize, I didn't indicate, I didn't call from Middle River because I thought it was very important for me to be here.
Miss Dorsey Walker, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good.
I might say that you gave Ms. Branch 9 minutes. Good evening.
I had a feeling you would.
You know I was
you
going to
would
keep
see
track of that. I'm Linda Dorsey Walker, and I'm not related to any of the Walkers in this room or who have previously sat at this table. I'm not even related to any of the Dorseys who have previously been on this screen. Very sure. They're all by marriage, and I'm by ancestry. A 400-year-old Dorsey. Okay. Well, let me just say this. I started off early in life as a grants manager. I was a grants manager for Baltimore County. I had handled all the HUD money coming in. I was hired in that position because previously I had been running a whole bunch of programs simultaneously, 4 of them which got audited for 6 years in a row. That's 24 audit cycles without one dime being off. Baltimore County had gotten into trouble. They were about to lose their HUD program. They needed someone that knew something about oversight, management, operations, and oh yeah, how to look at the money and control it and make sure it stays in order. I won't go into all the details, but I found out that someone I was working with had done something, I'll just be nice about it, irregular. I knew that if I brought it to HUD's attention, I would lose my job. But because I'm a person of integrity, I did that. but I at no time deluded myself into thinking that if I lost my job, I couldn't be replaced. You see, because I was an at-will employee, and Maryland is an at-will employment state. When you accept an appointment, as great as you may think you are, as great as other people may say you are, too bad, so sad, you can be gone. No one that doesn't understand that should ever accept an appointed position. It happens. It happens when one day, after you've been gone for a week, traveling all over the state of Maryland with a cast on your leg because your leg was broken in 3 places, and you walk in and there's 2 letters of commendation from the governor and 2 letters from individuals who are heads of departments around the state complimenting you for your outstanding leadership and work. And then you find out 5 minutes later you don't have a job anymore. Why? Because someone lost an election and they needed a executive deputy director title level pen during the middle of a time when pens were being stopped. They weren't going to create a new moratorium. Guess what? It happens. You put on your big girl pants and you accept it. But here's what's changed. We heard what Danita Tolson said earlier. Now I'm going to go where she went. I looked up before I came here. Are there any open Inspector General jobs in the state of Maryland as of today? Let's see, there's one at Aberdeen Proving Ground. There's one in Howard County. Oh, by the way, making more money than currently available here. There's one in Montgomery County, and there's a couple in the DC area. Guess what the difference is? Miss Walker is one of 105,000 African-American women, not even including men, who are looking for a job because someone decided that despite all your education, despite having 155 IQ, you must have been a DEI hire. So here's the difference. She can't, because of the way things have changed politically in this country in the last few months, she can't go as quickly as, Miss Madigan to Aberdeen and say, I'd like to have the job because they didn't reappoint me. No one's going to accuse her of being a DEI hire. No one in Howard County is going to hesitate to give her a job because she doesn't have to, they don't have to wonder, boy, do we lose our federal funding by giving her a job? Okay? I've been listening to all of this. I've been watching and reading what all of you have put on your websites. There's ageism going on, mean ageism, from people who should be too old to allow it to happen. I'm looking at a whole bunch of people who didn't want Kathy Klossmeyer to be the appointee. You know what Ms. Madigan needs to do? Get a list of everybody that wrote a letter in support of the person who came in number 2 and see how many of them are sitting in this room right now or previously. You will see there is an unbelievable overlap between the people that didn't want her and now question her judgment. I'm not questioning her judgment because you know what? I've been a administrator of a whole bunch of programs. And if Miss Madigan had been my employee, let's see, we heard she won an award, but I also heard that Miss Walker won 2 awards at the federal level. But no one paid attention to that part because everybody keeps talking about the 1 award she won. This is the reason that I wouldn't have reappointed Miss Madigan. Sounds like a nice lady, but here's the problem. I go by numbers, folks, not do I like you. I looked at how many reports she did. In 2024, I saw 8. Her close friend in Baltimore City, Miss Cummings, did 24 in the same period of time. Of the 8, and I sat down with my brother and other people, I said, let's look at the quality of the type of reports that she did. One report dealt with somebody that was misusing their computer, I think, to conduct personal stuff on the computer. That's in every agency everywhere. You know what? That's not an inspector general level case. You know what she was supposed to say? The same thing that you say when you are an investigator for Human Relations Commission. You're supposed to say, that's not within our jurisdiction. You need to take that back to the department, and if not, then the county administrator intervenes. Okay, but that's not a inspector general. Somebody, I think someone else was coming in late and leaving early. That's not an inspector general level report. So take 2 of the 8 reports, of those 8, take 2 of them away. Now we're down to 6. She would have lost her job under me. Because I would have said, you're a low productive, you might be nice, you might be wonderful. Now let's look. Must you have a law degree in order to hold a job? That's already been answered, but here's what you don't know. In the United States, 49% of the people who hold the title Inspector General have a bachelor's degree. 8% have a master's degree. That means that 43% of the people in the United States that have the title Inspector General don't even have a bachelor's degree. So for people to say this other person with a master's degree is not as qualified is wrong. In addition to that, you should know that this agency, this association that everyone talks about, the Association of Inspector Generals, only has 2,000 members. I think the other lady said, I work for an agency at the federal level, we had like 20,000. They have standards, they have required continuing education requirements. All of these things are in place, so that's not willy-nilly. In addition to that, I looked at Baltimore City. Baltimore City has an advisory committee that oversees the Inspector General. I looked at how you all have your current Inspector General law written. She is technically, if she wanted to be, the most powerful human being in Baltimore County, because it says that you cannot ever lower the amount of money allocated to her agency without her giving you permission. I couldn't believe it. It says that, she has all this ability to access any employee, anytime, I'm like, well, who else has that authority? She needs oversight, just like her companion, Ms. Cummings in Baltimore City has an 11-person advisory committee. Oh, by the way, how independent is that advisory committee? She used to work not in an agency that had 20,000 people and you happen to be a federal employee, okay, or 200 employees and you happen to be one of them. She worked for one of the people that's on her board.
Ms. Dorsey
Did you
Walker,
know that?
Ms. Dorsey Walker, you're on 11 minutes now. Can we wrap this up?
So bottom line is this.
It's almost 10 o'clock and we got another hour.
I know.
I don't know that you'll be here another hour, but we will.
Bottom line is this. I want you all to consider that this woman is qualified. She didn't go out and start trying to jenny up a whole campaign of people. I opened up and saw a thing that said Kelly Madigan is the MAGA candidate. MAGA supports Kelly Madison. Now, from my perspective as an African American, that's what it said. People were holding up signs. It was in the newspaper, it was online. If that's the case, how do I, as a regular citizen, feel comfortable with her having oversight? Some people have said, this is what the people want, this is what the voters want. Black people count as people, we count as voters also.
Where was that? Where was that?
It was online.
It was online.
It was online, yes. It was a picture that was actually taken of someone holding up signs, and I will make sure that I send it to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It was in the MAGA monthly. All right, Ms. Walker.
Don't be
Ms. Dorsey
flippant,
Walker,
please.
Are we good?
Please don't be flippant. You're flippant every time I'm here.
All right, Ms. Dorsey Walker, can you finish up, please?
Bottom line is, I think that Ms. Walker is a good choice. She has had experience working at the local level. Everyone knows what went on in Michigan. There were local officials that mismanaged the money and how the water treatment was done. And in order for it to be fixed, the people from EPA had to make them accountable. She was also part of Katrina. I was in Katrina in Louisiana and Mississippi, and I do know that there was corruption that went on, that FEMA intervened, and she talked about some of that experience somewhere else where she was writing, where they had to step in and take over a situation because of some mismanagement of warehousing and things like that. She's had to get involved with local governments in Mississippi, in Michigan, in Louisiana, and all I'm saying is, please don't, just because she's not the person. Don't forget, when Ms. Madigan came to this job, how many years had she been an IG? How many years? She had been an attorney. My daughter's an attorney. How many years had she, when all of you gave her the opportunity to start from scratch, how many years had she been an IG? At least Ms. Walker has had the experience of IG training, continuing education requirements, and oh, by the way, to become a certified IG is a 3-week-long course. One will be given the end of this month, and the next one will be given November 11th. 3 weeks long, and then you can be certified as an IG.
Okay.
All right.
Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I think we're done with this. When we have to go on to Bill 5025. Thank you, Ms. Dorsey Walker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Who wants to talk about the IG Inspector Appointment Board? All right. So, is it okay?
Yes.
The purpose of this bill is to establish an independent appointment authority to appoint and reappoint Baltimore County's Inspector General. Further, it serves to minimize political influence related to the appointment and reappointment of the Baltimore County Inspector General. The legislation was crafted by including the best practices of the Inspector General appointment boards in Baltimore City and in Howard County, and also the inclusion in consultation with the Association of Inspectors General. The board that this legislation establishes is an appointment board. It's not an advisory board. It's not an oversight board. If approved by the voters in November 2026, this board will be assembled if there is a need to appoint or reappoint the Baltimore County Inspector General. This will be a 7-member board. The composition of this board will include an appointment, number 1, an appointment by the county executive, number 2, an appointment by the county council, number 3, an appointment by the director of the Ethics Commission that is a former or retired judge of a Maryland Appellate Court, Circuit Court, District Court, or Office of Administrative Hearings. Number 4, a member of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Number 5, a member of the Association of Certified Public Accountants. Number 6, a faculty member of a college or university located in Baltimore County. Number 7, a faculty member of a historically black college or university in the Baltimore region. In addition to the composition that I just described, each member must be A, a county resident, B, 21 years of age, and C, have some familiarity with the subject matter. You cannot be a member of this board if you are A, an elected official, B, work for an elected official, C, the spouse or family member of an elected official, or D, a lobbyist. Since this is a charter amendment, the bill would require 5 affirmative votes and a simple majority approval by the Baltimore County, 5 affirmative votes of this body, and then a simple majority approval of the Baltimore County voters in the 2026 general election to revise the county charter to include this board. This is a good government initiative that will address concerns that we've heard related to the independence of an Inspector General's office. I believe the establishment of this appointing authority will eliminate real or perceived bias in the selection of Baltimore County's Inspector General. It also will strengthen public confidence. It will strengthen public confidence in Baltimore County government. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to colleagues.
Thank
I hope
you,
support this
Councilman
measure.
Patoka.
Mr. Chair,
Crandall.
given that this is a bill and we have another work session, and given the lateness of the hour, and we have, I don't know how many people, 15 people that have hung in there with us, do we kind of want to yield our discussion on this? I'll just make the suggestion, if someone obviously is compelled, but I think like it's late and people have been waiting for 5 hours to speak on this, and I think we should give them the opportunity to, knowing that we can later on. Just a suggestion.
I agree. Some of the speakers did speak.
Some did.
Earlier, so we may only have, Ms. Belcastro, if you can sort that out.
Certainly. Our first registered speaker for this item was Loretta Joseph, but she is not on any longer. So I'm going to go on to the next speaker, who is Fred Homan, who is here in person.
Mr. Homan.
Followed by Sean McIntosh.
Sean's still here. All right.
How are you, sir? Good.
So Tom, are you buying ice cream for everyone that stays the whole time? Are you buying ice cream for everyone that stays the whole time?
We were told Mr. Homan was bringing soft pretzels.
Are you buying ice cream?
Bringing what? What was I bringing?
Soft pretzels.
Sorry.
Darn.
The gentleman in the back of the room, he's very kind, but I give him permission to tase me if I take more than 3 minutes.
That might be a good idea.
5025 has certain similarities with the current legislation with the IG. One of them is 2 terms. I have no idea why you want to put yourself through that again after what's happened here. I think if you're going to go with Ms. Walker, it should be establish 1 term, 8 years in and out. All right. Obviously, if you go with Ms. Madigan, you obviously have it to work around that. But we really want to talk about the one thing that's key here, which is cause. The original legislation talks about cause, and so does the current legislation. Right? And I'm not sure anybody's thought through the process of cause. In the bills, you talk about a public process, whether it's a public process before you or a public process before the committee. But the Inspector General is a county employee, not a contractor. She's on the exempt list on payroll. You put her there, right? And you gave her a salary range. So she's a county employee subject to the MPIA. She says that in her reports all the time. There are certain things she can't do. Yet the way the bill reads is that the county executive can come forward, either now or the next group, the board, would come forward with a public hearing, right, to deal with cause. And I don't understand how you get around the MPIA under those circumstances. I don't know how it can be public.
Well, what this bill stipulates is that this appointment board could remove an Inspector General, but it would take a supermajority, and it would require a public hearing on cause.
And how would they do that hearing? Would it be open to the public, or would it be a private hearing?
Oh, I think it would be open to the public.
How would you do that? Because she's a county employee. She's entitled, if you're going to have an Inspector General.
I'm not an expert on that. I'll have to yield to the.
Well, that's what I'm asking him. That's why I'm asking, because it's in the bill, And if you read the MPIA carefully, and she completely cites it, how are you going to have, tell me a situation in county government right now, right, where you have a situation where a person is disciplined and rolled into a public hearing, other than when they appeal it and they go before the board of they go before the PSAB. How is that happening right now?
Well, if the voters approve this, Mr. Homan, it would be embedded in charter.
And you believe that that charter provision will overcome the Maryland Public Information Act?
I don't know.
I don't see how.
Outside of my field of expertise.
Well, I'm just laying it out there because I don't see, I've read the MPIA, I don't see how that happens. And the reason I bring it up is because today, I was out there at 3 o'clock today for the hearing, and I heard a lot of nasty things said about the county executive. And I heard a lot of nasty things said about the county executive here tonight. I don't have any long-term relationship with the county executive. I work for 6 different county executives, and they were all smart enough not to put me in charge of legislative liaison. So I didn't have a lot of experience. But I will tell you, he can tase me. I will tell you that I don't understand, I really don't believe, right, that the current county executive did not see the same weaknesses in terms of what's happened with the Inspector General that I've pointed out to you in writing, but was in a position where she really couldn't do anything about it because, one, the term had already expired, and two, how was she going to come to you since the term expired and come to you and talk about what she thought as causes? So you could have a discussion. How could you do that without it being open to the, without the issue of the MPIA keeping it from being open to the public? I'm asking. I don't get it. I mean, and I've spent a lot of time because of Terabasi inside the MPIA. I don't get it.
Something to think about. Okay. Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Thank you, Mr. Homan. Next speaker.
Next registered speaker was Geraldine Bruce, but they are no longer on. So next would be Claire Landers, who is here in person.
Claire's up again.
Benefits of being called late at night is you'll stick around. Okay. I strongly urge council members to vote in favor of Bill 5025. The reappointment of the experienced and professionally acclaimed employee now serving as the county's Inspector General should have been a slam dunk. It has instead devolved into a painful debacle. The ever-evolving, opaque process and cynical use of executive power to end-run the reappointment of the highly qualified and very effective Inspector General only mirrors the reckless mass termination and maligning of federal employees who have dedicated their careers to serving the American people. I imagine everyone in this room knows a federal employee who's been cruelly terminated without fair reason or any due process. We should prevent this from ever happening here again in regard to the selection and reappointment of the county's Inspector General, a role that requires the independence to investigate without fear or favor complaints of malfeasance wherever it may occur in our county's operations. Bill 5025 to amend the county charter that has been submitted by Councilmember Patoka, thank you, squarely addresses the concerns that have arisen about the prolonged ad hoc process that has been unspooling week over week around reappointing the current Inspector General who has served the taxpayers' interests well indeed. Bill 5025 would ensure that going forward, an Inspector General Appointment Board will be independent and comprised of individuals who meet specific qualifications and will follow specific procedures and criteria for appointing or terminating the Inspector General serving Baltimore County. The need for this charter amendment is abundantly clear and urgent. Specifically, the council's vote to adopt 5025 will alleviate the legitimate concerns among county residents that the Office of the Inspector General, its functions, or the individual holding that position will ever again become a political football. Thank you, Councilmember Patoka and members of the council here tonight.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Landers. So I've got some clarification on, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Oh,
No, Councilman Patoka was talking. I just wanted to.
so someone just texted me with the answer of the MAGA question. And so the MAGA comment was in everybody's Maryland politics. So everybody's Maryland politics. It's a fictional account of Baltimore County government. Thank you, Sean.
Yes, Councilman Marks.
I had indicated I'd like to co-sponsor this bill. I think there'll be changes, but I like the concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. All right, so it looks like we have several speakers that are.
I believe Ms. Sexton is gone, and I did think she also commented on Bill 50 already. Mr. Mulder is no longer on. Ms. Joanne Antoine, as I told you before, she emailed me, she reached out, and she's going to send written testimony. That leaves Jennifer Blaylock, who has been patiently waiting to testify.
Wow.
That is stamina. That is.
Thank you all, County Council members. I appreciate your patience. I spent much of my day in DC today walking around Senate offices this morning with families of fired federal workers. I can't help but draw some parallels from their experiences to what is happening now to Inspector General Kelly Madigan. I'm hoping other residents in this county that are aligned for her and members of the council will consider those parallels as we move forward together in addressing process concerns. It should be pretty clear this far into 2025 that Marylanders and Baltimore County residents especially are asking for more transparency from and more accountability of our elected officials and not less. I do not know the county executive, but she has done a disservice to this county in her involvement in this process, and most of all, disservice to Khadijah Walker. The county executive indicated a commitment to an independent process for IG selection and then directly involved herself. Quite honestly, witnessing this as a county resident, I have an opinion on who should be getting interviewed for their job, and it's not Kelly Madigan and it's not Khadijah Walker. I want to thank my county councilman, Izzy Patoka, for introducing legislation to create an independent process for appointing an inspector general. I hope that all council members will both co-sponsor Bill 5025 as good faith public servants and continue demonstrating a commitment to keeping public trust in local government. And thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Hoffman, Sharonda Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, you are back on for your testimony on Bill 50.
Thank you so much. I want to support the Bill 50. The only thing is, I just want you to confirm, like with the fraud in examiners, to make sure they have people that actually live in Baltimore County, because you may find problems in having all those level expertise and they actually live in Baltimore County, especially when there is no HBCU in Baltimore County. I know in Isabel Cumming with her advisory board or whatever it's called, they actually have people who are members of the faculty at the university, but it's not necessarily a requirement for people to live in the city because you might not have those people living in the city. But everything else I think is great, and thank you.
Mr. Chair. So Ms. Hoffman, the legislation stipulates that it's a Baltimore County resident that is a faculty member at an HBCU in the Baltimore region. And it would be, so if anybody knows, I think Charlotte Wood, who head of the Baltimore Democratic Party, lives in Baltimore County. I think she's a faculty member at Coppin. So if, let's say, Charlotte, just for hypothetically, had an interest and expertise, then she would be eligible as a county resident and as a faculty member at an HBCU in the Baltimore region.
That could be true, but I would warn that not everybody's going to have a level of expertise. Her expertise is nursing.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, I would think about political science and things of that nature.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Our final speaker this evening is Peter Richkes, who is here in person.
With this stylish hat. Still no pizza, Tom.
No salt pretzels. No ice cream.
When I was chair, we had pizza.
You won't allow it.
Sorry, Ms. Richards.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
No, anything to lighten the mood is a good thing. Thank you again. I too applaud this bill and Councilman Patoka for introducing 5025. And one of the things that's so remarkable about today is all the bipartisanship. And Councilman Crandall has commented on this in a couple of past meetings. When we're on the same side of an issue, you know there's something there. And that was true today with people from all over the county being represented and welcoming, learning more about the bill. It's obviously needed. This is day 79 of IG Gate, and we are all tired of it. And it didn't need to be this way. I don't fault the council or the Blue Ribbon Commission, because sometimes you don't know what you haven't put into a piece of legislation. In fact, I think I heard earlier today that that was happening with a bill that had been passed previously but needed a fix. This is a fix that's sorely needed. And I too hope to see all of the council members join as sponsors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Councilman Marks?
So, Ms. Richkes, you don't think that the Inspector General's a partisan activist, do you?
I'm sorry?
A partisan activist, right? You don't think she's a partisan activist?
No.
Yeah. It's nonsensical. Thank you.
I appreciate that question. Because it's clear that any complaints along those lines are easily disproven by looking at the reports that she's done and how she has, in spite of the pushback from the very beginning of her tenure, has managed to stay true to the honesty and integrity that we expect of our Inspector General. Thank you.
Bill Castro, Ms. Miller, you covered yours in your first talk. Ms. Miller?
I did, but I would like to make one other comment. As you indicated earlier, this one away from a tax increase. Please consider that we have a Baltimore County employee
What?
working as an IG, and we are not giving them a county card for youth for outreach day.
I don't think we're going to give them a county car. The IG.
Virginia tags.
We'll just put Virginia tags on it. They at least should be able to speed through the cameras. Yes. Who's that? Starting at what time did it start? Get a little punchy at the end.
Dr. Dorsey, you're on. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Vice Chair, honorable members of the County Council. As mentioned before, I am speaking on behalf of the NAACP Branch 7032B as its President and Executive Committee in strong support of Bill 5025, a proposed amendment to the Baltimore County Charter that would establish an Inspector General Appointment Board. The mission of the NAACP is to ensure political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights of all people and to eliminate race-based discrimination. The NAACP vision is to ensure a society in which all individuals have equal rights without discrimination based on race. Bill 5025 directly aligns with the mission and vision by advancing transparency, equity, and public accountability, the foundational elements in the fight against systemic bias and discrimination, by creating a more independent and representative process for appointment for the position of IG. This legislation ensures that the government oversight reflects the diverse voices and values of the community it serves, particularly those that have been historically underserved or excluded. At the heart of the NAACP's mission and commitment to civil rights, ethical leadership, and fair government, Bill 5025 embodies these values by introduces a systemic safeguard against political interference in appointment and reappointment of the IG, a role essential to ensuring integrity, compliance, and justice within county operations. The current system, while operational, is vulnerable to real or perceived political manipulation. This weakens public confidence, especially among marginalized communities that have long fought for access to impartial and equitable institutions. Strengthening the independence of this office sends a powerful message that no one is above scrutiny and all public servants must be held accountable. The structure proposed in Bill 5025 is a model of inclusive and ethical design. The 7-member board ensures broad-based representation and professional diversity with seats for appointments that have been outlined from the county executive, county council, a retired judge through the Ethics Commission, members of the Association of Civil Fraud Examiners, and the Maryland Association of CPAs, any faculty from a Baltimore County college or university, and a representative from an HBCU within the Baltimore region. We especially commend the inclusion of an HBC faculty member. This reflects a meaningful commitment to racial equality and institutional inclusion, including the Black academic leadership and civic expertise that have a formal seat at the table in shaping ethical governments. This with a strong step towards honoring the NAACP's call for fair representation in community trust and government institutions. By reducing partisan influence and increasing transparency, this amendment will significantly enhance the independence and credibility of the IG's office. Such independence is critical for safeguarding whistleblower protections, investigating misconduct, and ensuring justice is applied evenly across all levels of government. This bill is not a reactive measure, but a forward-looking reform that ensures no single authority can dominate or compromise the integrity of the oversight. It reflects the type of proactive leadership to build a more ethical, inclusive, and reflective Baltimore County. We, the Randallstown NAACP Branch 7032B, stand firmly in support of Bill 5025 and urge the County Council to place this important charter amendment on the November 2026 general election ballot. This legislation is more than administrative change. It is a civil rights and good government imperative. It supports our mission to ensure fairness, fight discrimination, and hold public institutions accountable to the people they serve. Thank you, Councilman Patoka, and all of the Baltimore County Council for your leadership and the opportunity to submit this statement on behalf of our community. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dorsey.
That may be it. Want to get, anybody else? Anybody want to speak? We've been here so long together. Might as well talk more. All right, meeting adjourned.